Assalomu alaykum Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Dunyo Uygur Qurultiyi tarafidan tasdiqlangan To'g'ri televiziyasining Naq maydon programmasiga xush keldingiz aziz qarindoshlar. Men Parat Yurunqash.
Ben Baxtiyar Ömer.
Hammanglarning mushi vaqti xayrli bo'lsin. Hammanglarga Janob Allohdan salomatlik, xotirjamlik, baxt, saodat va barakat tilaymiz aziz qarindoshlar. Biz hozir sizlarga bu 6 ayning 4 kuni Angliyaning poytaxti Londonda boshlangan xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesininki tunji soti ichilayotgan bu sot zalidan naq maydondan bu programmani taqdim qilyapmiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, sizlarga ma'lum 6 ayning 4 kuni boshlangan bu sot bugun 3-kuniga qadam qo'ydi va nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli, ratlik bir shaklda sot davom qilyapti va sot ya'ni 6 ayning 7-kuni hammalar tunishib bo'lgan Germaniyalik tadqiqotchi Uygurshunos Adrian Sens efendimning guvohligi bilan rasmiy oxirlashdi aziz qarindoshlar. Sot birozdan keyin boshlandi, angacha sizlar bilan biroz didorlashaylik. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu yerda takror yana mushu sotga ko'ngil bo'lib, Uyg'urlarning tarixidagi zo'r hodisalarning biri hisoblangan mushu sotga ko'ngil bo'lib, mushu ekran oldida o'tirgan qarindoshlarimizga tekrar minnettarlık bildirimiz, rahmet deytimiz. Çünkü bu mu sizlerinki muşu sotqa bo'lgan bir qo'llashinglar hisoblanadi. Yana muşu fursatdan foydalanib turib, muşu sotning qurilishiga moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan yordam qilgan va bu sotning muvaffaqiyati uchun muşu sot boshlangandan tortib buning duo qilib kelgan butun qarindoshlarimizni rahmat aytamiz. Hammanglardan Alloh rozi bo'lsin aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, mustabid kommunist Xitoy hokimiyati bu sotni to'sish uchun bu sot nihoyat 6-4 kuni nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli bir shaklda ichildi va sot ichilayotgan bu zal hozir biz o'tirgan bu zal Angliya parlamentiga taxminan 100 metr atrofida keladi. Angliya parlamentininki yanada bu sot. Aziz qarindoshlar, Xitoy hokimiyati men programmaning boshlanishida degandim. Xitoy hokimiyati mushu sot boshlanishdan burun matbuotlardan ko'rdinglar, nihoyat ig'ir, ya'ni mushu sotda guvohlik beradigan asosli lager shohidlarini asos qilgan butun guvohchilarga nihoyat ig'ir darajada hujum qo'zg'adi, psixologik hujum qo'zg'adi, ta'diz soldi. Hatto bu yerda tunugun sotda guvohlik bergan bizningki qozoq qarindoshimiz Sayragul Savutbayimiz sotda guvohlik bergan vaqtda deb o'tdi. Mushu sotga kelishga az qolgan vaqtida Xitoyning bexatarlik organlari Sayragul Savutbayga bevosita telefon qilib ta'diz solgan va sotga bormaslik haqida ogohlantirgan. Agar sotga borsa, nada bo'lsin tutib Xitoyga qaytarib keta oladigan kuchning borligini bu yerda deb davron solgan. Ama bizningki guvohchilarimiz Xitoyning bu xil ta'diddlarga, bu xil besimlarga va psixologik hujumlarga parvo qilmasdan, pisand qilmasdan shundan Baxtiyor afandim bu 15 nafar guvohchi shohid bu Londonga yetib kelgan bir hafta burun va bu yerdagi bir haftalik karantinni oxirlashtirib sotga qatnashdi va sotda jasorat bilan, g'ayrat bilan bu yerda o'zining kechirimlarini anglatdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu yerda shuni eslatib qo'yay. Sot baş sotchi xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesi hurmatli Jeffrey Nice hazratlarimi sotning ichilish marosimida 6 ayning 4 kuni qilgan so'zda bu sotning dunyo Uygur Qurultiyini bu yerda alohida eskartib o'tdi va tunugun bu maxsus Xitoyning hujumlari qarta qisqagina bir axborot e'lon qilish yig'ini ochdi shu zalda va axborot e'lon qilish yig'inida qilgan so'zidimi Xitoyning xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesiga ekanligini xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining hech qanday ekanligini xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining hech qanday oldin hukmga tayanmasdan nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli holda davom qilayotganligini bu yerdami eskartib o'tdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, mustabid kommunist Xitoy hokimiyatimi bu sot boshlangandan buyon har kuni sotda guvohlik bergan qarindoshlarimiz qarta udulliq javob berib kelyapti. Masalan, sotning birinchi kuni sizlar bu rasmlarda chet el matbuotida ko'rdinglar. Ömer Bekali efendim bizning qozoq qarindoshimiz lager shohidi Ömer Bekali efendim ninki masalan sotda shu ayni vaqtdagi jazo lagerlarida mustabid Xitoy hokimiyati taqagan bu kishanlarni, zanjir kishanlarni taqib taqlid qilib turib bu yerda guvohlik berishi, bu vaqtdagi rasmlar, suratlar bu qitimqi shundan Baxtiyor afandim xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining bir simboliga aylandi. Chet el xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesi haqidagi xabarlar bu chet el matbuotidan bo'lib, g'arb matbuotining qiziq temasiga aylandi aziz qarindoshlar. Mana hozir 3-chi kuniga qadam qo'ydi. Sotchilar, bu yerda kuzatuvchilar asta-asta bu sot zaliga kirishga boshladi. Bizning Uyg'ur ataytam shu sot uchun kelgan Gulbahor. Aziz qarindoshlar, bugungi sot mahkamasida jami 10 kishi guvohlik berdi. Bu 10 kishininki 7 nafari Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Sharq Turkistonlik. Chunki Sharq Turkistonlik deyishimda bu qatimki sotda guvohlik berganlarning ichida Qozoq qarindoshlarimiz bor, O'zbek qarindoshlarimiz bor. Masalan, 6-oyning 4-kuni bu sot tuzningki jazo lageri shohidi O'zbek millatidan bo'lgan Sharq Turkistonlik Qalbinur Sidiq xonim bilan boshlandi. Shuna bo'ldi, Baxtiyor afandim. Bugungi sotda masalan jazo lagerlari yana 3 nafar jazo lageri shohidi tor orqali guvohlik berdi. Bularning ichida masalan boydab o'tdim Gulbahor Jellova xonim bu yerda sotda bevosita guvohlik berdi. Bundan keyin tor orqali guvohlik beradigan lager shohidlaridan bu yerda Amerikadagi Mehrgul Tursun, uningdagi Fransiyadan Gulbar Xativaji xonimlar lager shohidlaridan bular tashkilotninki qurg'uvchisi va raisi hurmatli Roshan Abbas xonimni guvohlik berganlar qatorida bu sotga bevosita keldi. Aziz qarindoshlar, sot boshlang'ichi biroz dardlashaydi. Biz bu qatimki naq maydonni oltish xizmatiga balkim ko'pinchalar tunislar yanimda o'tirgan mushu sotni dalil isbotlar ta'minlashga mas'ul bo'lgan Merkez Londonni dalil isbotlar ta'minlashga mas'ul bo'lgan Merkez Londondagi arxiv ombirining direktori va Norvegiya Uyg'ur komitetining raisi Barpandim ishlarga mas'ul bo'ladi. Bexatarlik sababidan chunki sizlarni burungi programmalarimizda deb o'tdik. Xitoy hukumati bu sot boshlanishga oz qolgan vaqtida Xitoy hakkerlari bu sotninki tor sahifasiga mushu mushu sot ishchilarninki tor adresiga, guvohchilarninki shaxsiy telefonlariga, email adreslariga nihoyat qattiq hujum qildi. Uygur Sot Kollégiyesininki tor sahifasi bir mahal Xitoy hakkerlarining hujumi bilan bir mahal oqsab qoldi. Bu sababdan bu sot chaqirilgan mushu zalninki Wi-Fi bağlantısı bexatarlik yuzasidan kesib etildi. Kesib etilgandan keyin bu yerda bizmo texnik jihatdan biroz shundan Baxtiyor afandim biroz qiyinchilik tushirdi.
Shunda bu vaqtda to'g'ri yetkazish nihoyat nachar. Chunki biz simsiz yonda elib yuradigan to'r tarqitish sistemasini ishlatganligimiz uchun o'shina amaliyotda biz sot boshlangan tunji kuni atiganda sirtdan tepib keldik. Chunki bexatarlik sababidan bu masalalarni bizga uqtirilmaganligi uchun misollar uchradi. O'sha amaliyotda o'sha to'r surati nihoyat osti bo'lganligi uchun balkim ko'pchilarniki diqqatini chechayotgan bo'lishimiz mumkin. Bizniki naq maydondan tarqitishmi uzilib chiqyotdi.
Aziz qarindoshlar, uning ustiga bizningki bu muxbirlarga ayrilgan zalninki ikkinchi qavatida sot atrofimizda butunlay chet el matbuotlari bor. Tunji kunimiz 20 dan ortiq agentlikninki dangliq nopozliq xalqarodagi agentliklarning muxbirlari kelgan, hozir muxbirlar kelyapti. Uchiq ayrim kabina emas. Uning uchun biz sot orlig'ida bu chet elliklarninki mutaxassislarning bergan ingliz tilidagi guvohligini bir yer tarjima qilish imkoniyatimiz yo'q. Chunki ovoz chiqarsak bu atrofda boshlanishdan burun sizlar bilan birlashib bu haqda bir qisqacha ma'lumot berish demasiga bo'ldik. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu agarchanda bu sotga munosabatli yoki programmaga munosabatli taklif fikringlar bo'lsa, mushu sizlar ko'rayotgan Dunyo Uyg'ur Kulti to'r televiziyasininki YouTube sahifasiga bir nim qilinglar.
Foreign citizenship. Ms. Jalilova, you were born in Kazakhstan and you are a Kazakh citizen by birth.
Kazakhstan tug'ilgan, ham Qozog'iston garajdani. Shunaqami?
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli xonimlar, apandimlar. Men bugungi sotqa o'zimniki dalil isbotlarimni olib keldim. Shuni bir tarjima qildim.
Savolga javob berasiz.
Men Ben Kazakistan'da doğulup üstüm.
Yes, I was born and brought up in Kazakhstan. And dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to have this opportunity to give my testimony today in this Uyghur tribunal.
Thank you. Mr. Lilova, when you went to Urumqi in May 2017, policemen came to your hotel and arrested you.
Siz 2017 yılı 5. mayda Ürümçi'ye gelgenden keyin saqchilar sizni qo'lga oldi.
Doğru, yataktan otelden 2017'de 5. ayının 22'si tutuldu.
Yes, correct. On the 22nd of May, I was arrested from the hotel room.
Can you explain what happened to your passport and were you given Chinese identity cards?
Özünüzninki şu pasportunuz doğruluq ve Xitayla şu kimlik sizge kimlik bergen şu jargonni tushundirib beramiz.
Tushundirib berayim. Meni tutgan vaqtda meni Qozoq pasportim bor edi, ular oldi. Turmaga apagan vaqtda 3-chi turma Sankanga apagan vaqtda ular menga yag'an kimlik berib Gulbahor Jilili deb shifrli nomer berdi, qog'ozga yozib berdi.
Yes, when they arrested me, I had my Kazakhstan passport. After I was taken to number 3 detention center, and they took away my passport and replaced with a Chinese ID card, and they even changed my name to Gulbahar Jalil.
One of the first things they did to you, they did a medical examination. You say that one of them was for pregnancy test.
Şu doktordan ötüş jarayonida eng muhimi shu qo'ziq homilda bo'lgan bo'lmaganligini tekshiraydi debsiz. Yes, correct.
You say that if you were pregnant, they would have forced you to abort the baby there and then.
Agar ular shu yerda sizningki homilda bo'lganligingizni agarda bilib qolsa, shu yerda qo'ziqdan bolani evitdi debsiz.
Evitdi.
Yes, correct. That's true.
And you say you saw this happen to many people. Can you elaborate on that? When and how did you see that?
Siz bunun başqalarının beşidən ötkenligini gördüm depsiz. Bunu qandaq ködüңüzmü şunu bir düşündürüp bersiniz.
Ular kirgan vaqtda asıl tarafdan qanjiq aqatdi. Hem talab o'tiradi. Doktorlar kepla işkitaldı, dar beretti, dar işkenlike, ulanınki adetleri hemen to'xtab qoladi.
When they entered the cell, they were bleeding, heavily bleeding, and they had sweat all the time, and the doctors would come and gave them 2 pills. Bleeding stopped.
You were taken to 3 different detention centers during your detention. Can you very briefly explain to the tribunal the condition of these 3 detention centers? The tribunal has read your wonderful report completely and they know all about it. But please give a short explanation.
Siz 3 o'xshamagan tutqun yerda tutulibsiz. Muşu üşüyeninki içindeki bir şaraitlerini kısqacha tanıştırıp bergen bolsunuz. Çünkü sizin bütün bayanatınızı biz okuduq, nayt təfsili yazılgan. Şunun için sizin təfsili deyişinizden hech qanday hacet yo'q, faqatlam qısqacha tushundirib beramiz.
O'xshashlar men Senken degan 3-chi turmada yotdim. Arken degan 3-chi turmada yotdim. Mana men internetten tapdım, o'xshashlar.
I was in number 3 and number 2 detention centers, and I found this picture on Googling. It's exactly same cell.
To the microphone, I'm doing as close as that, and then you can hear, and you can be heard. Sorry to not to have noticed.
mikrofon. Endi mani deb berdingiz, ya'ni qayta shu jarayondagi shu sharoitlar, o'shaning sharoit qanday deyishini qisqacha tushuntirib bersangiz, men tarjima qilaman.
Mana mushu ko'rgandek o'xshash mashada bir 40 odam biz yotimiz. Buni oxirgisi aynak oburna. Hammamiz o'sha qaraymiz. O'tirib turganlar hammanim ko'rindi.
The cell was exactly like this. About 40 of us slept, and we had to face on that wall, and that place was a toilet, a glass wall, toilet with glass wall.
Men o'zinglar ko'rgandek ya yotgan yo'q, ya taki yo'q. Mashdaq daxyada biz 2 soat ketsa 2 soat uxlatdik.
As you can see, there is no bedding there, and it was just concrete floor. We had to sleep on the concrete floor only 2 hours a night.
Жуйындыған елем yok. Bir aygacha bizni hammamizning beshlarimiz pishtinib ketdi. Bizni ruxsatimsiz bizni hammamizni chashlarimizni ilatdi.
Facilities, no water to wash. Within 1 month, without our consent, our hair was shaved off.
10 kunda bir kirib 10 saqchidak ayollar kirdi. 2 harbiy qurollar bilan eshikni oldida turdi. Bizni hammamizni qip yalang'och qilib, beshimizni tutqizib, 3 qitim o't ag'izib tug'izdi.
Once every 10 days, a mix of male and female police came to the cell, and 2 stood on the both sides of the cell door, and we were stripped naked. We had to place our hands behind our head, and we had to do sit-ups, 3 sit-ups.
Mana buni eshikdan kichkina bunday to'shik bor. Eshikning endi ash to'shikdan bizga labadilla paydo turinglar deydi. Paydo turgan vaqtda hammamiz haftada 2 taldan dori berdi. 10 kunda bir qitim jig'ni soladi. U nima biz bilmaymiz.
The cell door has a foot slot, and we would be called from there, and they ask us to stretch our hands out from that slot, and then they would give us 2 pills. We must take that pills once every week. Bir haftada
bir dori berdi ishqaldari. Ham biz hamda sezdik. Qizlarning eshada qog'oz ishim bermagandan qizlarning odatlari hammasiniki to'xtab qoldi. Ham qo'saq ochsaqmi, bizni so'roqdan keyin ursimi, biz hech nimani sezmaydigan bo'ldik.
Gradually, all the women stopped their periods, and also after a while, after we were beaten up, we couldn't feel anything anymore.
Ms. Jalilova, you were taken 4 times to hospital for a total of 40 days. Are you prepared to discuss the reasons for being taken to hospital here?
Siz shu jarayonda 4 qitim doktorxonaga olib sizni. Mana shu doktorxonaga olib borgan jarayonini biroz tushuntirib bera olamsiz?
Doktorxonaga olib borgan vaqtda meni yalnız uzun saqchilarning töme mashinasi o'tag'izdi. Har qitim o'tag'izgan vaqtda beshimizga talaga chiqqan vaqtda so'roqqa beshimizga qor xalti kiydiradi, qo'limizga qo'ysa 5 kiloluk kishanni men yashmadi 1 yil 3 oy 10 kun shu putimdagi 5 kilo kisham bilan judim. Mashinaga o'tag'izib ular 40 minut bir uzoq yerga bordi. Apadi keyin qarasam doktorxonaga. Doktorxona bir qavatli doktorxona.
I was taken to a police van, a black hood over my head. I was handcuffed and shackled. The shackle was about 5 kilograms. Since I was taken inside up until I left, 1 year, 3 months, 10 days, I was in that shackle. And so I believe approximately 40 minutes drive I was in hospital. It was just a 1-floor building.
Bek qo'rqinchli uni doktorxonami demedi. Shu meniki yuragim qo'zg'alib, hoshimni ketgan vaqtda shu doktorxonaga apagan vaqtda bijo'ga tushadi. Bijo'ga tushirib, keyin o'sha doktorxonada meni qog'oz qo'ydi, saqchilar. Eshaqda 10 kun turdim, 10 kun turgan vaqtda бек ошо доктурхана бек коркунучлук нургун нерселерни эшеди көрдүм.
It was terrifying. My experience even in the hospital, the so-called hospital, was terrifying. The police left me there, and I was there for 10 days. And they found the reason I was taken there because I had heart problem, and also I was collapsed. That's why they took me there.
Şu doktorxanda жүзүм ажа кийген кызлар отурупту. Мен onu билметтим. Эшетки нақшы Қытайның 5 кимин нақшыны үйедім өгініш керек. Şu үйенген вақта, итқан вақта эшетки кызлар кештеп аста-аста пес авазды дәтті. Аманы жүзүм ажа кийгенлер жығына серіп құлтып өлтірді деген кызларны мен көрдім.
I saw some ladies wore orange color vest, and we also had to sing 5 red songs in that hospital as well. Some girls quietly told me that those who wore orange vest will put to death by injection.
Yana bir kızını gördüm. Aşağıda börügünü aptıkken, salapan sülü halta is koyuptu benime. Börügünü evetken kızlar yanımda otadı. Doktorxanada gördüm.
I saw a young lady who sat next to me who had an operation. I could see the bag hanging over her side, and I learned that she had her kidney removed.
You have been taken to the dark room a number of times. Can you explain what the dark room is?
Siz qarangı öygü bir qancha qitim meni akirdi deb shunaq dedi debsiz. Shu qarangı öynü biraz tasvirlab bera olamsiz?
Yo'q, men qarangı uyda o'zim yatmadim. Biroq qarangı uyda yatgan qizni ko'rdim. Mahbirat deydigan 25 yoshlik yeni kirgan vaqtda. Aşı qiz dedi 1 metr deb ichida mundaq uzun chashqonlar bor. Yuğan çaşqallarda eğer kitse gözümüz ilinip qalsa, çaşqallar qo'saqlar aç gözlerimizin içine kirdi, kulaklarımız içine. Şunun için kichik uxlamay maştaq o'tadik deb shu qizlar degan qarang'i uylar bor. Nurg'un qizlar o'shaqda o'tadi.
Well, in fact, I wasn't taken to a black room. It was the other ladies, women in the cell where I shared with, and a lady called Mahbrat who was 25 years old. And she described me what was like when she was in this solitary confinement in this metal cage, 1 meter by 1 meter. She also said that there were rats, and they didn't dare to sleep. So all night long they had to try to drive the rat away.
You talked about the medicine that was given to you, and you say you don't know what these were. But can you explain the effect of that on you?
Siz bu bergen doğrularının nemiligini bilmedim, lekin bizge çokum içishga majburladi debsiz. Bu doğrularni ichgandan keyin sizda qanday bir o'zgarishlar bo'ldimi, shularni tushuntirib berasiz?
Mening da o'zgarishlar bo'ldi. Mening bolalarim 4 bolam bor. Bolalarimdan seg'indim. Hamma hozir nim qilyapti deb asliga tuqqanlarni seg'inib ismga olay desam, xuddi xudo men o'sha turmin ichida tug'ilib o'sgandeklar tomoqningmi damini bilmadim. Xuddi hamma nima hissiyotim, hamma nima yo'qolib ketgan.
Initially, when I was inside, I missed my children, my relatives. I have 4 children. And gradually, I lost this feeling of thinking about them. And I couldn't taste any food. And so, as if I was born there. Yeah, as if I always just grow up there.
Every time you refused to sign the document they wanted you to confess, you were beaten. Can you explain to the tribunal how severe your torture were.
Her bir qitim aşular mecburlab sizni aşı ekegen materialga qol qo'ydigan vaqtida siz qat'iy uni rad qilibsiz. Shu rad qilgandan keyin sizni qiyin qistoqqa olib shu qiyin qistoqlarni biroz tushuntirib berasiz. Naqadar darajada qiyin qistoqqa uchurdingiz.
Birinchi kuni soat 8 saylikda 8 soat 11gacha bular meniki tariximni qayerda tug'ildim ashlarni yozdi. Yazgandan keyin bir qog'ozni akib berdi. Buni qog'oz mana menda Xitoycha yozilgan terroristlarga yordam qildi degan.
8 dan qancha istedingiz?
11gacha. Mushunda qo'l qo'y dedi. Qo'l qo'ymasam bular endi seni qo'l qo'ydigan yerga aparmiz deb shu turmaga tashladi.
On the first day, I was questioned from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And during that time, they forced me to sign a document which indicates that I am a terrorist. I must admit and accept that I'm a terrorist. Therefore, I refused to sign that document.
Birinchi qatim shu meni so'roqqa lagerning ichida, kamerning ichida so'roq tatgan vaqtda tigr deydigan ustal bor. O'shada o'tag'izib 24 soat su bermay yo o'burniga bag'izmay ashaqda o'tag'izda kechalari ko'zim ilinib soat 3-4lar ko'zim ilinib ketsa, o'shadagi soqchilar o'zlari navbat bo'yicha turib elektroshoklar bilan kaltaklar bilan urib ko'zingni ilma, ko'zingni och, muning qo'l qo'y deb qo'l qo'yg'izdi. Men qo'ymadim.
On the first interrogation, I was secured in the metal chair for 24 hours. Every time when I dozed off, they would use electric prod and an electric stick to remind me and force me to keep my eyes open.
Elbette men qo'l qo'ymadim. Har qatim shu 24 soatdan keyin men doktorxonaga apadim. Stolda o'tirgan vaqtda, tigr stolda o'tirgan vaqtda putimiz isiq turdi. Asha 5 kilo kishan putimni sanglagan vaqtda to'yan tatib putim ishib ketib, shu yoqda boshimdan ketib yiqilib, shu doktorxonaga borgan jon so'yanga.
And while I was secured on that metal chair, my legs were hanging, and the 5 kilogram of that shackle, the metal chain, was dragging my feet. In the end, my feet was swollen so badly, and when I was released from that chair, I collapsed. That's when they took me to hospital.
Men har qatim so'roq tatgan vaqtda yer ostida kamera bor. Ki qo'l qo'ymab edim. Ular endi sen yaxshilikchi bilmaysan-ki, hozir biz endi seni deb talaga chiqdi. Talaga chiqqan vaqtda kamera yo'q. Shu yoqda ular soqchilar beshiga nimkasi ashna qiladi, bosqinchilikmi qiladi. Qo'l qo'ydirmiz deb, biroq men qo'l qo'ymadim.
Uyning ichidami, uyning sirtidami?
Uyning sirtiga chiqdi, kamera yo'q yerga.
So in the interrogation room, after I signed, they took me out of that room, and the place where there is no camera, and the police did whatever they wished, including rape as well.
Did you notice any sign of torture on other inmates that you met in the camp?
Siz o'sha qiyin qistoqdan keyin bir ahvollarni, ya'ni qiyin qistoqdan keyin ba'zi qiynalgandan keyingi ahvollarni o'z ko'zingiz bilan ko'rdingizmi? Qanday bir
albatta men o'sha yoqda yeng kirgan vaqtda nurg'un narsalarni ko'rdim. O'sha yoqdagi qizlar, ondan keyin so'roqdan keyin 24 soat, 72 soat so'roqdan keyin kirgan qizlar machiq. O'sha qizlarniki timoqlar julayotgan, 10 barmog'ini ichiga martan jig'ni salgan qizlar, o'zlari qanab ketgan, urgan qizlarni bek jiq ko'rdim. Ham ularga bosqinchilik qildimi deb so'ragan vaqtda ular ya etmay ko'zidan yosh oqqan qizlarni ko'rdim.
Yes, I frequently saw, especially those girls were taken out of the cell when they returned after 24 hours or sometimes 72 hours, and their nails were pulled out, and also all 10 fingernails. They had a nails stick in the nails. They were bleeding. Their face was bleeding. And when I asked girls whether they were raped, they didn't say yes or no. They just cried.
Мен мұны дәптерімге шығып, лагерден шығып, мұны 67 қыздың есімін яздым. Мәшәді бір Hürriyet деген 27 яшты қыз бар, ашы сорақта, қараңғы үйләгі солап, сорақта. Ана бір шықсын оқып бере, Дубайға баған гунасы, Түркияға баған гунасы, Америкаға баған ашы гунамы.
I can just read out to you several examples there. The reason was one because visited Dubai, another was visited Turkey, another one visited America.
Were the children treated any differently from the adult women?
And bu balla bilan cho'nglarninki farqliq bo'ldimi ularninki farqliq?
Yo'q, men chet ellik Qozog'istonlik bo'lsam hech qanday farq bo'lmadi. Kichik bola hech qanday emas. O'xshash ashaqda zulm ko'rdik, o'xshashlar.
No, whatsoever. Even I am being a Kazakhstan citizen as a foreigner, they didn't treat me differently.
You describe some women who permanently disappeared. Can you tell us how old they were?
Siz nurg'un ayollarninki biraqlam yo'qolib ketganligini bayramlardingizda so'zlabsiz. Ularning yashi qancha yoshda shu yo'qolib ketganlarninki?
Shu kechisi, asas kechisi ismlarini ataydi. Xalta kedirib ochiq ketdi. Nurg'un qizlar qaytib kirmadi. Yashi asosan shu 30 dan yuqori, 25 dan 25, 28, aşağıdan 40'largacha bor.
Well, many women, their name were called, and then after black sack over their head taken out, never returned. They aged between 25 to 40.
And you testify about rape and your own rape. Are you able to talk a little more about that?
Siz bu basqınçılıq toğrusida bizga biraz injiklab so'zlab beralmisiz?
O'sha talaga chiqqan vaqtda kamera yo'q. Birinchi qatim meni 404 degan kameraga akirdi. Akirgan vaqtda ishaqda bulungda karavat turdi. Karavatning ustida bir yotgan bilan taki. Aşı tiger üstelde men o'tadim. Shu ular yana shu 24 soat o'sha nimni qog'ozni akilib qo'l qo'yilsang biz chiqamaymiz dedi.
Tunji qo'l qo'y.
Yo'q. Birinchi qatim palaga chiqqan vaqtda bosqinchilikqa vaqt uni oldida qilmagan. Keyin shu sen yaxshilikchi bilmasa deb meni bek tilidi ular. Qo'l qo'y deb qo'l qo'ymagan vaqtda shu kechasi bir saqchi 27 yaşlarda bor. Aşı iştimni yeyishib, men mandaq o'tagandan keyin iştimni yeyishib, yanımga keldi, kelib shu qaltaklar bilan urdi. Elektroshoklar bilan urdi, qo'l qo'ysa imzo atmasang deb meni bek og'zi eski so'zlar bilan bek tilab ketdi. Keyin shu iştimni yeyishib yanımga keldi. Kelgan vaqtda men unga dedim, "Bari meni o'ltirma, meni o'ltirdi bular" deb. Men unga dedim, "Sening onang yo'qmi? Senin hadlerin yok mu? Senin kolun vardı maşına dedim. Ola bek yani meni urup ketdi. Men bilmeymen şaqtlar. Yani doktorxona apadı.
The first experience was when I was taken to this interrogation room, number 404, and where I saw a bed and a bedding. I was locked, secured on a metal chair. Again, they forced me to sign that document. Having refused after being beaten severely, I didn't change my mind. I resisted to sign that paper. And then eventually this male police who was about 27 years old, came to next to me and pulled down his trousers. And I said, please kill me. How dare you do this to me? Don't you have a mother or sister? So let me just ask her to continue. Şu senin apang adlarың yok mu? Bunu qandaq man qilsa meni o'ltirib bo'ldi dedim deb tushundim. To'g'ri tushunganmisiz? Ha, undan keyin nima bo'ldi?
To'g'ri, undan keyin u dedi menga, sen turunga qarab baqma, sen hayvonga o'xshaysan dedi. Sen qandaqsan men onam bo'lasan, ocham bo'lasan, og'zingni yum deb siz og'zlaringni yum deb meni yana qattiq eshaqda urib.
He verbally abused me and said, look at yourself. How dare you compare yourself to my mother or to sister? You are just like an animal now. Look at you. And then he started also pinching me and poking me with electric prod.
Qattiq urib atgandan keyin shu doktorxonaga bordim. Doktorxonaga bordim.
Basqınçılıq doğrusidikini tushuntirasınız dedi. Axir bo'lgan ishni.
Axir bo'lgan ishni shu elektroshoklar bilan urib, kaltak bilan urib qildi, og'zim ekeldi.
So it's extremely difficult for me to even describe. I was beaten up severely, and then in the end, again, I was taken to hospital after that experience.
It is difficult for any woman to talk about such degrading and humiliating experience and rape. And I wonder if you could tell us what the impact of talking about this has in your community.
Bir ayol kishi uchun har qanday bu bir bosqinchilikqa uchrash va inson bo'lmagandek, inson emasdek bundaq bir nimaga uchrash har qanday odam uchun intayin bir eg'ir. Endi siz mushu o'zingizningki beshingizdan kechirgan bu mushu bosqinchilik degan mush tarafdagi bo'lgan ishlarni o'zingizninki community, ya'ni o'zingizninki millatingizning orasida so'zlash qanday bir nimada bo'lsa shuni bir tushuntirib bera olamsiz?
Tushuntirib beraman. Men lagerdan chiqib 20 kun Qozog'istonda bolalarımın yanında bo'ldim. Qandaq ana o'zining bolalarini tashlab boshqa yerga ketdi. 1,5 yil ko'mgan. Şu men ularni o'ziga qarayamadim. Ularga mushu guvohlik berib, keyin qanaq ularni o'ziga qarayman, uruq tuqqanlarim o'ziga deb. Shunda ularni indalamay men 20 kungacha o'ylandim. Keyin Turkiyaga berib dedim, maylim deb meni tuqqanlarim, bolalarim anglasın, media anglasın, meni ağzımdan anglamasın deb.
It was extremely difficult after arriving in Kazakhstan, after 15 months not seeing my own children. I couldn't look at their face. It was difficult. And I decided to speak up after I left Kazakhstan. And I couldn't tell them my experience. I thought it is better for them to hear from media than direct from me.
Men hazırgacha yuragim yaram, normal psixologiyam buzildi. Men hazırgacha normal yaşayamam. Men buni yaram, ichimdagi yaram.
I am suffering from this deep pain, which is sustained in my heart inside. I'm not normal. I'm still psychologically, I'm not normal any longer. I'm suffering.
I don't want to add to your suffering. Can you tell us whether there are any other impacts on your health other than this very obvious mental suffering?
Endi mushu hozir sizninki o'zingizga bayam so'zlagandek o'zingizning psixolog jihatdagi normal bolanmağanlığınız və hazırki azaplarınızdan başqa, həm də sizin yəni texmo bu suallar bilan azaplaşını biz xalamayız. Özünüzün başqa yəni salametçilikdə qandaq bir özgürüşlər oldu.
Salomatligim bunun Fransiyaga kelganimga 7 oy bo'ldi. Fransiyada shu yurak kasali bilan qon besimim bor ham tuberkuloz og'irligi.
Madam Interpreter, will you ask if she'd like a break? And if she does, we'll take one.
I suffer from heart problem, high blood pressure, and also I have tuberculosis. I suffer from tuberculosis as well. I've been in France for about 7 months now. I asked whether she needed a break.
Okay.
Yeah. But then aram elip onu gene. No, I can continue. Because I survived the China's camp, the concentration camp, and of course I can bear.
Can you tell me again, the 14-year-olds, the young girls, you said they were treated the same. Were these children also subject to similar experiences? Were children raped, to your knowledge?
Siz bu 14 yaşlıq balalarını heç qandaq fərq yox, oxşaş zulmğa uçurdu dediniz. Sizcə, sizin bilişinizcə, şu balalarmı oxşaş basqınçılıqqa uçurdu?
Onu mən bilməyəm, o qızlar birinci qətim görgəndə 14 yaş qız. Bək sözləməkdə oturub yığladı.
I don't know. The child who was 14 years old never spoke. She sat there just crying.
So they didn't answer when you asked them whether they were raped?
Siz onlardan sorğan vaxtda ular sizə o doğruluq cavab vermədi.
Yoxda sözləş mümkün emas. Həm də yedimiz otağan məndə tamğa qarab, o boruna qarab sözləyimiz pis avazda, az pis avazda. Həm də həməsi bilan məndə vaxtda sözləşəməyimiz, yedimiz otağanla bilan sözləşələyik.
It's impossible to communicate with everyone. We have to sit facing the glass wall toilet. We could only quietly speak to the girls next to it, so nearby, close by.
Saqçılar dətdi, sizlər diqqət qılınlar gəplərinlərə, sizlərin meninglarını görələyimiz. Bir meninglarını emas, sizlərniki avazınlarını məşə kiçikkinə qarna nimlərini görələyimiz, toçqlarını. Bir biz köməyimiz sizlərni Beijingdə otağan başqalarını görətdi də daim aşı gəplərini qılatdı.
The police repeatedly warned us that they can see through our brain. They could see through everything, every little dots on our face. They said even in Beijing they can see you. So that was we were repeatedly warned that we must be careful about speaking to one another because we were constantly watched.
Mən özüm Xitayca deməyə düşənməyəndikən əşət qızlar tərcümə qılıb berətdi. Şu avazlarını tərcümə qılan avazlarını aşağı labada anlaplar, jügrəb saqçılar kim sözlədətdi. Qızlar Gülbar dətdi. Mən dedim, həm də mən Xitayca bilməm, nim dəvadı dəb tərcümə qılıb bədə desəm sözləməsdən tamda 4 saatlap mən tudum tamda.
Every time when I asked the girls to translate what was told, because I didn't speak Chinese, when the order came through the transmitter, the loudspeaker, so I asked the girls to tell me what it was said, and then after the police would just run, the guard would run and came, ask who was speaking, and everyone said it was me, and many times I was forced to stand facing the wall like 4 hours for just talking to other girls.
Thank you. Yeah. you have been told that the arm of the Chinese state is very long. You have been told that Beijing might see you when you were in the prison. Who do you think could see you there? What did you fear?
Siz bayam dediniz, bizning qo'llarimiz uzun nega bassang, biz seni topalaymiz. Anandan keyin masalan ashad o'tag'andimi Beijingdagilar seni ko'ralaydi deb shunaq debdi. Sizce buningdan siz qo'rqdingizmi? Sizce kim sizni ko'ralaydi? Shuni o'zingiz taxmin qildingizmi?
Albatta, men nurg'un o'sha Kamerun lagerda bo'lganda o'yladim, ham sirtqa chiqibman. Menanki mushu ko'ga osh qilgan deb sen bilan men ko'taramasdan mayli dunyoni anglatib meni Xitoy o'ltasin deb qo'rqmay hozirgacha davatman. Men albatta Xitoydan qo'rqmayman.
Yes, when I was there in detention, and also after I left the detention, I knew that they were after me, and the threat is there. But for me, up until today, I've been saying that I don't care if I die, even if they kill me. I want to tell all the disgraceful, inhuman treatment, not just myself, but others as well.
Bir men ölsem milyonlagan aşı lagerda yatgan, beguna yatgan qarindoshlarımni saqlab qolayman deb o'ylayman.
I believe sacrificing my own life might be able to save those millions of my fellow Uyghurs who are locked up in camps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
I have two very quick questions. When you say Beijing could see you, they spoke Mandarin. What word did they use?
Benim ikki sualim var. Bir sualim sizga mushta Beijingni seni ko'ralaydi degan vaqtda siz men Xitoycha bilmayman dedingiz. Qandaq sizga buni anglatdi?
Eşaktaki kızlar hamdagi verin soraymiz dedi deb yenimde o'tagan qizlarning qanaqcha kuniga beka o'tamasdan naqsh o'gin oladaydi. O 5 Xitoyning marsh naqshlarini o'gilmiz shu arliqda qizlar deb berdi tarjima. Yenimde o'tagan Uyg'ur qizlar.
The girls who sat next to me interpreted for me. Every time when we had to, during the day, we were constantly forced to sing those 5 red songs, and during that period, they would explain to me what was said.
Okay, your family was sent a letter on 25th of May 2017, and in that letter they charged you with terrorism. Had you signed the document whilst you were in this camp at that point?
Sizningki ailingizga shu yo'llagan xatda bu 2017-yili 25-may sizni shu terrorga chetilgan degan. Mushuning siz qo'l qo'yib baqdingizmi?
Yo'q, qo'l qo'ymadim. Nim bo'lsa men o'ltasim mayli men o'ltasim. Men uchun meniki tuqqanlar mening bolalarim azob chekmasin dedimda qo'l qo'ymadim.
No, I refused to sign. I thought they could kill me, but I didn't want my children, my relatives suffer as a result.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask you a little bit about the medicines that you took. You were given regular medicines every 10 days or so. Did they look the same, or were there different types?
Siz şu doğru to'g'riliq dediniz. Her bir 10 kunda doğru berganligi. Bu doğru her bir ağa vaqtinglardagi bu doğru o'xshash doğrumidi? Ya biraz farqi bormi ishgan dorilarning?
Yo'q, o'xshash dori'da ham o'zlariniki suvi bordi, suyini beradi bir stakanda. Hammamiz bir stakandan ichadi.
All looked the same, and they also gave us a glass of water. We would just
So I
take
can't hear.
those pills with a glass of water.
Right. And then on one occasion, you said you were given 20 pieces of medicine. Did they also all look the same, or were there different types?
Siz bir qitim bana 20 talgıdaki doğru bədi depsiz. Bu doğrular hemsi oxşaş görünetdimi ya farqlıq mıdı?
20 tal dori u oxirgi kuni chiqirimiz degan kuni 3 kun menga berdi. U vitaminlar. Ular o'xshamaydi. U burunqi bergan dorilarga o'xshamaydi.
Those were different. They prescribed me during the time that after I was released. That 3 days I was kept in hospital, and so those were vitamins. It's different from what I took during the detention.
Okay. And you also said you had a drip. What color was the fluid that they were giving you?
Asmakul saldı depsiz. Asmakul qandaq asmakul de onu bilemsiz. Qandaq asmıdı.
Kimga mangami? Yo'q, menga ismi qo'ysamidi? Yo'q. Doktorxonadami?
Doktorxonada asmakul.
Yo'q, doktorxonada samida bizga 10 kunda bir haftada bir dori beradi, 10 kunda bir meyli qon elib meshaga soladi. Hammamizga. Uni
Ama
biz
sizga
bilmaymiz.
nima asmakul?
Asmakul samida yo'q, boshqa qizlarga soldi, menga yo'q.
Yeah. No, I never had a drip in hospital anywhere. But once every 10 days, they draw blood, and all of the girls in the cell we had to give blood.
Sorry, it does say she was given vitamins and drips.
Ma bu
40.
bayanatta sizning kam vitamin quvvatlantiradigan onundikin nima asmakul okul saldı depdi. O nima?
Yo'q. Ukol samida dori berdi. Dori.
Ams tarjimonlikda xatolik bo'lishi kerak.
Tarjimanda xato bo'lishi kerak, tarjimanda.
Possibly lost in translation, but I was never given drip.
Just one more quick question. You said sometimes you were taken to a hospital, and then on one occasion you said prison hospital. Was it the same hospital, or did you have to travel out to another hospital?
Siz şu doktorxonaga apa dediniz. Doktorxon nima turma doktorxonasimi yo doktorxonaning sirtidimi? Turmaning sirtidagi doktorxonami? O hammasi o'xshashmi har qatim borgan yerimiz?
Yo'q, o'xshamaydi. U yoqda kamerlar bor. Bir qavatlik. U doktorxona keyin qizlar biladi ekan u doktorxonani. Tağının o'ttirsida chatlarda sap turmalar silinib ketgan. 1-chi, 5-chi, 6-chi turmalar hammasi. Bu yoqda normal odam kiramaydi, saplıqda jinoyatchilar. Men asha doktorxonada dedim, jig'nisib o'ltagan doktorxona ochdik.
4 yil qatında shu yerga borgan.
4 yil qatim yashadim. Jon so'yam.
The hospital where I was taken, located on the top of the mountains and surrounded by other detention centers, including number 5 and other camps. The so-called patients are all prisoners. Were all prisoners. That is the secure prison hospital that no ordinary people can go there.
Thank you.
So all 4 occasions I was there. I was taken there.
Thank you. Were the women forced to undergo abortion in the prison impregnated by rape?
Şu türmede jarayonida ayollar bosqinchilik uchrab qo'zg'ida qilib qilib uningdan shu bolani tushirayotgan ahvolni bilamsiz, ko'rdingizmi?
Yo'q, undaqlarni ko'rdim, yo'q.
No, I don't know.
Were the various medical examinations that you had to undergo for the purpose of monitoring your health or for some other reason?
Endi har qatimda sizningki tan salomatligingizni tekshirish, har xil o'xshamagan tekshirish qilganda sizcha sizning salomatligingizningki ko'ngil bo'lganligi uchun qildimi yoki boshqa niyat bilan qildimi sizce?
Yo'q, albatta boshqa niyatlar bilan qildik.
Of course not for my health, it's definitely for other reasons.
Thank you. And last question. What do you think the point of the torture and the sexual violence was? What were the prison guards, the police officers seeking to achieve? Why did they do this?
Bular şu lagerning ichidagi ayollarga qarshi bu qadar zo'ravonlik qilish, bosqinchilik qilish, bundaq zulm qilishdagi maqsad nima? Bular zaten nimaga erishmoqchi bular qilish orqali?
Şu Uyg'urlarni yo'qotish, Uyg'urlarga shu genotsid qilyotdi. Qanday savol dedingiz?
Endi bularni qilishga ularning maqsadi nima? Yana shunaqa bosqinchilik qilib, bu qadar zulm qilib, bunda endi ularni nimaga erishmoqchi bu qadar zulm qilishniki maqsadi nima?
Shu nomusimizni tushirish ularning maqsadi shu bizniki vujudimizni yo'q qilish.
Is to destroy us, to disgrace and humiliate the Uyghurs, and they are carrying out this genocide against Uyghur people.
Thank you. Can I just revert to the previous question? If the purpose of the medical examination was not to monitor your health, do you have any idea, can you speculate even, why they might have been carrying out these examinations?
Endi bayamqi yana savolga kelsak, agarda bu tekshirishlar sizning sog'lomligingizni maqsad qilmagan bo'lsa, sizce o'zingizningki o'yingiz bo'yicha, ko'z qarashingizcha bu tekshirishningki maqsadi nima?
Bizda 3 oyda bir avtobuslar, nurg'un yangi avtobuslar turadi. Bizni har bir kameradan qancha odam bo'lsa 40 odamni bir avtobusga o'tiriblar. Tekshirishga maxsus bijo deydi, bijoga deydigan, shu bijoga olib tushiradi. Uningdagi tushirib kelgandan keyin 2-3 kundan keyin bölüşke başladı. Bilmeyim nimsini.
Well, once every 3 months, buses arrived at the camp, and we were taken to those buses, like 40 women on the same bus, taken to this check-up place. They did ultrasound, we say bicha, which is the ultrasound, and then we brought back. And soon after that, they would regroup people. I didn't know what was the purpose of doing that.
Thank you. Actually, one more question, if you'll permit me. In your statement, there is evidence of, I believe, a young woman who had a kidney missing, I assume removed. Do you have any more information about that?
Sizningki bayanatınızda hem bayam degeninizde bir kızınki şu böğrükünü evetkenlikini köydüm, şeyinimde otağın kızının böğrükünü ev tuttu dediniz. Bu doğruluk yani başkaça bir bizge uçur berelemsiz.
Ya ben bilmeyen kirgendan keyin o kızning batdiga yenimde o'tadi. 25 yosh qiz qarsam qon eqib turdi. Mana suluq holtini is qo'yibdi. Keyin azken asta kashlarda asta nim bo'ldi desam shu böğrüğümni oldi dedi. O'shada dejurniy hipokrizlar bor. Ashlar suluq holtini qonlar, jiringlar to'shib ketsa, elib o borni to'kitib yana shuni is qo'ydi. Uni so'rashga u yoqda mumkinchilik yo'q.
Yani hozirlikni siz qanday o'zingiz faraz qilasiz deydi. Farazlarni so'rayapti.
Uni albatta butkul dunyo biladi. Hamma bizmi shaqda biladi, organlarni oladi. Organlarni oldi. Ham jig'ni sep, o'sha doktor xonim jig'ni sep uxiltib o'ltiryapti. Ularning organini oldi.
Well, I saw this young lady who was sitting next to me, and I saw the plastic bag hanging. There was blood. they had to come and exchange, the nurse would come and exchange it. And later I asked her at night quietly, what happened to you? And she said, my kidney was removed. Of course, everyone should know, the whole world should know that they are taking organs of the prisoners. I know that the women there are waiting to be injected to death, giving injection to death, and even them, the organs would be removed.
Thank you. One just further question about the young woman whose kidney was missing. Is the witness aware as to whether she had a kidney infection or some other ailment prior to other? In other words, was the kidney, as far as she knows, healthy before its removal?
Bu müşyenimiz kızık kelsek, bu kızınki böğrükünü evetti, böğrükümünü evetti deptu. Bu böğrükününki keseldin bir yallıqlanış, birden boğallıqdan alınğanmı ya başka məqsəddən alınğanmı? Bunu bu kız biləttimi sizge düşendirpədimi?
Yo'q, u yerda tushuntirmadi. U doktorxonada bak nima u yoqda Xitoylar dejurni bo'lib turdi. Xitoylar qarab turdi, shu u yoqda mumkin emas so'zlash.
It's impossible to talk more or they can explain anything because the Chinese always on duty and watching, and no, it wasn't possible.
Okay. Sorry, apologies, Sir Geoffrey, if I may just ask one further question. In regard to your previous response, was it common knowledge? Was it discussed? Were you aware of the practice of forced organ harvesting within the prison system or indeed beforehand?
Hem şu türmelerin içinde sizin bilişinizce insanlar şu mecburi organ ivatqanlığı, yani o mecburi organların elip sitvatqanlık, ətkəsçilik qıvatqanlık bu doğrusida özürü biləttimi şu türmelerin içinde edimlədi?
Bilətti. Lagerlarda sözləşətdik.
Yes, there was discussion happened even in prison regarding organ harvesting.
Ben üzərimdən ki, məni öldürdü, orqalarımın aldı da mən kütüb oturattım üzərimdə könümdə.
I even expected that they might take my organs away and kill me.
Just a further question on that. Could you explain why this fear existed? Where was the information in regard to that concern coming from?
Siz hem de muş doğruluk yani biraz düşündürüp berəlemsiz. Qandaq nemi səbəbdən bu işki əzalarımızın evaldı degen bu ənsizcilik boladı, əndəç boladı. Bu uçurlar nədən gəldi sizlərə ya başqalarına?
Bu yoqdan da istizla bir şey xaltı gedirib açıq ketdi, qaytıb kirmagəndən keyin biz əndəş qılatdıq. Yo'qab ketdi, hem de sağ qız, 20-30 yaşlı qız, onun nim kerak, şu organlar kerak. Yo'qab ketdi deganda kelib biz bilatdik, ular
Şu bilgi sizlərə öz anlığa qandaq kelətdi ya öz anlığına pərizinglarını başladı.
Özümüzün hem de sırtdama aşağıdaki vatandaki qızlar, keyin kirgan qızlardan uçurlarını aladı.
Well, every time when the girls aged 20-30 years old are taken away and never returned, we had that concern that they were all healthy and suddenly disappeared. And we did have these thoughts about they might have their organs harvested or taken. Yeah.
And insofar as the witness is aware, and I appreciate this may be difficult to know, were the young women who were taken away, had they been subject to medical examination at some prior point?
Muşu qızlarni ketishninki, endi yo'qolib ketishiningki oldida, shu oldida muşu doktor tekshirish muşu ishlar bo'ladimi? Shu demakchi bo'lgan shu doktor tekshirishdan keyin oz kun o'tmasdan yo'qolib ketadi shunaqa.
Şu doktorga aparatdı, bijoq tushiradi, kelgan kelar bizni bo'latdi. Yoshlarni ayrim, cho'nglarni ayrim. Shunaqa biz bilatdik, qanday. Bijoq tushaganda qizlar bilatdi. Ha, yana bir ishlar bor ekanda dedi.
Well, it happened soon after the medical examination. We were taken for a medical examination and ultrasound. After ultrasound, the girls already know that maybe something is going to happen. So soon after, we were all regrouped, we age group regrouped, and then there were girls disappeared.
And were there any older women who disappeared, or was the predominance of disappeared women younger in the 20 to 30 year age group?
Bu yo'qolib ketganlar asosliq shu yoshlarmi, 20-30 yoshlik qiyirlarmi bo'ldimi?
Yo'q, asosli yoshlar.
Predominantly young women, not elderly.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey.
This is a related question. You say in your testimony, you spoke earlier about when you were in hospital, there were people wearing orange clothes. How many of those were there? What proportion of the people there had orange clothes? And secondly, you say that a roommate told you that they were sent for sleeping, in quotes, death, in other words. What was the source of her information? How did she know what happened to the people in orange clothes?
Siz bayan shu juz rang kiygan kishi qizlar to'g'risida gap qildingiz va bularninki eng oxirida o'g'il silib o'ltirib o'tadiganligini uqdim dedingiz. Bu fikr sizga qanday keldi? Siz qanday bildingiz bularninki shu ham qancha kishini ko'rdingiz misolga shu nima kiygandan?
Ben iki kişini gördüm. Ben kirgan vaqtda bir soatdan keyin men hamda yangi kirgan vaqt doktorxonaga bir qizni yuzima rangli ochiq ketdi. Yanımda bir ay turam deydigan bir qiz o'tirgan, 41 yoshlik. Kechda soat 7larda naqshi o'yindigan nim bor. Shu naqshini yezib, o'sha o'rgatdi menga. Naqsh aytayotgan vaqtda o'sha qiz dedi, siz ko'rdingizmi? Hozir cüz rayonunda açık getirdi dedi. Ya köydüm desem şu kız dedi uxultup öldürdü de. Uxultup öldürdü de. Keyin öz uxulmamdaki desem ya hazır atmaydı işte uxultup de. Hem iki adamını gördüm.
In total, I saw two. One was on the day when I was admitted in that hospital. Soon after, they took this orange vest. The girl who was wearing an orange vest taken out. And the girl who was teaching me the song during the singing session. And she used that opportunity and told me that, did you see that orange vest girl taken out and she is going to be put to sleep? And I thought, can't she sleep herself? And said, no, she will be put to sleep forever. So now they don't execute prisoners by shooting through lethal injection.
And what age was the girl who was taken away, woman who was taken away?
Mushu juz rang nim kiygan qizninki yosh turami qanchalikda, qancha yoshlarda dedi?
40'larda var mı ki? 40 yaşlarda.
I think possibly 40.
40.
Possibly 40.
Can I ask you too about the Kazakh government? Did the Kazakh government make any efforts to get you released before you were finally released? I understand that they were involved in your release. And after you were released, did they show any interest in your case and how you'd been treated as a Kazakh citizen?
Endi siz şu türmede jarayonida Kazak hükümeti, yani sizin hükümetiniz sizni şu türmeden ip çıkış için bir tirişçilik gösterdimi? Bilmem siz en ahırda kutuldunuz, yani Kazak devletinin garajdan boğalıqınız için, ama şu jarayonida siz ne çıkış için bir tirişçilik gösterdimi? Siz çıqqandan keyin yana sizni qo'g'dash uchun bir tirishchilik ko'rsatdimi?
Meni ismimni xitoycha yozgandan keyin shifrli nomer bergandan keyin balkim konsulliklar izlagantu, biroq mening ismim u yoqda pasportning nomeri yo'q. Shuning uchun yo'q deb ularni avatgantu deb o'zim o'ylayman. Biroq shu kelgan xatlar hammasi ministrlar bolalarni xat yozgan vaqtda shu yozgan xatlari kelgan bolalarımga neçede hammasida yozilib.
Even changed the glove, the disposable glove. They just using the so fast and quick.
Second, did you ever hear of women who were subjected to forced abortion or who were sexually assaulted or raped fighting back?
Aşad vaqtimizda şu ayollarninki qo'sug'ining bolalarning tushganligini, ananingkin forced abortion and becoming bit tight.
Sexual assaults and rape.
Onunkin şu yana bosqinchiliklar uchirganlik to'g'risida angladingizmi?
Albatta anladım. Bosqinchilik to'g'rilarini anladım. Hem bolalarni tushirib etib şu qanaqa vaqtda şu dori berdi to'xtab qoldi. Hem üçüncü yıl ayollar bir kun bo'lgan ayollar bolalarni nada bilmayman ularni akiladi. Akagan vaqt sutlari oqqan vaqt ularni dori berdi, suti 1-2 soatda to'xtaydi.
Yes, there were women who were subjected to, abortion, aborting their unborn baby, and also rape, as I have mentioned in my statement. And I would like also just add this: there were women who were brought in soon after giving birth, and they had milks was still dripping, and they also were given pills to stop that.
The question was, did any of those women ever fight back physically against what was being done to them?
Asli savol men bayam toza yaxshi anglayolmay qoldim. Bular qarshi chiqqanini ko'rdingizmi shularga? Mushunda qilganlik uchun o'ziga bosqinchilik qilganligi, bolalarni tushirib etganligi va mushuna qarshi qilganlar bormi?
Bir qizni men ko'rdim, qarshi chiqqan, sizlar meni begona men soldinglar, nimcha soldinglar degan vaqtda o qizni bek qattiq urdi. Urgan vaqtda ikki qo'lini ikki putiga chetib qo'yib, qiz o'mlab, obornoq berib o'mlab ashta qilib yurdi. O qizni doimla ashta qorong'i uylarga solgandan keyin o qiz Hurriyat degan 27 yosh qiz ash qizni o'lganini men ko'rdim.
Yes, one of the women shouted back that I am innocent, and then they fixed her hand and the ankle, so she had to bow in that position. So each time when she went to toilet, she had to crawl like that to go to toilet. Eventually, she was beaten to death. Her name is Hurriyat.
Gulbahar Yelilova, thank you very much for giving evidence at the tribunal today. Your evidence is now finished.
Siz bugün bizge şu bergen bayanatlarınızda, suallarımızga bergen javoblaringizdan intayin mamnun bo'ldim. Sizga ko'proq endi tugadi.
Sizlarga rahmat.
Mr. Sabi, could you arrange for documents to which the witness has referred to be made available, checking first, as necessary, that will not endanger anyone else?
We'll do that.
Thank you. The next witness.
The next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Nathan Rooser. Dr. Zamit Borda will be questioning the witness.
Thank you. Nathan Rooser is a researcher with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute's International Cyber Policy Centre. His research on the nature, scale and growth of the camps, as determined through satellite imagery, has been featured in many international media outlets. He has also published on the destruction of Uyghur cultural and religious heritage in Xinjiang. In his report, or rather reports, he provides details of the different strands,
tombs, graves, and cemeteries. And this was relatively uniform across Xinjiang. There were some areas with less destruction, namely Urumqi and Kashgar city, and we suspect those were sort of lower rates of demolition because they're sort of this, in many cases, they've been sort of Disneyfied and theme parkified into this tourist city. But what we did find actually quite interesting was that the destruction of cemeteries seemed to be quite a local matter. So, for example, we estimate that between 400 and 500 cemeteries in Aksu prefecture, which were about 40%, which were over 50% of the ones that we looked at, had been demolished. And similar, there are many counties in Hotan where the vast majority of cemeteries had been demolished. But there are other areas of Xinjiang, such as Kashgar, where that didn't seem to be taking place so much. So one example I want to talk about specifically on that cultural genocide front is that of Ordam Mazar, which is this 1,000-year-old sacred site sort of between, in the desert outside of Kashgar. It's about 20 kilometers from the nearest cultivated area. And sort of that's always been the site of a large pilgrimage in Xinjiang. And in 2002 or 1999, in that early 2000s era, the site was closed and sort of people were just sneaking in at night to do that pilgrimage. But we found that the entire facility, the entire sort of community, the Mazar itself and the village that was surrounding it was entirely demolished in December 2017. So every single building in that sort of area had been razed. And this is sort of that necessitated sort of taking bulldozers through 20 kilometers of sand dunes and such to conduct that demolition. What we also found was that was about the same time that a prominent anthropologist in Xinjiang, Rahil Dawood, she was also detained in December 2017. And a lot of her body of work had been studying that shrine and other pilgrimages in Xinjiang. Another interesting thing that we found was that throughout northern Xinjiang, in the period from sort of 2012 to 2015, a lot of mosques had actually been sort of revitalized. They'd been reconstructed with a lot more prominent Islamic architecture. And that I can't speculate as to why that was, but it was a trend that we definitely saw throughout the northern part of Xinjiang. And then 2 years later in 2017, you sort of started seeing that reversed, and you started seeing mosques that just got rebuilt 2 years ago being demolished or being sort of having a lot of those renovations removed. And so I think in a good way that sums up some of those, I guess, attitudes towards Uyghur culture and traditions is a speech from the Deputy Secretary of Aksu Prefecture, Madan Mugai, and they called on government departments to waste no time in guiding the masses to change their customs and abandon closed, backwards, conservative and ignorant customs. So that was their defense for the reason that they demolished a lot of those cemeteries. And sort of that shows that sort of, it gets referred to a lot in Chinese documents, that sort of human quality element that sometimes has this racial tinge to it, sometimes it doesn't. The final report I'd like to briefly talk about in the statement is our birth rates report. And basically what we found was, what was widely known was that the birth rate in Xinjiang had declined precipitously since 2017, specifically since 2018, because these policies started taking place in May and June 2017. So they started affecting the birth rate in 2018. But what we found was throughout Xinjiang, there was about a half decline. So about the birth rate had effectively halved in 2 years. I think it was 48.75%. I'd have to check that number. But it was something around that. And what we also found was that that decline had almost exclusively been occurring in Uyghur areas, in areas where there was sort of high indigenous percentage of the population. So, for example, when we just looked at the indigenous majority counties, we saw this really sharp decline in birth rates. So, if, for example, comparing the 2018 birth rate, which is the last year that full data was released, there are about 160,000 fewer children born in Uyghur majority and indigenous majority counties than would be expected based on sort of an average birth rate baseline from prior to the crackdown. Whereas in Han majority counties in Xinjiang, of which there are a few, the birth rate had stayed pretty much stable. In fact, there were about 3,000 more children born than what you'd expect. So what we sort of showed is across Xinjiang, not only are you seeing this sort of unprecedented decline in the birth rate, and from all of our research, we were unable to find a split period in any part of the world since 1950. So it should be noted that, like a lot of places that have experienced genocide, don't keep good birth rate statistics. But we did find some good stuff from the Khmer Rouge, where the Cambodian government had done surveys after the genocide to sort of work out this demographic effect. And we found that throughout the Khmer Rouge, the birth rate declined by about 30% among this cohort of, I think it was women that were aged in their 20s at the time of the genocide. So you've seen sort of the birth rate decline in Xinjiang being a much greater rate than what you saw in Cambodia during the Khmer Rouge. But not only is this decline sort of unprecedented and like precipitously steep, but it also is disproportionately affecting heavy indigenous communities in Xinjiang. We found evidence of government directives specifically saying these Uyghur heavy 4 southern prefectures of Xinjiang, these are targeted with specific birth reduction campaigns. And we also found, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, we found that there was this incredible decline almost exclusively in Uyghur areas. And this birth rate decline had continued into 2019, where we were able to construct partial data from about a bit more than half, 50 to 60% of the counties in Xinjiang. And we found that this actually had very dramatically increased the decline in birth rate. So what you saw was sort of a period of about 20 years from 1990 to 2015, where the birth rate in Xinjiang remained quite stable at about 125% of what China's national birth rate average is. Then in the last 2 years, it's dropped precipitously to about 70 to 80% of what China's national birth rate is. And then this sort of goes counter to what we've seen the Chinese government authorities attempt to do in recent months and recent weeks even across the rest of China, which is encourage births, encourage Chinese women to have more children. And we've seen sort of very targeted policies across China to sort of pursue that goal it's honestly been the last few years that it's been mentioned, but only the last few months that policy has really taken place. But in Xinjiang, we're seeing very, very deliberate efforts to sort of systematically lower the birth rate, especially and disproportionately affecting areas that are heavily Uyghur and heavily indigenous.
Thank you, Mr. Ruza. My questions are going to revolve mainly around the two reports, one on the detention system and the other on the report you just mentioned around birth rates and family deplanning. So starting with your work on documenting Xinjiang's detention system, where, as you told us, you have analyzed satellite data for over 380 different suspected detention facilities. In that report, you go on to state as follows. The available evidence suggests that many of the detainees in Xinjiang's re-education network are now being formally charged and locked up in higher security facilities. And my first question is just one about verification. How are you able to say that or to know that?
So from our perspective, we got that information from examining the satellite evidence, especially seeing these higher security, these generally sort of formal prisons or pre-trial detention sites actually expanding and constructing and sort of building more buildings in the region. But that was I don't think that is enough to prove what we were seeing on its own. But that also corroborated evidence that we were hearing from a lot of victims and victims' families that sort of their relatives who were detained were sort of going from this re-education centre and this political indoctrination centre and formally being sentenced to prison sentences. And that was a thing that sort of especially picked up in 2019, but has continued still. So I think it would be fair to say that at least my assessment is at the moment, the detention facilities are not at their greatest capacity, because I believe that a lot of people in the lower security facilities have been sort of released into those forced labour streams or sort of location control. But yeah, we definitely sort of, my understanding is that it seems likely that the rate of formal detention and prison sentences is increasing, and that's based on satellite imagery, but also victim testimony. And I think there has been some indication of it in official records, but I don't know that too well myself.
Okay, thank you. Because that then raises the question of what's the point, isn't it? So what's the point of re-educating students if they then end up in a high security facility?
Well, that would be just speculation from my part, but I would expect that, and it's definitely not all of the lower security people that did get sentenced to formal prison sentences. A lot of them were released into those labour streams or generally neighbourhood or village detention. So I would suspect that it would be sort of the ones that showed adequate progress in those generally 18 months to 2 years of political re-education were released, and those that showed sort of insignificant or unsatisfactory progress in what China was attempting to teach them and indoctrinate them in were then sentenced to prison. That would be my guess, but that's pure speculation.
Thanks for that. Okay, so let us speak about those who showed progress and were released. With so many re-education camps in Xinjiang, given that they began operating since around 2017, I would say you would expect to see today a proportion of newly graduated and highly educated Uyghur students in Xinjiang. And with the documents that you have come across, do you know whether this is the case?
Well, highly educated probably isn't the correct word. A lot of this is political education and indoctrination, but also vocational training. So you've seen stuff like people that were previously highly educated, such as school teachers or nurses or doctors, being trained in vocational training, such as garment, factory, produce and stuff. And we certainly have seen a lot of people that appear to sort of be introduced into these government organised labour programs that are coming from what used to be detention sites. And we know that in part because of Chinese state media, so it's not the most sort of reliable source, but in here there's no reason for me personally to doubt that those people that they're showing are actually genuine graduates as they call them, from these centres. And yeah, also the fact that a lot of sort of victims, families in the diaspora have sort of started reporting that some family members have been released. So yeah, that's my understanding of that.
Thanks for that. My next brief set of questions now relate to your other report on family de-planning, as it's called. So in your research on that matter and the changing birth rates in Xinjiang, you find that beginning April 2017, the Chinese Communist Party launched what you call a series of strike hard campaigns against illegal births in Xinjiang, with the explicit aim to decrease the birth rate in southern Xinjiang. You go on to say, however, that this policy is in stark contrast with the loosening of birth control restrictions elsewhere in China. So first and foremost, would it be fair to say, therefore, that the PRC are specifically targeting Uyghur, Kazakhs, and other minorities in southern Xinjiang for this reduction in birth rates?
So that's a question that sort of we were seeking to answer. And it's increasingly difficult to answer that because less and less statistics are being released by the Chinese government. So prior to 2017, their sort of official statistical communique, the Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, had tables of birth rates for each county, and it split that birth rate into the actual birth rate and the birth rate among ethnic minority, the Minzu people populations in the county. So you could very clearly see the difference between the overall birth rate and the generally Uyghur birth rate. Since 2017, that data has stopped being published, and they only provided the overall birth rate. And so that is why we sort of use this geographic perspective, because across the counties in Xinjiang, they range from about 4% Indigenous to 99.5% Indigenous. So by looking at the birth rate decline across that gradient of increasing Indigenous populations, we then could sort of infer sort of how that policy was affecting the birth rate of Uyghur people and other indigenous nationalities in Xinjiang. And yeah, so what we found was a very clear correlation that the more indigenous an area was, the further the birth rate had fallen since the crackdown, specifically since April 2017.
Thanks for that. And would you be able to tell from the documents you've come across whether such a policy would have been planned at the local, regional, or national level?
So it seems to be quite uniform. A lot of these policies are quite are not public. A lot of these directives. What we found referenced in a lot of family planning documents was specific reference to a Xinjiang-wide directive talking about the lowering of birth rate in 4 specific prefectures that were Uyghur majority. So that is Kyzyl, Kashgar, Khotan, and Aksu. Those 4 counties, which are predominantly Uyghur, we did find reference to Xinjiang-level directives trying to target a lower birth rate in those areas. But it should be noted that the birth rate did get lower quite uniformly outside of those 4 prefectures too.
Thank you. I've just got 2 further...
Majority areas, sorry, not overall. The Han County showed a much lower rate of decline.
Thanks for that clarification. I've just got 2 further brief questions, if I may. The first is, you referred to it this morning here in the UK. You said that the birth rate decline in Xinjiang is unprecedented and precipitously steep. However, in your report, you suggest that this is aimed at reducing the population in Xinjiang. You never really used the term destroying that population. Is that correct?
Yes. So I think it's really difficult to sort of draw those implications just out of these statistics. And so we've generally been quite cautious in that. I think what this report shows, and especially the sort of disproportionate way in which Uyghur families are being affected, is that there is definitely sort of systematic campaigns to reduce the birth rate. And what it appears to be is that the birth rate in most of these areas now is below sort of what is necessary for that population to stay stable. And I think if you look at the 2018 and 2019 population figures, the birth rate for the overall population of Uyghurs has actually declined slightly. But it's I don't think personally I'm qualified based on the statistics research that we did to say whether there is intent there to destroy or whether it is just to sort of politically control and limit the influence and reduce the population.
Thank you for that. And my final question is, you then go on to say, however, that the birth reduction coercive birth control policies in Xinjiang should not be seen in isolation, but should also be seen in connection with other policies in the region, such as state-sponsored migration and other forms of population control. And you state that these policies aim to reduce the size of the Uyghurs and other indigenous population and to dilute their social and political influence. And I'm not sure whether you're able or have the data to answer this, but or your own views. My final question is, and what's the overall final aim of that? Why is the government trying to reduce the Uyghur population and dilute its social and political influence?
So again, this is my personal belief, and I don't think we have the statistics to back this up. But my understanding is that I think the authorities in Xinjiang and the authorities in China more generally see Uyghurs specifically as a threat to the state. That ethnicity they see as a threat to the state. So they are taking measures to sort of, in one way, dilute them physically as far as what percentage of the population there are, and you've seen that through that birth rate decline, but also attempt to the remaining Uyghurs, because there doesn't appear to be a campaign of mass death as part of this crackdown. Sort of literally just outlaw a lot of aspects of Uyghur culture and Uyghur history. And we've seen that through the physical destruction of mosques, but we've also seen that through this detention regime backbone that sort of means that for long periods, if you were seen wearing a beard, you were liable to be thrown in a detention camp. So I think there is this sort of these parallel efforts to physically reduce the number of Uyghurs through birth control policies and birth rate reductions, but also to sort of make Uyghurs that remain less Uyghur and sort of forcibly assimilate them into the Han polity that sort of exists in Xinjiang.
Thank you, Mr. Rusa. Chair, over to you. Thank you.
You refer in the report on birth rates to scholar officials, and I think you mentioned three of them in particular, to all social scientists. And in the cultural destruction report, you mention a researcher at a CCP school, and also a public intellectual. And I wonder if you could tell us what the relationship in China is between academics and the government or other state authorities or party authorities.
So that's not my specific area of expertise. So you'd probably be better directing that question to someone more specifically an expert on that. But what I would say is that in a lot of these cases, the official government documents are not available to us, and we've sort of seen through some leaks how, in a way, explosive they are. But a lot of those sort of guiding philosophies do filter down to sort of publicly accessible, generally in party journals or the party journal of a university, where there is this sort of nexus between the scholarship and the official party membership of people. So I wouldn't be able to speak to how sort of strictly controlled those publications are, but I would say that if you were sort of a senior member and a senior lecturer at a party school, specifically what you write would be very much in line with what the government authorities have suggested and have sort of put forward.
And would you refer to things they've said which support government policies, which may either might be read as belittling to Uyghurs in their description of them, or describe what once might have been called a sort of civilizing mission in terms of female emancipation, for example, as an objective of the policies. So would you say that that is a role that those academics or scholar officials are playing a sort of ideological role, justifying the policies?
I think in many ways those publications can sort of be seen as a window into these decision-making processes, and how sort of direct those relationships are isn't something that we can know without seeing the document, sort of the internal discussions themselves. But I certainly would sort of accept your characterization of a lot of these arguments as being quite, in many ways, belittling, and in many ways sort of suggesting that Uyghur culture and Uyghur people are lesser to the Han culture in the region. I would suggest that that does play quite a role in the sort of formation and dissemination of these policies. But to what extent, it's hard to tell.
Of course, I'm just going on the people that you've quoted in your reports rather than any wider view. On the birth rates, you use the Chinese government's own publicly available statistics and also county-level implementation documents. Could you tell us a bit more which government bodies produce those documents?
So we mainly looked at the Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, which is sort of an annual publication by, I think it's a specific statistical bureau in Xinjiang that collates a lot of these statistics, not just on demographic, but also on all of the economic and sort of livelihood variable indicators. Indicators is the word I'm looking for. But then, as we noted, in the final year in which they were published was 2018. So to seek sort of more recent figures, we turned to, in most cases, it was statistical communiques published on the official county website, but in some cases it was family planning departments and bureaus' implementation and target policies. It should be noted, I think there were only 3 occasions where we used a target figure, and that target figure should be seen as a ceiling, where the birth rate is in no way higher than that, but there is a chance that the actual birth rate is lower than that. But yeah, so most of that, the way that it generally works is that there is the sort of family planning department within the health bureau of a local government area. They send their statistics to regional bodies to compile them into these sort of annual statistical communiques. But in some cases, it comes straight from the county government rather than the regional government.
The documents you've seen from family planning units, are you able to tell from those under which authority, which part of, are they under health or other structures within the government?
I believe they're under health, but I would have to check to be certain, but I believe they're under health.
Now, you've talked about how the policies disproportionately affect areas with large indigenous population, and that's discriminatory. But you also mentioned that there were exceptionally high birth rates in some counties, especially in the south, and an increase, I think, in the period shortly before the decline. Is it arguable that what the 2017 regulations say that the policy is about is what is happening, which is that it is an attempt to make the birth rates the same across populations, just to bring them to allow Uyghurs to have the same number of children as are allowed if you're Han Chinese. So not discriminatory, more of an equalizing policy.
Yes, so I think the way to characterize the birth rates before was that there were specific years with exceptionally high figures, and these are generally 2014, I think, was the year with the highest figure, and that's the following year is when a lot of these sort of the precursors to these policies came into play. What I would note is that when you look at just the birth rate now compared to the ethnic makeup of a region, there is a slight lowering of the birth rate is slightly lower in Uyghur areas now than Han areas, though it's not necessarily statistically significant, but it is certainly lower. What I would say is that these policies should be seen in sort of the context of the wider government push to raise the birth rates nationally. And birth rate, there's often been sort of attempts to raise the Han birth rate in Xinjiang, which has traditionally been quite unsuccessful in the past. But the fact that there have been attempts to raise the Han birth rate, and now there are attempts to sort of lower the Uyghur birth rate, at least in Uyghur areas, I think that sort of shows, or at least starts going to demonstrate the sort of ideological policy, the ideological backing behind this policy. And sort of you've seen documents from the Chinese central bank sort of talking about the low birth rate as a national emergency, that there's no way that China can continue to prosper if the birth rate remains this low. And as a result of that, nationally, China's started to implement a lot of policies to raise the birth rate. And I think that direct contrast is what sort of shows that these aren't just policies to sort of equal the playing field, I guess, between Han communities and Uyghur communities. And it should be noted that traditionally Xinjiang actually hasn't had that much higher of a birth rate, although the statistics were less, I think the statistics were less well kept before the crackdown. The Xinjiang birth rate had for about 25 years remained at about 125% the national birth rate, whereas we've seen a much more significant drop since then. But yeah, I think when you put it into context of the wider attempts to raise the birth rate and make sure that people have more children, the target birth rates that you're seeing in Uyghur communities right now is sort of unprecedentedly low and a lot lower than the replacement rate. So I think there was one county that had their 2020 birth rate target at 4 people per 1,000, which is like, for comparison, Japan and Korea, which have sort of very public national emergencies about demographics, have their birth rate at between 6 and 7.
You mentioned there was an increase in the budget for family planning in the region. Would you know who sets that budget?
Unfortunately, I don't. Sorry. That part of the report wasn't a part that I was mainly working on. So yeah, I don't know that. Sorry.
So just turning to the cultural destruction report, you mentioned earlier on Article 4 of China's constitution about Article 36, the constitution, protection of freedom of religious belief. So would you say that the cultural destruction that you are evidencing in your report is in breach of China's constitution?
Yes, it certainly appears that, and we documented that when you looked at the formal protections given to a heritage site. Sort of when you look at the heritage register for Xinjiang, there's sites that are listed but not protected under the county heritage register. There are sites that are protected under the county heritage register. Then there are sites that are protected under the prefectural heritage register, and then there are sites that are protected under the regional and then national heritage register. So there's a lot of different levels of protection granted. And what we found was there were still high numbers even in the most significantly protected regions of in the sites of destruction, but there was sort of a slight downtick. So the less protected sites were being demolished at a slightly higher rate, but there was still definitely demolition occurring in the nationally protected sites. Another thing, I think there's a mosque in Kargalik, I believe it is, that we looked at in the report specifically, and this is one that is afforded a very high level of heritage protection. And sort of what we found was they demolished the gatehouse of the mosque that had been constructed in, I think, the 17th or the 18th century, and they'd replaced it with a sort of reconstructed, miniaturized version of it. We've actually seen since then that they've demolished that miniaturized version of it and reconstructed it in a side alley so it can't be seen from the public area or the public square that it used to sort of dominate. I think that in a way shows that they sort of are at least aware of those protections. And I think this shows the example of this is a site that was highly protected. They realized there would be a lot of bureaucratic work in demolishing it, though we have seen highly protected sites be demolished. And so instead they tore it down and reconstructed it. So at least they could say, no, this site is still here.
I think you say somewhere in the report that 17.4% of sites protected under Chinese law have been destroyed. Protected under Chinese law, is that the being on the various registers that you've mentioned?
Yes. I'd have to check the actual report. I think we have like a donut chart that shows the different levels of protection and the rates of demolition there. I don't remember what those statistics are off the top of my head, but yes, I think that is how we would characterize what we mean by like legally protected under Chinese law.
And then later on in the report, you refer to a revised set of government regulations monitoring religion in 2017, and subsuming the state body managing religious affairs into the CCP's United Front Work Department in 2018. Tell us what the United Front Work Department is, what its function is.
I probably wouldn't be the best person to address that as well, but the United Front Work Department generally is this sort of body that sort of pushes that sort of seeks to promote that Chinese narrative, and this sort of a central policy in which all government bodies sort of follow as well. I think it's a way to sort of communicate and coordinate that message across government bodies and sort of push it out into the rest of the world. But there would be people much better qualified to speak on the United Front than me.
Okay. The researcher I mentioned earlier at the CCP school, who you refer to, who's at a CCP school in one of the northern prefectures, she recommends that there should be one mosque only for each administrative unit. What would she mean by an administrative unit?
That's a good question, and it wasn't specified in the source document, so we don't know. Generally, the administrative structure of locations in Xinjiang is split between the prefecture, the region-wide, which is the admin level 1, the prefectural, which is the admin level 2, the county, which is the admin level 3, the township, which is the admin level 4, and then specific village communities, which is 5. And so I would suspect that it is either the number 4 or 5, the township or the village level. Based on what we've seen, I would suspect it's the township, but the source document doesn't specify.
And on the reports on the detention centres, I think one of your sources was public construction and service tenders. Who was issuing those tenders?
So that was always a government body. It was generally either the Department of Education or the Department of Justice that would sort of put out specific tenders, public tenders for public companies to sort of bid to be the people that construct this. And that was how we sort of knew about a lot of these earlier mechanisms of the detention regime, and sort of there were people such as Sean Zhang and some journalists did a lot of really exemplary work in seeking those tender documents and sharing them. And since then, those have mostly disappeared as a source of finding camps. But in 2018 especially, that was sort of the only source before we got an idea of what these camps actually looked like.
Right. So that's another source of information that has become more difficult to access. And of course, you've mentioned on the birth rates that the change in the way the statistical evidence, the statistics are presented, makes it more difficult for you to analyse. And you've suggested on the cultural destruction side that leaving in place more of the religious and cultural sites in Urumqi and Kashgar is because those places are visible to outsiders. So so across all those different areas of research that you're doing, are you saying that you suspect that there's a systematic attempt now in response to researchers' work and journalists' work to deliberately ensure that it's harder to get hold of the evidence that you need?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question of that. We've seen sort of sources deleted within days of us managing to archive them. We've found a lot of sources where we can only archive a cache version of the site because the live version has disappeared. In the past few days, there seems to be very active methods to delete evidence and documents from the internet, yes. And in fact, with the cultural destruction site, a lot of what we used was scanned versions of old books because that information isn't sort of online anywhere, or at least not anymore.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
So I have a couple of questions on the same point, if I could follow this through you. I just want demolitions, not the desecrations. The demolition of the mosques, the burial sites, and the shrines and other heritage sites. You say that they're mostly located in Akshu and Hotan prefectures. And these are on the border of that region, which adjoins Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and then going further westwards into Afghanistan. In your report, I don't see any roads or these arterial roads which connect inland China to exterior areas, including this region. I just did a quick Google search and there's some prominent roads here, one being the G315, which goes southwards, another being the G314, which goes northwards, and they join. So I know it's hard to get access to plans for the future from the country. You say these areas of destruction are left vacant. But from their distribution, can you begin to see a pattern emerge which points to future developments? And we all know about the BRI and the peculiarity where you say certain cities are outliers, like Kashgar and Urumqi, don't really matter if you bring in that logic. Because, the intention here is to develop. And the fact that Muslim-dominated countries haven't spoken out against something which might be seen as sacrilegious, for instance, destroying a mosque or even burial sites. Is there something that you point to corroborating such a hypothesis?
So a quick clarification: when we referred to Aksu and counties in Hotan, that was specifically on cemetery demolition. We saw, except for Urumqi, which had a very low number of mosques to start with, I think it had about 160 registered mosques in Urumqi city compared to something like 21,000 across Xinjiang. We saw, lower rates of demolition in specifically Urumqi, and then to a lesser extent, Kashgar city. What I would add is, other than that, there was pretty uniform demolition of mosques and shrine region. What we would say is that we were only able to look at the evidence from a satellite perspective. So we were able to see when a structure was physically demolished or when there were significant changes to the structure. From what I've heard from people that have visited the region, a large number of the mosques that remain standing are sort of locked shut and pretty derelict inside. I know there's been some people that have been able to sort of push their phone up against the crack in the door and see through, and it's pretty derelict and desecrated. Statistics don't take into account those mosques, and that appears to especially be the case in Kashgar city, where a lot of the mosques in the old city appear to be sort of closed and locked shut, even though they haven't been physically demolished. I don't think there's a way in which we can sort of really tie these demolitions to examples of future development. What I would say is that when we did the satellite research to the best quality satellite imagery that was available in recent times, I think it was something like 90% plus of the mosques that had been demolished had not been developed on since, and had remained vacant land. More generally, this isn't a campaign to sort of revitalize a city, but it is just to demolish areas. And we've seen that sort of similarly in Uyghur traditional houses, where in some counties, in most counties, in fact, a large proportion of the traditional houses have been demolished and left vacant land. But in some counties, that goes up to probably about more than half of the traditional Uyghur housing, such as Karglik is actually a county where that's happened very strongly. So is Manas County to the east of Urumqi. So I think there in most cases seems to be very little attempt to sort of develop these sites that have been demolished since.
And there's no pattern emerging in terms of their location. For instance, the 20 kilometers of desert that was raised that had the ancient site and settlement.
Yeah, so it does appear to be quite uniform except for those two cities. And yeah, Ordam Mazar, I think, is just a notable case, not so much because of its location, beyond the fact that it shows how much effort was required to demolish it. It would be like incredibly easy to just close the roads to it, and that's what they've been doing for more than a decade. They've closed the site, and I think there were like 30 people that still remained in the village adjacent to the sacred site. But instead of just closing that, they went to the effort of taking bulldozers through all of that sort of sand dunes for 20 kilometers to explicitly raise the entire site that it was about 1,000 years old.
So we come back to the question of why would they invest so much time, energy and money destroying so many buildings and sites?
I suspect because, I mean, again, this is speculation, but I suspect it comes back to that seeing Uyghur culture as inherently uncompatible with the Chinese Communist Party rule. So any expression of this Uyghur culture and this Uyghur history is itself seen as a threat, and that's why they've sort of neutralized that threat by demolishing mosques, or neutralized that perceived threat, I should say. But again, that is speculation. So,
okay, thank you.
Yes.
From your understanding of the political power structures within the PRC, is it possible, in your opinion, that the policies being prescribed and executed by the PRC, such as the destruction of religious sites and places of Uyghur culture, could occur without the direction or the knowledge of the most senior people within the PRC or the CCP?
So I would more generally link this crackdown to the appointment of Chen Guangguo as the party secretary of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in 2016. And I feel my understanding is that this crackdown more generally is very much he's the architect of it. But I would also add that this couldn't happen, and we've seen sort of from how invested the central government is in the narratives around Xinjiang and how much sort of events and issues in Xinjiang is a national priority and a national secret, and the fact that the Xinjiang aid policy, I think, is a good example of that national incorporation into regional policy. I don't think any of these could happen without the knowledge and the permission, I guess, of even Xi Jinping.
Thank you. And one last question from me anyway. In your travels through the data promulgated by the authorities, either at government or provincial or even at town level, is there a formal structure to that? Is there one database essentially, or is it a myriad of different structures and places?
It is very much a myriad, and there's a big sort of complicated differentiation between party organs and government authorities, and that it is extremely complicated. I believe that we will try to sort of have a product soon that tries to demystify some of that, but that's not what I'm working on. So I just find it quite confusing myself, but there is definitely a big number of government bodies, government authorities, party organs that all have a different role in this administration of Xinjiang, and it's quite convoluted and quite complex, yes.
Forgive me, Chairman. So in which case, is it something you're specifically working on in regard to creation of what I might loosely call an organogram of these different sites that are hosting this data?
But on the government authorities specifically, not me personally, but that is work that is being undertaken.
Would you be able to point us to whoever is doing that work at some stage, please?
Yes.
Sorry, this is probably a question that's both simple and naive. Could you say a bit more about the satellite technology that underlines the tracking of the destruction of sites, and particularly its reliability going back historically when you compare original situations to what is happening or has happened more recently?
Yeah, so the sort of differences in satellite coverage is not so much an issue, but it does cause problems, especially in North Xinjiang, where there is a lot less systematic satellite coverage. What we would say is, I think for pretty much the entirety of Xinjiang, we were able to get very high resolution imagery from at least one point between 2012 and 2015, and then since then, and that's sort of what we did the basis of this change analysis on, looking at it from whatever point was available. What we were also able to find was that since the crackdown in Xinjiang began, there's been a very comprehensive effort to take satellite imagery of the region. Because I think there is this understanding that satellite imagery is one of the most unambiguous ways to get access to areas. And so what that has translated to in a lot of regions is imagery every sort of week, and even sometimes multiple times within a week. This isn't for the whole Xinjiang, but for certain areas there is that regular revisit time. And also graciously, Google Earth has decided to acquire a lot of that satellite imagery, so that's available to anyone beyond just the traditional paywall sources generally. So what we were able to do for most cases was to work out sort of the month that this demolition happened by sort of being able to look at a let's say August 2018 image, and then say an October or 2018 image, and we could see that the demolition occurred sometime within that window. What we also found was actually there was very sort of strong coherence between the times of demolition of mosques within a city or within a county. And we found that in lots of cases, all the mosques in this region had been either demolished or rectified with their minarets taken off and their domes removed at pretty much the same week or the same month. So we were able to sort of, there is definitely areas where that coverage is a lot less good, and in many cases where it's honestly inadequate to do proper, fully comprehensive looks at this, and that's mostly in North Xinjiang, but generally it's quite good, especially since the crackdown.
For how many years has the Centre been preparing reports on these various subjects?
So our first report on Xinjiang was actually sort of just an unfunded project that we sort of took to do in our own spare time in mid to late 2018. So that was when we first looked at it, and then following that, we've sort of started trying to look at it more systematically within the sort of concept of these themes.
And how many reports, roughly, have been made public before the present one that we're looking at?
So all of our reports have been made public. So we don't have private reports, but
so roughly,
this is my
roughly how many reports?
Yeah, this is my fourth one. A lot of colleagues have done ones as well, so I think it would be sort of pushing between 7 and 10.
And do you take the step of, do you make through the PR in Canberra to make sure they know about it? Or send them a copy in the post?
We've also found that in a lot of cases, it's quite detrimental to do that in the fact that sources can disappear, and sort of we don't want to in many ways, we sort of don't want the government to have prepared a propaganda response to our research findings. What we have done is generally shared it in the days before it's released to sort of look at it. And this is outside of the peer review process that we use, but sometimes they sort of will send findings of our research to Chinese government authorities to comment on it.
Well,
but we don't do that.
But one way and another, the reports are public.
Yeah.
Have they ever been cited, to your knowledge, in parliamentary or committee hearings in Canberra?
Yes, they have. I can't remember exactly when or where, but I think they have been, especially the Uyghurs for Sale report, which isn't one that I was heavily involved in, but that I think has especially been cited.
And you've noted reaction to your reports by taking items off the web, yes?
Yes.
Just two questions in respect of that. The reports are available, so if the PRC wanted a full report, it could always have got one, once it was a public document.
Yes, yeah, and we actually do see, we definitely can see that people in China are accessing our reports.
Right. Has the PRC or any body that's connected to the PRC or speaking for the PRC ever published a detailed rebuttal of any part of any of your reports?
Not really. They often sort of respond to questions, sort of just dismissing ASPI as much as possible, dismissing the institute as much as possible. There have been a few cases where they've sort of tried to dig in deeper. Sort of, I recall one case when I think it was the Global Times, but a state media organ went to disprove a lot of what we said were camps. And for example, in one case, they showed drone pictures of an area about 12 kilometers away from where we said the camp was. And in other cases, they showed across the road. So that I don't think we've found, I think there certainly is a response, but I wouldn't necessarily call it sort of that rigorous of a response, and certainly not addressing the specific findings and trying to rebut them.
Have you ever felt obliged to issue a correction to any of your reports following material raised by the PRC?
So there was one facility that we identified as a detention camp that we no longer believe is. That was identified because we sort of picked it out as a point of interest while it was under construction. And at some point it migrated from the point of interest list to the actual list. And when that got brought to our attention, we saw it when the construction was finished and went, this doesn't appear to be a camp, and removed it. But other than that, there's been sort of, I think, camps that have been sort of, people have tried to call out and say it's not a camp. And other than that one, I believe we've looked at them all and go, no, we're still confident this is a camp.
And finally, you explained that there's been some activity, maybe more than usual activity, in taking things down roughly at the time of this tribunal. Can you give us an idea of any particular type of things that are being taken down just about now?
I wouldn't be best to speak to this, but there I think generally quite broadly a lot of information is being taken down. We're seeing sort of government websites in county official websites being a lot less accessible, making documents a lot harder to get more generally, not just documents on a specific topic. But you sort of see rounds and rounds of things being taken down. So initially it was those construction reports, those construction tenders that got removed. Then we sort of saw reports on the Xinjiang Aid Project and government organised labour programs being quite systematically removed. And you've sort of seen very much these rounds of these different topics being systematically removed, but at the same time, there is just generally information and documents and websites being removed.
Thank you very much. Yes. And also Dame Parveen.
Thank you very much. I just wonder, is the intention from the directives that are coming centrally down to the areas, is there intention that they want to get rid of all the religious sites, or do they have a quota? We heard yesterday that one of the mosques had been converted into a museum. So are they going to keep a few to show people or make sure that they're not actually destroying the religion?
So there definitely have been mosques that have sort of remained. The question that I think stands, which is quite pertinent, but I don't think I can answer it, is how accessible these mosques are to people seeking to pray. And I think in most cases that is, since 2017 especially, that has pretty much stopped. But it's hard to sort of assess to what extent. There is still sort of the physical shell of a lot of mosques, and I think about a third of them. But a number of them are sort of locked shut, a number of them are sort of open in this way that I don't think is accessible to prayer, and a lot of them have been converted into one use such as a bar. Like you said previously, I saw a report recently, which is one that was converted into a public toilet. So I think the question is how accessible the remaining structures are to parishioners and to people that look to pray there. And my understanding is that, especially in 2017, 2018, and 2019, that was extremely inaccessible. There may be potentially signs in the last year or so that certain people are being allowed to pray again, but none of that sort of research is finalized, and I don't understand, and I can't sort of begin to speak to the extent of how much that is occurring, if it is occurring. It's just a general sense that I've gotten.
There have been attempts to debunk yours and others' evidence based on satellite imagery. Is there an incontrovertible way of verifying these images?
No. So the way that sort of we've done this, and I think this is probably the best time to talk about that methodology in detail, is what we looked at to start with was these lists of about 30 to 60 detention sites that were well documented, and I think incontrovertibly detention sites by the construction tenders and other documents such as party visits or local media. And from that list of about 50 sites that we sort of have no doubt on, and it's between to learn to undertake these lectures, and that number is undoubtedly higher, but I would weight in the scale of physical detention being much above 1 million.
Has there been any, I loosely describe it as triangulatory cross-referencing evidence in regard to the construction of these camps? So purchasing of raw materials or evidence about transport of what must be very significant volumes of materials to a region far distant from the core of the country.
Yeah, so Xinjiang itself has quite a highly industrialized area, and there are government bodies that control a lot of that industry, especially through the Bintang, through the XPCC. So I don't think I'd be surprised if there were many cases of raw materials needing to be brought in from the rest of China. But what we do certainly is in many cases was anyway, these government construction tenders where they say we want X number of buildings of X size to be built in this area, and then we can then cross-reference that to there being a camp in that area. Another way of sort of triangulating it in a way is victim testimony. And sort of when you've had people that have been released from detention, in many cases you sort of have, I think in most cases where they have been able to identify what site they were held in, it is a site that we have in our database, which is one of the reasons that we believe our database is quite comprehensive. It probably doesn't capture all of them, but I'd say it captures the vast majority of facilities.
And in further to try, is there any evidence of, for instance, recruitment adverts? I don't even know if they do that, but for prison guards.
Yes, there is. So again, those sources of evidence have mostly dried up, but there certainly has been documents that say recruitment of guards, recruitment of teachers, especially in a lot of these facilities. Yeah. But again, when we talk about it, this isn't the vast majority of facilities. There is a lot of facilities that aren't documented beyond the satellite evidence because sort of a lot of these construction tenders weren't ever public to start with, and a lot of those that were have disappeared now. So it's not to say that sort of every camp has this triangulatory basis of evidence, but the ones that have pretty much all been included in that database.
I think I am going to be able to thank you for the time being for coming to give evidence. Thank you very much. I can't exclude the possibility that we may ask questions of you in writing or may even ask you to come back in September, but for the time being at least, or maybe conclusively, thank you very much for giving evidence.
Yeah, no worries. Go for it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sabi, we did our best, but there it is. We're 15 minutes late. Are we allowed coffee?
As long as you're happy to have lunch a bit later.
Right. 20 minutes? 20 minutes. 10 past.
Assalamu alaikum ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, ko'rayotganlar Dunyo Uygur qurultiyi to'rt televiziyasining naq maydon programmasi. Bu 6-ayning 4-chi kuni Londonda boshlangan xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining tunji guvohlik anglash yig'ini bugun 3-chi kuniga qadam qo'ydi, davomlashyapti. Hozir qisqa bir taxminan 10 minutlik bir qahva demlishi olib beryapti sotchilar. Mush fursatdan foydalanib sizlar bilan bir qayta idora ko'rishaylik dedik va mush ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizga qayta bir salom beraylik dedik Londondan. Aziz qarindoshlar, kechirishda ba'zi texnik sabablardan, chunki bexatarlik sababidan bu sot kollegiyasi, bu sot ichilayotgan bu zalninki internet bağlantıları hammasi kesib o'tilgani uchun biz vaqt ko'chirish can internet bağlanmasını işletishga majbur bo'lgan, ammo internet ulanmasdan degandek yaxshi emas. To'xtamay texnik jihatdan ba'zi masalalar chiqadi, uni jiddiy hal qilishga tirishyapmiz aziz qarindoshlar. Buni
taken lesson from him also being targeted.
Thank you. My second question now relates to the coded language that you used to signify, for instance, that someone was taken to hospital or became disabled. And a quick question around the need for such a coded language and what was it used for?
Bu ikinci sualım şu sizinki bayanatınızda bazı sözlerini açık aşkarı deməsdən bir başqa bir usullar bilan qo'llanganlik to'g'risida. Yes.
So what were individuals afraid or concerned about for the need for a coded language of the sort you have used? Like, why wouldn't you say openly the person was taken to a detention camp, for instance?
Nima uchun bu kishilar bevosita bu masalan tutilgan bo'lsa tutildi demasdan doktorxonaga apadi degandek shunday so'zlarni ishlatadi. Bu kishilar nimadan qo'rqadi? Agar ochiq oshkora shu naq o'zini ishlatgan bo'lsa.
Bu 2000 lab qo'ymadim. Mening dadam bilan telefon aloqam 2015'te butunlay tugagan. Shu tugamas vaqt tugab ketgandan keyin shu bir vosita orqali shu akamning achamning yo'ldishini shu doktorxonada bo'lib qoldi dedi. Shuni palash bo'lib qoldi dedi. Buni bular işte qo'llanibdi, qo'rqib u yerda oshkorlab qo'ymayli deb shu nimani qo'llanibdi shu ifodani.
Well, I believe it was around 2016 because I cut off my last contact with my father ended in 2015. So my sister's husband's arrest was used as taken into hospital. And also my niece's, the language, the term was used paralyzed. So that was a code that I was told.
Ben şu vaqtida mushlar ras palash bo'lib qolgan o'xshaydi, yo doktorxonada degandekin og'rib qolgan o'xshaydi deb faqat uni o'ylamabdi ekanman.
At first I just thought that maybe they were ill in the hospital, and also I thought my niece was paralyzed for some reason. I didn't think more.
2015 kichilik men internet orqali yoki bo'lmasa WhatsApp orqali ko'rishib baqqanim yo'q. Faqatlam telefonda nayt qisqa holatda hatto akalarimning, ukallarimning hech qaysining saqlag'ini deydi, ammo undan boshqa nim bo'lganini deyolmaydi. Bak qisqa qo'llanib keldik. Bizning hech qanday nima normal aloqa bo'lmagan.
Even up until 2015, my communication with my family members, my brothers, were very short, over the phone, never used the internet or other apps. Simply a phone call just to inform one another the health, how their health were.
2015-8 ayının o'ttirlig'ida dadam tugab ketgandan keyin bir ishga shu dadamning telefon orqali akalarim bilan so'zlashaldik. Anandan keyin apam hayotda hozirgi keklik bilmayman. O'ldim u.
After my father died in mid-August 2015, during that period, I still managed to communicate with my brothers. But since then, I was cut off. So I know my mother was alive, but I don't know what happened to her.
Thank you. That answers my question, but I'm sure the panel may have further questions. Thank you for that.
Thank you. In your statement, you state that 5 boys, Himit, Talib, and 3 others, were sentenced to death for theft. Was the sentence carried out?
Siz bayanatınızda 5 yaş balınınki isimleri bilen sözlep siz bularını ölüm cezası belgende. Bularınki ölüm cezası icra oldu mu?
Elbette 91 isimde yok ama 92 yıldan 94 yılgıçılık icra bulup oldu. Ulanın birinin sotuğa ben katnaşkan. Muşlarının içindeki Yimit Mahsum degen bala menenki yakın ağine men savaqdışımdı. Onun sotuğa katnaşkandım.
Of course, I believe they were executed between 92 to 94 during those 2 years period. I attended the court hearing of one of them, who is Imit Mahsum, who was my friend and also classmate.
O balının sotu, uçuk sot deyttik şu vakti da bir yengşe kinoxanı deyttik. Kinoxanının ki şu yazlık kinoxanıda şu yerde sot açkan. Şu müştak kıyafetlerini şu yegi beşini qaratqancha şu vakti da şu balaga uğurluk, bulançılık, onundakin adam ötegen dedim onun isim de yok ama şu uğurluk ve bulançılık degen cinayet bilen bir yıllık dedim, 2 yıllık dedim ölüm cezası bergen o balaga.
Bir yıllık keçiktirip. Okay. So the hearing was what we call open hearing, open trial. It was in Yingshe summer cinema. It was open cinema, and he was accused of theft and robbery. Death penalty was to 1 year suspended death penalty.
Neçe min adam battı o nimege katnaşkan o çıktı sot teptike şu vaktada.
Because it was an open trial, many thousand of people attended his trial.
O balla uğurluk kıldığan, bulançılık kıldığan undaq balla hiç kaçan emesden biz okuğandakin bilimiz. Biz bulançılık kılmanla, uğurluk kılmanla, hata iş kılmanla deydiğan ne öğrengen.
As a classmate, and I know that there is no way he would commit any theft or robbery. And also in our teachings, we taught not to commit theft or robbery. And when he was tried, the previous one I forgot one sentence, so I just remembered now. And when he was tried, his head was bowed down during the trial all that time.
And how old was he and the others accused?
Qancha yoshga kirgan, yana boshqalarninki yosh qurami qancha yoshda deydi.
Biz bilan yosh farqi qilinmaydi. Shu 92 93 bo'lsa 20 23 yosh 25 yoshning atrofidagi hamda ashning ichidagi Yimit Talib degan bir ish kuchining yoshi balkida 26 28 atrofida bo'lishi mumkin shu vaqtda.
Most of them were the same age as me. During that time in 1992, 1993 was 22, 23 years old. And they, Imit, I believe he was around 26-year-old. And others maybe 28 maximum.
And in the trial that you attended, did they have the benefit of a defense lawyer? And did the defense lawyer defend them?
Muşu sot atalmış oçuq sot qığa vaqtda ularni aqlaydigan advokatı bo'lganmi?
Advokatı bo'lgan esimizda qilishdi. Bati ama o advokatmi shu Komünist partiyaga ishlaydigan advokatlar. Shaxsiy yollagan advokat emas.
Yes.
Qochoq.
Yeah, it's a kind of sham trial. As the so-called lawyer works for the Communist Party, so it wasn't independent or hired privately.
And in your view, is the reason that they were arrested and sentenced to death because they had committed a theft, or was it for some other reason?
Sizningçe bularninki şu ölüm cezası berilişi mesela oğurluq, bulançılık yoki başqa bir sebeplerden, qandaq bir sebepten misal?
Bu sebep o vaqtning o'zida biz balalarni tarbiyaladigan maktab, ya'ni diniy maktab o'qitatdik. Men shuning birida bir o'zimning uyda 30-40 balalarni o'rgatatdik. Shu balalarni menga o'xshashlar shu maktabda balalarga boshqa hech qanday nima emas, faqat Qur'on o'qitishni o'rgatgan. Undan chiq bir ishmi yo'q.
All we did at that time, including myself, we taught young people religion, how to read Quran. And I had about 40 students, and the rest of others who were sentenced to death was the same. That was the reason.
Şu vaqtdagi qonununda uni ochiq oshkora sen balaga Qur'on o'qishni o'rgatding deyamay, har bir odamga birdan o'ziga zid keldigan, ya'ni hech qachon u balalarninki hammasi hech qachon bir o'g'irlik, bu bulanchilik deydiganga balki qo'limi kelmaydigan balalar, hech qanday o'ylamaydigan.
At that time, they couldn't really say that giving a death penalty for this region, therefore they had to accuse them of theft or robberies. And as I know that from their character, that these people wouldn't even touch anything, let alone stealing.
Yani bir silk, vatanni bölüş, vatanni Jungo'nun nemesinin ayrıp çıkış degandek cinayeti, birinci cinayet arası şu dendi. Onu biz vatanni bölüş deganini bilmaydik, qanday bölgeli bo'lgan onu bilmaydik, ama birinci atgan cinayeti unutup qaptım. Vatanni bölüşke uringan deydi, onunla teşvik qilgan degandek.
In fact, the crime that they were accused of, apart from the theft and the others, the biggest crime was attempt to separate the country, to split the country. At the time, I didn't know how it was even possible to split the country.
Could you tell the tribunal why the authorities considered your family a mistrusted family?
Endi bizga nima uchun Jungo hukumati sizning oilangizni ishonchsiz oila deb belgilagan, bekitgan?
Men buni bu 98 yıldan keyin uydagilar bilan aloqalash imkonim bo'ldi telefonda. Onundan burun bu telefon normal telefon mu yoktu. Şu 98 yılı akamni nima uchun harcı qilmaysiz? Çünkü pul iqtisod hamma narsa botiman chiqayotganda. Nima uchun harcı qilmaysiz desam, sizning kasobatinglardan bizning oila nuqtaliq oila, ya'ni qizil siziq tushgan. Bizni hech qanday nimaga o'zimizning jutidan boshqa bir yer berishga ruxsat qilmaydi degan shu akamdan shuni anglagan.
Well, after I fled my country, up until 1998, I didn't have a phone or, have any communication with anyone back home. And only after 1998, during one of the conversations with my elder brother, I asked him that, you are quite financially well off. Why don't you go to Hajj? Do pilgrimage. And he said it is impossible because now we are branded, our family is branded as a mistrusted family, and therefore we cannot even leave our region without permission, without special permission.
Men chiqayotgandan butunlay bizning uydagilarni aytib baytdi. Butunlay iqtisodiy hamma tarafdan qisib, hukumatdan hech qanday bir ish bejirilmaydigan holatga keldi ekan. Qayerga borsa akalarimga iningni tepgal deb shu savolni qo'ydi ekan.
Prior to leaving my country, my family financially quite well off. But after I left my country, they made it extremely difficult. So financially, in every way, they faced obstacle. Whenever they needed to deal with anything, they were pressurized and saying that you must bring back your brother.
Thank you. And we are short of time, but one last question. Do you believe that the persecution, or why do you think the persecution of your family within China is happening? Is it to silence you? Is it to persuade you to return to China, or both?
Әмді сіздің айлыңызды болатқан бұл бесім бұл зұлымларының ки мәқсәт ки, яғни бұланың мәқсәті şu, sizning ki avazınızı çıqamazlıq məqsəd qılğanmı, yoki sizni şu vətəninizə qaytarıb əkitishmi yoki ishkilismi?
Top to'g'ri bularning ki maqsadi shu 5 balani sotlagan vaqtida shu sot jarayonida bir eg'iz gapi esimda bir o'chim vatan bo'lgunchilari senlarni osmonga chiqarsang tapıningdan yer kirkasidan ko'kulangdan tutib ekil olaymiz har qanday yer qichib qutulanmaysan degan bir so'zi shu sabab bo'lishi mumkin deyman.
Yes, exactly that. I remember that during their trial, and they said that a bunch of a group of separatists, wherever you go, even if you fly up to the sky or go down to the earth, we will find you. We will find you and make sure you will be tried.
Қазақстанда mu nayt ig'ir bekchiq beshimdan o'tdi akir kitish uchun Xitoyningki saqchilari Qozoq bilan birlashib nayt jiq bekchiq avarchilikqa yo'liqdim.
Even during my time in Kazakhstan, I was harassed and I didn't have peace. The police, Kazakh police, collaborated with the Chinese police in order to take me back to China. So I experienced a lot of hardship while I was in Kazakhstan.
No further questions, thank you.
Habibullah Achad, thank you very much for coming here to give evidence. You've taken your evidence fairly quickly, but all of your evidence will be taken into account. Thank you.
Sizga ko'p rahmat. Bütün şu bergan bayonotlarınız ve suallarımızga bergan javobingizdan ko'p rahmat. Mushunchalik savolimiz mushunchalik bo'ldi.
I'm sorry. Just one question, and it's quick. We're very short of time.
Sorry, one question. Apologize. It's a question with 3 little bits in it. So when the people were given a life sentence, were they ever released? Did their relatives know where they were? And what did they do in prison? Were they doing jobs or being beaten up?
Endi shu tutqunlarga muddatsiz qamoq jazosi bergandan keyin misolga bular chiqib ketganlari bo'ldimi? Agar muddatsiz turmada jarayonida bular nima ish qildi? Shu turmada nima ish qiladi? Undan keyin oiladagilari bildimi bularning nadaligini biladimi?
Bu turmada nima ish qildi degan mumkin emas. U yerda shularni 1 yil 2 yil kechiktirib otimiz degandan keyin aytibdi. Burun ular hammasi o'ldi. Ba'zan bir shu tutqunlarninki urug' tuqqanlari bor nimada Turkiyada yashaydi. Ularni biz o türmen açıp neymiş kıl onun bizden haberimiz yok.
I didn't know.
Ama etivette.
Yeah, I didn't know what they did in prison, but as I said, they were not sentenced to life prison imprisonment. It was a death penalty, so 1 year suspended death penalty, and that they were executed after that period. And there are some of those who were executed, family members, some live in Turkey at the moment.
Mr. Sabi, my colleagues wish to ask a number of questions, so we'll just move the timetable back by as long as is wanted.
You say that hundreds of other students who attended the Islamic school were arrested. Were any of them under 18, i.e. were they children?
Siz yüzlügen şu dini oquşqa qatnaşqan ballarınki tutulup ketkenligini depsiz. Bularning içinde ballar barmı yani 18 yaşın tüben. 18 yaşın tüvenler barmı tutulup ketkenlerning içinde. Sizning bilishingizcha.
Şu zamanlarda 88-89 atrafı buluş gerek. Bir video qantimdaq kasetlik yoğan. Şu videoda 5-600 balla bulup bunun içinde 40-50'gi malum derecelik olsa kalan 400-500'i balladı. Ama ballarını tutmadı, şu malum boğalarının hiç kasını sak koymadı.
Demek ki sizge sorgan sual 18 yaştan tüven ballar bahmetli tutulganlarning içinde deydi.
O vaqtida yok. Arası gapni qilsam, o vaqtida o ballarni tutmagan. Şu faqat o'qituvchilarini.
Yeah, I have to be truthful with you that during that time the children were not arrested. They targeted all the teachers. Among the 500 to 600 people attended, about 40 to 50 were arrested, and those were mainly adults, their teachers.
O kaset Kazakistan'a mı batı? Şu 2000 yılda kolumuzda bolsa, onundan keyin bir yıl burun sürüştük, tapamadım. Bizning burunqi uydagi qolmabdi bo'lmasa. Şu kaset mi batı? Fakat şu kasetteki ballarını %100 tutup o ballar benim bilişimçe 40-50 etraftaki ballarının hiç kası yok hazır izleriksiz.
I used to have that video cassette even when I was in Kazakhstan, but I don't have it anymore. But I believe those 40 to 50 arrested all gone. We don't know if they're still alive or they're gone, basically. Bıraklam yo'qolib ketdi.
You mentioned at the end of your testimony that you're testifying on behalf of 36 relatives. You mentioned your niece's husband being in prison. I wonder if you have any knowledge of whether any of the others have been detained, in particular since, as you say, they are religious people and continue to give signs of their religious observation.
Bayanatınızın ahırda 36 urug' tuqqanlarınız üçün guvalıq bermə depsiz, həm də bir tuqqanınıznınki yo'ldishini tutulub ketganligini depsiz misalga. Qolgan yana qandaq bir uchurlar bormi sizninki bildigan? So do you have any other information regarding the rest? Yeah.
2017'den keyin hiç qandaq alaqam yok ama urug' tuqqanlarimning 36 tuqqanlarim men bu vaqtidagi tuqqanlarimda uningdan keyin tug'ilganlarni men uni bilmayman, uni so'rim, etini bilmayman. Faqat bularninki hech qaysi sirti emas, ham qanchiligi o'ldirildi. Bu sirtqa chiqqan xabarlarga qaraganda yapılsa guvohchilarniki nimasidan desang bo'ldi, birisi saq emas deb %100 işinimi.
Well, since 2017, I was cut off from contacting anyone. And those I mentioned, the 36, were those when I was back in my country. And there were many young borns, they grown up, and I didn't know. So up until now, I don't really know what happened to them. But based on the information that we are hearing from survivors and from people who managed to leave the country, that I don't think they left them alone. They must be in hardship.
Çokum şu güvalık belgicilerin pajasıga okşaş, mening ailemden şundaq bir pajanın balığı %100.
I can say 100%, just like the testimonies from the camp survivors. I believe that my families are enduring the same treatment. I can say 100%.
And is there anything else you would like to add before you end your evidence about your experiences or your beliefs of what's happening to your family?
Endi yana boshqa bizning savollarni so'ragan boshqa bir qo'shimcha deydiganlarimiz bormi?
Qo'shimcha deydiganlarim yo'q. Ko'p rahmat sizlarga. Meniki urug' tuqqanlarimniki kech kunduz sing'illarimning qiynalayotganligini, ashlarning shu pajada bo'layotganligini kech kunduz esimdan chiqarolmayman. Ham menga pek ig'ir. Chunki hamiz o'lib ketgan bo'lsa, yo bo'lmasa yataverib ketib, yana tekda kirib ketgan bo'lsa, xotirjam bo'ladi.
I don't have much to add, but I would like to let you know that I am extremely worried about my family members, especially the women, my sisters. I wished if there was an earthquake and then everyone, if they died, I would be in peace.
Thank you very much for coming here to give your evidence, all of which will be considered by the tribunal. Your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Bütün diğerlerimizin oylaşımız sizinki eliniz tüydü.
Rahmat, köp rahmat.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, we will put back the lunch break until at the very earliest 1:30. Your next witness.
Would you like to have lunch break now? We'll continue with the last witness for the morning session.
Yes, please do. Yes.
Our next witness is Omar Rosie. Will give evidence in person.
Can someone please accompany the witness? Thank you very much, Madam Interpreter. Is there an usher outside who can be helping with this? No. Well.
The witness is a male Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity, and he was first detained for a total period of over 3 years where he suffered severe mistreatment. In detention in 4 separate facilities, the witness was beaten with an iron implement, his nails were extracted, he was waterboarded and placed into what he called a water prison, and also placed into solitary confinement for over 1 year. The witness's feet were broken during an interrogation, and an electric wire was inserted into his penis, which tore some internal flesh. The perpetrators were both guards and police officers. The witness was forced to pick up the flesh of his Uyghur cellmate, who was shot by repeated volleys of gunfire by guards after he witnessed the cellmate, after the witness's cellmate had attempted to stab a guard in retaliation for his treatment. Uyghur inmates, according to the witness, were treated differently in mixed prisons. One policewoman who threw the witness down some stairs whilst his hands were still tied stated that political prisoners are dirty and that she needed to wash her hands. The witness managed to escape prison during medical treatment for his broken feet through a contact of his cousin. His cousin was later sentenced to imprisonment, and the witness says that he was killed later in prison. The witness's family were intimidated and threatened as a result of his escape from the authorities, and numerous attempts have been made to entrap him or force him to stop certain actions with the Uyghur diaspora. Many in his family have disappeared. Mr. Rosie, I have 3 short questions for you before I'll hand you over to the panel.
Okay.
You state in your statement to the tribunal that when you were first detained in 1993 in Kashgar, you were tortured. Can you describe what method this torture took?
Rosa efendim, bayanatınızda tunji qitim 1993 yılı tutulgan vaqtida siz özünüzningki zo'ravonlikqa uchirganligingizni, qiyin qisloqqa uchirganligingizni so'zlabsiz. Shuni qisqacha bir deb berasiz.
Men 93-yili hajdan kelgandan keyin kipla avtobusdan tushishimgina anchadan odamlar tutib bir saqchixonaga oldi.
Sizga faqat savol deydi. Sizning qiyin qisloq jarayoni, bu bayonot jarayoni bor bularning qo'lda. Qiyin qisloq, qanday qiyin qisloqlarni savol qilyapti. You just rephrase the question.
Yes.
Qiyin qisloq olgan vaqtda meni ezib urdi ular. Bir oygacha ezib urib, zaten o qiynamagan ish qolmadi.
Well, they used all sorts of methods of torture. I was constantly hanged and then beaten repeatedly.
Perhaps I can clarify the question. The witness was detained in 4 separate facilities. In the first facility in which he was detained in 1993 in Kashgar, the witness just says that he was tortured without further details. Perhaps he can provide us with details of that.
Çünki siz bir qancha qitimliq tutilgan qiyin qisloqqa olgan jarayonni so'zlabsiz, bayon qilibsiz bayonotingizda. Mushu Qashqardagi siz tutib turgan o'rinda shu jarayonda meni qiyin qisloq qilgan, zo'ravonlik uchirgan debsiz, shu jarayonni so'zlab bergansiz.
Qashqarda u turmoq bir oy solash jarayonida u oramliq degan nima yo'q-da. Urdi, osdi, tomoqdan qijnaydi, suvdan qijnaydi. O bir qijnash hem o esib turib urib, o tayoq bilan urib, har xil ishkanja bilan qijnash usuli bilan bir oy qijnadi, bir oydan keyin andakin bizimniki maysiga apadi.
Well, during 1 month detention in Kashgar, I was constantly beaten up. I was in a hanging position. And I was beaten up, and food deprivation, sleep deprivation, water deprivation. So it was all kind of methods of torture that inflicted on me during that 1 month. Then I was taken back to my home county.
And the witness said that when he was taken to his home county, he was also detained for 6 months there, where he was tortured. What methods of torture took place during those 6 months?
And özünüzningki nahiyaringizga apag'andan keyin 6 oy shu yana turmaning ichida solaqanida tutib turilibsiz va u yerdami qiyin qisloq, yana ishkanja shular uchrabsiz. Shu jarayonni bizga tushuntirib berasiz.
6 oyning ichida kunda so'roq 5 oygacha so'roq qildilar. So'roqlar açık aldılar urdu. Esip urdu, tayoq bilan urdu, rezinka tayoqlar urdu, urib, andikin herib qolgandan gap so'raydi ular. Hamasdan önce gap so'ramaydi. Taz urib etib, adam ho'shidan ketgandan keyin yoki suv ichib turib, ho'shini keltirib turib, andikin gap so'raydi.
That 6 month first 5 months I was interrogated daily. So before they put their questions or the interrogation, they beat. As I explained, sometime I was hanged up and bit or rubber baton until almost I pass out. Then they bring water, cold water, bring me back. Then they question. So the first 5 months, I was questioned or interrogated daily. 5 ay şu sual sohbetiniz.
Bir ay olganda bir ayda bek urmay, hani 6 ay toşqa vaqtida öydeki pul qaşlab para verib, menen de kepilik degende açıktı turmadı.
And the last 1 month, I didn't suffer that much torture. And then my family paid a bribe, managed to secure my release.
Can you do? Sorry, forgive me.
O turmada qijna jaryanız tamaq vermey urup qijnap, men turmada çıkan bek halsız bir terbiye usqam qolunda.
In addition, I was deprived from food and water. And so when I was released that time, I was just skin and bone.
The witness has referred to a water prison. Perhaps you can describe to us what that is.
Siz şu su türmüsü de bayanatınızda söz yapsınız. Su türmüsünü bizge düşündürüp bergen bolsunuz.
Su türmüsü su mişene kirdi. Sesik naat bek paskin su. Paskin su suda 3 saatin tozlu toğazılgandan yeni suyunu çıkarıp etip yeni başka soğuk paskin su calaydılar.
Toğuzganda qandaq toğuzdu aşını bir düşündürüp. Ya sizin toğuzganda qandaq toğuzdu mesela.
Benim örtümün maya türbe.
Aşağı tursa isvaqlıq anası.
Su türmüsü boyu ta.
The water prison, the water is dirty water, extremely cold. So I have to stand in the water up to above my waist. And every now and then they change the water, make it colder. So in total, each time was about 3 hours.
O turmada igir to'xlamaydi. Sen majmada sen ümcümeyden oturmuş. Ben pasap çöküp gitimiz. Öyle to'xlamaydi. Şunda qijnash usuli bilan to'g'izda.
They not allow us to stand straight. Not possible to stand straight. So that is a kind of bowing position, and for hours. That's another method of torture.
And can the witness describe for us what are the physical or mental consequences of this process?
Yani muşu qiynash jarayonida qandaq jismoniy va ruhiy jihatdan qiyin qisdoqlar bo'lgan sizga?
Endi turmadan chiqadi 3 kun 6 kun so'lab chiqqandan keyin o normal turmoq chiqadi turmada ishimni etyapti. Etib go'shtlarni qo'lim bilan terib xaltaga soldim. Silib uzoqlamayla meni ayrim bir turmoq soladi. Kichik 80 santim.
Including the letter I took, I didn't know. And if I anticipated the consequences, I wouldn't have returned.
And do you now know that the contents of that envelope that you delivered?
And aşağı xatninki mazmunni hazır bilemsiz.
Ya ben bilmeyim o xatni burun va'da verdim. Va'dam bo'yicha topshirdim. Xatning nima bog'lig'ini nima qo'ymayman.
No, because I promised not to open the letter, and I just fulfilled my promise, and then up until now, I don't know what was the content.
Thank you. Your first 2 detentions were in regular prisons rather than re-education camps. Is that correct?
Bu sizningki 2 qatimliq tutqun jarayonunuz shu turma, ya'ni hozirgidek tarbiyalash o'rni emas.
Yo'q, tarbiyalash o'rni emas. Masalan, 2 aydan keyin meni tutdi, tutib bir oydan keyin 2 aydan keyin tutiblar bir ozroq vaqtda ko'zimni tengiblar uyimga olib bagaja olib turmaga olgandan keyin u qiyin qistoq, shundoq qiyin qistoq. Hatto tirmig'imni yuldi ular.
No, it was prison. And even when I was taken to Urumqi during that period, my fingernails were pulled out. So throughout my detention, I suffered a torture interrogation.
When you were in those first 2 prisons, can you estimate the ethnic distribution of the detainees in those institutions?
Hem şu türmedeki jarayonda sizniki şu türmedeki tutqunlarninki millat yana qancha millatdan batdi, qaysi millatdan eng ko'p degandek mush jarayonni bir so'z bilan alamsiz.
Meni ko'zimni
İçki türmüde, en baştaki 2 qatımlıq türmü jarayonu. Solanğa var. Haqiqatli Uyg'urlar.
Xitoy yo'q, unda Uyg'urlar hammasi milliy bo'lgunchilar solgan Uyg'urlar bor.
Only Uyghurs. They were all accused of separatists.
Fine, thank you. And in those prisons, were there specific torture rooms where these tortures took place?
Hem de muş türmülerde bula qiyin qıstaqda alayda bir aşı qiynaydigan ayrım bir orun battıma, bir öy battıma, qiynaydigan ayrım etdi.
Qiynaydigan ayrım var. Mesela putumni ichki yerdan tümü qatımın var. Gösterip turay. Buni yerdan ichki yerdan tümünü urup her bir urga vaqtida menga chiqibda mas qilmaydan urib tümünü urup ixroqila urup matrab o'tkazib bunu tomurib etib yana mayadin yana chiqada o'tkazgani yo'q.
Yes, it was a separate room. The torture took place. As I have mentioned, that they pushed a metal into my leg. That's where twice. First, each time when they banged the nail into my flesh, and they said, "Admit your guilt." So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you consider that the killing or the shooting, the initial shooting of your cellmate, could be considered as self-defense by the guards?
Yani özünüzünki şu türmede bile yapkan kişininki oxulan öldürülüşü bu saqçılar özünü qoğdaş üçün qılğan bir hücum degini bolamdı.
Ama turmada o bekadımga sebepsiz vurdu. Her gün urgunu kanmay durup şikayetli bir tekşigen bulup bekadıma uygulanır. Xitayda urmaydı ne? Uygulanır urgandan keyin bu çidimay tümeli intiqam edip naqan o amalga oshmagandan keyin shu diskni etib singa taqib.
The constant beatings of the prisoners non-stop. Whenever they came to the cell, they would beat up everyone. And so eventually my cellmate tried to take revenge with that little metal nail, but was not successful. And then he was shot dead, tragically.
What I was trying to get to was your cellmate chained at the time? Was he a real risk to the guards?
Şu vaqtning o'zida shu turmadagi birga turgan shu kishi qo'l putlari zanjirda bog'liqlikmidi, misolga bog'liqlik bo'lmagan bo'lsa shu nimaga shu turma xodimlarga bir xabar ib keladi.
Ya mesela o tutumuzu kişen var, kolumuzu koyuzu var, koyuzluk bağlılık, zincir esiklik. Onu diyor. o urut tayak çılmağından keyin tıkanazda o tıkamagan hem de bundak bir tıkananda hareket kalmışadılar yetebatkanlar.
We were chained, shackled, all the time. It wasn't something that could cause any kind of life-threatening consequences. Even he just tried to take a bit of revenge by using that nail.
Thank you. When you met your brother and sister in Turkey in April 2016, had they been forced to travel to Turkey?
Yani Türkiye'de işte akınız hediniz bilen görüşke vakitte ula mecburi Türkiye'ye eretilgen mecburi.
O burun pasport işlepememiz seyas ayda 3 evlat pasport işlepememizden işte çıkılıp kademler. 2016 yılı şu ikinci ay mezgilinde çakırıp gelip işte pasport işlepirli ukanlar köşüp kivelanlar depla 15 günlük pasport işlepirip eğer belet ağır pulun olmamız biz beletle biz epirimiz digen Katar'da şuna digen. Ula biz pulumuz var. Digen bunu da ulanın kıltığını okumakanda.
Well, I believe that was forced and its intention pre-planned. Because for 3 generations they said we are not allowed to apply for passport. But suddenly in February 2016, and they were called to the office and said that we will issue your passports. And if you don't have money to travel, we will help you to buy a ticket.
Thank you. My final question is, when you received that very disturbing video of your brother and sister hanging up, you were given a number of options, but it doesn't appear that you were being asked to return to China. Is that correct?
Siz aşı video en ahırqı video telefonuna ağa vaxtınızda akınızla hədinizninki issiqlıq tuğan şu ahvalını köz tutturup sizge şart qoyğan. Bu şartlarning içinde sizning qaytib ketishinizni talab qilmagan, to'g'rimi?
Ya men qaytib talab qilmagan.
That's correct. They didn't demand me to my return.
Okay. Thank you for your very clear and concise answers. Mr. Chairman, I'm finished.
When you saw your brother and sister hanging, can you just give a little bit more detail of what you meant by hanging?
Siz açınız bilen akınızınki şu isp qoyulğanlıqni ködüm depsiz Maşa isp qoyğanını qandaq azraq bir bizge bir düşendirib berelemiz qandaq esiqliq.
2017 yılı 1. ayda bir telefon.
Şunu so'rayapman. Isp qo'yganini qandaq bildingiz deydi. It was in that position, hanged from the ceiling.
Suspended by their hands in some way.
Qo'li ushunda.
Puti agzin 1 metr egizlikda o egiz o'yga shu esqarma qo'lni aytib ustib ko'rdim. Puti hamda taxminan shu 1 metr atrofida yerni ustun ko'tarishlik.
I could see that approximately the feet was about like 1 meter above the ground.
You were told that only if you abided by the conditions imposed would they release your brother and sister, and your brother and sister were screaming at the time. Is that correct?
Yani sizge şu tört şartdan qo'ygan jarayonida akınız, açınız o vaqtda vaqirab atgan, shunaqmi?
Ya şu vaqirmagan, o'sha vaqirmagan 4 shartni qo'yib, 4 shartni deb pulishini amallam vaqirib, jaqirib ketdi. Jaqirgandan keyin men gap bo'g'icha tilbul uchiryapti.
During the time when they were when I was asked those 4 conditions, I didn't hear any noise. And only just before they turned off the video, I heard them screaming.
No contact with them since? No contact with them since?
Onundan keyin hech qanday
Ya
aloqamiz
onun
bo'lmadi.
iş kadar alak yok. 2016 bir kata bir şumutlu gösterdi. Şundakin alak yok. Yine bir yıl 5 yıl oldu.
No, it has been 5 years now since. We would like to show the pictures of
Mene bu
yeah.
meneki şu akam
It's the elder brother.
Muhammed Ali 62
Muhammed
yaş.
Ali, 62 years old.
Bununki ailesi, oğlu, balları 8 kişi izdireksiz yok ödün.
His family members, his children, in total 8 members disappeared.
Mene bu açam 54 yaş. Risalet Rozi.
My elder sister, Risalat Rozi, 54 years old.
Açamdaki iki balısı, iki nevresi 5 kişi izdireksiz yok.
Two of her children and her 2 grandchildren, 5 members gone, disappeared.
Bu meneki şu akam deriz aciz. Bu izdireksiz yok.
That's my younger brother who had mental disability, also disappeared.
Benim bu meneki ikinci hukam putu kesip ketken bu kadaş vakasında. Putu kesip ketkenden keyin harcı putsagan bu hukam izdireksiz yok mene.
My brother, another brother who also disabled after a traffic accident, and he also disappeared.
Benim üçüncü hukam.
My third brother.
İki balı batı.
Had two children.
Hoş gezek toğulgan, kanunsuz toğul edip 50.000 ceza.
Later, had the third children. They were twins, and they were fined 50,000 yuan.
Ceza döylegen benim bu izdireksiz yok.
However, they also disappeared.
Bu meneki en küçük hukam. Bununki balası toğulgan, işkay boğan bu yenge toğulgan balasının resmi yok. Ama bu bir kızı batı, kızıyla 3 tane resmi. Bunun töte ailesi boyunca yok.
My youngest brother, who had a child, who had a 2-year-old kız mıydı?
Oğul bir kız.
Okay, yeah, had two children, and also they disappeared, made to disappear.
Bu benim bacam, Abdülhakim Kasım. Ben Norveç'ten 2016 yılı 5.000 kron pul evetken pulunu tapışıp ağandaki yılla şu bugün pulunu tapışıp aldı, tutup gitti 15 yılı kolağıp gitti.
My uncle, after I sent 5,000 kron from Norway, after accepted, take that money, and he was arrested and given 15 years prison sentence.
Bizimki iqtisad jihatdan hech qanday qiyinchiligimiz yo'q. Hamiz do'konlardan chiqib, o'yinini chiqib, hammasi park qilibdi. Men Qozog'istondan bir odamni avatdim. Avatib qilsam u odam izza topolmadi. Hech qanday istiraksiz yo'q. Bularninki o'ylar kang o'ylar bo'lyapti. Hammasi bir yerda. U o'yinning hech qasi yo'q. Park aylantirib, bu 5 yilga xavin olamayaptimi?
All my family, my extended families, they financially quite well off, had a big houses and they had shops. They knocked down all the houses and converted into a park. I learned that after sending someone from Kazakhstan to look for my family members.
Thank you for showing us those photographs. Mr. Sabi, if possible, may copies of them, with the witnesses' consent, be retained for our benefit.
Yes, sir.
Professor Kaur.
On condition for paragraph 15, condition 4, you were asked to take a picture with police, I assume Norwegian police, and send it to them. Is this because they wanted to circulate it and show that you're a criminal, a terrorist, extremist?
Andım şu 4 şart koyup da 4 şartın ki birisi siz Norvegiyanın sakçısı bilen bir resim düşüp evetin deptu. Sizce bularının ki məqsidi aşı resimni düşkenden kin sizni bir terrorchi yoki bölgünchi degan aşındaq bir nimeler bilan qarlamoqchi, shu maqsad bilan
Shu maqsad bilan qilgan.
Yes, that is correct.
All three?
Üçü məqsədmi?
Yani biri şerin de bireymen.
Yo'q, uni emas. Eng oxirgi sizni saqchi bilan birga rasmga tushib, ularning to'rtchatdan ham qo'lda bor. Nazar. U nima maqsadda demakchi
shu? Maqsadni men ham de ko'p gumon qildim. Yakomaydi meni eski ko'stib shu mana bu Yevropadan tutib qoldi. Eski bo'lgandan keyin bu vatanga asli qolgan yakomaydi bir bizni qarchaplab turib shu bayonotlarga medyat küçük için şöyle evet diyen.
Well, I can only kind of guess that the only thing that I can think of that after obtaining that picture that with police they might want to present me as a criminal. Even in that country I was arrested by and so that I believe that it was the purpose.
And they were the police who asked you? Who were they?
Bu sizin şu resmi çıkıp yollağın diyenler sakçılar mı? Kimler?
Sakçılar.
Police.
Specifically what kind of police? Can you say?
Qandaq derecedeki sakçı xadimlar ular.
Ya ben qandaq sakçı derecede onu uqmayman. Sakçılardan bana mesela furaş giygen, sakçı giygen kim bilen bana telefon kıldı, video gösterdi. Gösterken zaman şu şartını dedi bana. Bu şartını kılırsa dedi. Depolup açamdan akam vakırap gitti. Telefonu uçurvattı.
All I know that they were police because through that video I saw they were wearing police uniform and they told me those 4 conditions. Then I heard the screaming of my brother and sister. Then they turned off the video.
And this was in Kucha County, is that right?
Bu şu Kucha nahiyedeki.
Tosun nahiyedeki.
Assalomu alaykum. Ekran oldidagi Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar, ko'rayotganlar Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi 4 televiziyasining naq maydon ko'rishi 6 oyninki 4-cü günü Angliya paytaxtı Londonda başlanğan Xalqara Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining tunji navbatlik guvohlik yig'ini bugun 3-cü kuniga qadam qo'ydi. Aziz qarindoshlar, hozir tushlik dam olishga chiqdi. Mush fursatdan foydalanib turib sizlar bilan takror yuz ko'rishaylik dedik. Aziz qarindoshlar, texnik sababidan bizningki bu internet ulanmamızda biraz mesele görülgeni için biraz işinlerini pişirip koygan ahvallarımı oldu. Bu sebepten sizlerden özür sorayımız. Çünkü bu bir xatarlik sebebi bilen bir yerdeki simlik internet torlarının hemisi üzütülgenliği için sotnunki birinci günü biz bir yerde biraz bizden asli plan bulmadı ve teknik cihetten biraz gençlik kuşturduk aziz arkadaşlar. Hoş vaqtliq studiyamızga bu sot kollegiyasininki ikkinchi qavatida ta'sis qilgan Dunyo Uygur Kollégiyesi to'rt televiziyasiniki bu vaqtliq studiyasiga bu qatimqi sotninki bosh arzdori va tashabbuskor Dunyo Uygur Kollégiyasininki raisi Dolqin Aysa efendimni taklif qildik. Sizlar bilan biraz dertleşelim deb. Hurmatli Dolqin Aysa efendim, bu sot bana 3-cü kuni qadam qo'ydi. Mencha nihoyatda ratlik bir shaklda ketyapti deb o'ylayman. İnşallah xalqimizning duosi bilan nihoyat ta'sirli vazirlar o'tirib chiqdi 2,5 kunning yog'i. Siz bu sotninki masalan Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyasininki boshlovchisi Jeffrey Nice efendimmi ishlash marosimida qilgan so'zda sizinki tashabbusingiz va arzingiz bilan bu Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyasining qurilganligini rasmiy ishlash marosimida buni qayta bir izohlab o'tdi va tunugin qisqacha 10 minutlik axborot e'lon qilish yig'inida buni qayta ta'kidlab o'tdi. Xo'sh, siz bu shu 2,5 kunlik bu sotga qanday bavrisiz, buni qanday inkaslar bo'layotdi bu vaqtda qarashingizni olsa.
Rahmat. Mencha sot nihoyatda yaxshi ketib bordi. Mening bundaq bir cho'ng xalqaroliq sotga tunji qatim qatnashishim undaq kichik sotlarga Germaniyada bo'lgan boshqa yerlik sotlar qatnashgan, ammo bundaq bir davlatni nimaga tortadigan, so'roqqa tortadigan bunda cho'ng bir sotga tunji qatim qatnashishim o'zimni jiq narsalarni o'rgandim. Jiq narsalarni o'rgandik. Sot nihoyat jiddiy, bu sotdagi butun mutaxassislar, advokatlar, sotchilar bo'lsin, nihoyat dunyoda, yalnız Angliyada emas, dunyoda kuchli ta'sirga bo'lgan tajribalik insonlar bo'lganligi uchun bu sot butun xalqaro o'lchamlar doirasida nihoyat yuqori sifatda ketib bordi. Bergan bu sotga kelgan guvohchilarmi o'zining hayot hikoyalari bilan mayli sotchilarni bo'lsin va yoki sot uchun kelgan matbuot xodimlarini bo'lsin ve anlayotgan insanlarni nihoyatda hayajonlantiradigan avvallar bo'ldi. Shaxsan bugun deganda Gulbahor xonimning, Jalolova xonimning ashada bergan men jiq anglagan. Butun guvohchilarning hozircha nimalarni anglagan, ammo televizorlarda anglash bambaşqa ekan, ammo yuz turan turib naq maydonda o insonlarning bergan guvohliklarini anglagan vaqtida men o'zimni ko'zlar yoshlarini tutanmadim. Nurg'unlagan insonlar ko'z yoshlarini tutanmaganligiga shohid bo'ldik. İnsan bu zulmlarga, bu haqoratlarga, bu besimlarga insanın yuragi hakikaten chidamaydi. Ammo bu zulmlarni endi bu mayli Gulbahor xonim bo'lsin, hozirgacha bo'lgan guvohchilarning hammasining hikoyasi bir-biridan ichinishliq, ajalik. Bularning har birisining hikoyasi net 100 ming insonning o'rtaq hikoyasining bir gavlandirilishi, tushuntirilishi. Shuningga mencha nihoyat yaxshi ketib bordi. Hozirgacha mening bilishimcha 14-15 Uyg'ur guvohchi, oyoq Uyg'ur, qozoq, o'zbeklar bo'lib, Sharq Turkistonliklar bo'lib 15 guvohchi o'zining guvohligini taqdim qildi. 8 xalqaroliq mutaxassis o'zininki bu yerda sotda guvohlik berdi. Toplam shuni qo'ygan 23 odam bo'lamda, 23 odam hozirgacha guvohlikni berdi. Hamda oldingi kunlarda bugun tushdan keyin bir kun ichida yana toplam 10 dan ortiq guvohchi va xalqaro mutaxassislik yana 6 toplam 38 kishi ekan bu qatam sot chaqirilgan. Davomli berildi. Mening ta'siratim nihoyat yaxshi. O'zimmi mushundaq bir tarixiy, ya'ni bu 21-asrdagi cho'ng bir voqea bu. Cho'ng bir voqea. Chunki 21 asrda erkiy qirg'inchilik nurg'ulg'an dunyoda nurg'un adolatsizliklar bor. Har xil besimlar bor, har xil qiyinchiliklarga uchrayotgan xalqlar, millatlar bor. Biz yalnız Uyg'urlar ham emas. Yalnız Sharq Turkistonliklar, Qozoqlar ham emas. Ama Sharqi Turkistonda bo'layotgan bu hodisa dunyoning hech bir qanday yeriga o'xshamaydigan 21 asrda bo'layotgan bir erkiy qirg'inchilik. İnsaniyat jinoyat ishlayotgan bir davlat. Shuningga mushundaq bir sorunda Xitoyning epirayotgan bu jinoyatini so'roq tortiladigan bir maydonda buning bir shohid bo'lalig'imdan va biz 2 yil ilgari boshlagan mushundaq bir xalqaro sudda Xitoyning jinoyatini so'roq tortadigan mushundaq bir so'rinning hozirlanishi uchun boshlagan harakatimizning bugun bu yerda bir natijasini ko'rib o'ltirganligimizni albatta sudning natijasi qanday chiqadi ki 12 oylarda bor 9 oy suddan kelamiz ammo hech bo'lmasa mushu so'rinda xalqarалық advokatlarning sudchilarning oldida Xitoyni javobgarlik tortadigan mushundaq bir maydonning bo'lganligi xalqimizga bo'lgan cho'ng bir tasalli meni shaxsan umidlantirdi. Xitoy qanchalik kuchli qudratli bo'lgan bo'lsa ammo dunyoda yanıla haqiqatparvar insonlarning borligi, haqiqatning borligi bizni menga o'xshash nurg'ulg'an insonlarni umidlantirdi deb o'ylayman. Xitoy hokimiyatining bir kunsi men shuni texim yurakdan ishondim. Xi Jinping boshliq, Qin Changgu boshliq, Sho'rat Zokir boshliq Aşu cinayetkarlarının, aşu insaniyetki karşı cinayet etkilatkan, muşuk erkek kırgınçılıkның baş cinayetçilerinin şəxsi halda muşundaq insaniyetinin altta kollarına işgal selip tutturğu zincirlerini sep durup muşu sorak çıkıdığanlığa ve bunu kılalaydıqanlığımızga men işendim yani bir qatim.
İnşallah. Doktor Sapan demirsen bu 2 yarım gün oldu. Sot tunji günü açılğandan keyin tunji günü guvohlik bergan ba'zi lager shohidlarini yana asos hujum nishoni qilib ikkinchi kuni va hatto shu kuni Xitoy hukumati darhol bunga inkos qaytarib yana ular qaratgan psixologik hujumni davomlashtiryapti. Masalan sizchi shu g'arb matbuotlaridagi buning inkosi qanday bo'layotdi, xalqimizning inkosi qanday bo'layotdi? Chunki har zaman siz tashkilotlarimizda siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizda dialog ichida turyapsiz. Bu haqda bir tushiribsiz.
Xalqaro matbuotlar buningda ya'ni qanchalik xalqaro matbuotga chiqqanligini bilmayman, ammo butun dunyodagi xalqaro matbuotlardan mayli Norvegiya bo'lsin, mayli Germaniya, mayli arab matbuotlarda chunki bu yerda arabcha biladigan qarindoshlarimiz buni taqiq qilib xalqarodagi butun matbuotlarning hammasida bu xabar qilmagan matbuot asosiyati yo'q butun tillarda. Endi xalqaro matbuot soyasida bu masalaning chiqishida yani degandek BBC'ga o'xshaydigan, Al Jazeera'ga o'xshaydigan bütün matbuotlar, Reuters, Association Press hammasi nima qildi. Endi Erkin Asiya radio stansiyasining Uyg'ur bo'limi Duq TV bilan naq maydondan taqib o'tdi. Menimcha xalqimizning mutlaq ko'p qismi qanchalik inson buni ko'ryapti mening nimam yo'q. Men u sotsial medialarda bo'lmag'achqa. Ammo menga nurg'un uchurlar kelyapti. Dunyoning hamma yeridan, Uyg'ur tashkilotlaridan, faoliyatchilardan, Avstraliyadan, Kanadadan, Yaponiya, Yevropaning hamma davlatlaridan, Amerikadan qilib o'zlarining bu bo'lgan ko'rayotganliklarini mushu sotni tashkillagichi mushunga ajrsin degan insonlarga bo'lgan rahmatini, minnatdorligini qilib o'zlarini ya'ni bu nayt hayajonlanganliklarini bildirib nayt ijobiy, nayt xalqimizning madad mesajlari nayt ko'p kelyapti. Har minut degidek kelyapti. Buning xalqaro matbuotlarda bo'lsin, yoki xalqimizga bo'lgan umid berish nuqtai nazaridan bo'lsin, cho'ng bir ta'sir qo'zg'aganligiga ishonyapman.
To'g'ri deysiz. Masalan, shu sot boshlangandan buyon mana ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimiz tunji sot 11 soat davomlashdi, tungi sot 9,5 soat davomlashdi. Bugungi sotmi taxminan inshaalloh 9,5 soat aslida kun tartibiga qaraydigan bo'lsak 9,5 soat davom qiladi. Ya'ni qarindoshlarimiz ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz shu to'liq turgan qarindoshlarimiz va hozir shu ekran oldimizdagi qarindoshlarimizni zaten bu ekranda buni ko'rib turishning o'zi bizga bo'lgan bir madad, bizga bo'lgan bir qo'llash. Albatta bu ekran oldidagi shuni ko'rib turayotgan butun qarindoshlarimizni va bu yerdagi sotda guvohlik berayotgan shohidlarimizga kuch-quvvat tilayotgan, ularga duo qilayotgan butun qarindoshlarimizga rahmat majburiyatimiz bor. Bo'lmay sapandan bu Xitoylar endi bir qalpoq kiygizibdi bu sotga. bu Uygur Sot'u bir drama. Bu Uygur Sot'u guvalık edildiğinin hemisi artist etkendi. Ameliyat sizin bilirsiniz bu Mustafa Komissiyası Hakimiyeti ve Şarkı Türkistan işgal kanıya zilti de hazırlıkça drama oynayıp gidiyordu. Özü artist yaptı. Halkımız gibi beğenmeyen çıraylık vadileri kalmadı, yalgan vadileri kalmadı. Halklara cemaatçilikle artist oldup geldi ve hazırlıkça bu artistlikini hazırlıkça kılıvatıdı. Xitayning bu nimasiga süptiga qanday bahoysiz shaxsan?
Ya endi Xitoy mushunchilik bütün jinoyatları dünyada naq maydonda oshkora bo'layotgan bu bir savol va yoki hech qanday bir savol talab qilmaydigan bir haqiqat bo'lib o'tirib chiqayotgan vaqtimizda Xitoy yanala bu jinoyatni yushirish uchun harakat qilyotdi. Drama Xitoy siz deb o'tgandekidek Xitoy hukumati hozirgacha degandekidek bütün yani xalqarada bo'lsin, Uyg'urlar bo'lsin, bütün yasalma sahnalarni yasash orqali, dramalarni o'ynash orqali, sun'iy sahnalarni shakllantirish orqali, vatanda keyingi vaqtlarda naqsh-usul madaniyatlarni qo'yayotgandan qilish orqali noiti xalqaralik bir Uyg'urlarning baxtsizda yashayotganliklari 75 yilning yoq shuni qilib keldi yani 75 yilning keldi. Ama bu jinoyatları bugün oshkor bo'lib dunyoda buni yapolmaydigan bir holat kelgan vaqt yanıla eng oxirgi bir chirpinish deb o'ylayman. Boshqa nima deyalaydi endi? Buncha jinoyatning ichida men biroz jinoyat ishlagandim, men jinoyat qilgandim deyolmaydigan gap faqat shuni yushirishga, padazlashga urnudu. Şununla aslında tiyatro qo'yayotgan bu meydan emas, bu sot emas, tiyatro qo'yayotgan Xitoy hukumati, bu Xitoy hukumatining ezeldan buyon qilib kelgan bir an'anasi.
To'g'ri deysiz. Eng chong teatr shu Xitoy davlati. Shu Xi Jinping boshchiligidagi mustabid Xitoy hokimiyatining o'zi hamisi artist zaten. Siz deb o'tgandek, izolab o'tgandek. Rahmat To'qunay efendim, albatta siz bilan yana suhbatlashib turamiz. Sizmi biraz aram geliyorum. Biz sohbetni boshqa qatnashtirib bilan davomlashtiraylik. Rahmat sizga. So'timizga muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, Assalomu alaykum ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, sizlarni tekrar uzr so'raymiz. Texnik sabab bilan biroz to'xtab qoldi. Hozir bu 6-4 günü Londonda bizim şu o'tirayotgan zalda o'tkazilayotgan xalqaro Uyg'ur sotininki tunji qatimliq guvohlik anglashini, ya'ni tunji qatimliq sotimi deyli. Bugun 3-chi kuniga qadam qo'ydi va hozir qisqa bir yemek vaqti uchun biroz dam olish berdi. Biz bu fursatdan foydalanib turib, sizlarga qayta ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizni qayta bir salom bergach, sizlarga bir hurmatimizni bildirgach, biroz bir suhbatlashib olaylik, dardlashib olaylik dedik aziz qarindoshlar. Bu qatimki sotninki kun tartibiga qaraydigan bo'lsak, chet ellik guvohchilar, ya'ni chet ellik mutaxassislar, maxsus Sharq Turkiston Uyg'urlar masalasi, Xitoy masalasini tadqiq qilayotgan chet ellik mutaxassislar bilan Uyg'urlarni asos qilgan Uyg'ur, O'zbek, Qozoq guvohchilarninki umumiy soni 37 nafar, ya'ni 40 ga yaqin. Bu nima? Bu qatimki sotdan deb. Albatta bu sot, ya'ni 9-oydan 11-kuni, ya'ni 2-sot ochiladi. Buningdek bu sotda boshqa albatta boshqa guvohchilar taklif qilindi va yilning oxirigacha davom qildi sot va bu yilning oxirida bu xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesininki bosh sotchisi Jeffrey Nice efendimning bildirishicha, bu sotning ochilish marosimini qilgan so'zdimi, shu bu yilning oxirigacha hukmnomani, ya'ni sotning natijasini, hukmnomasini chiqarganligini eskartdi aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, men bu sizlarga mush program boshlangandan yoq da'vatman. Yanimda o'tirgan Baxtiyor Umar efendim bu shu naq maydon taqish programı naq maydondan berishninki texnik ishlarga masala o'zi va ikkimiz riyosatchilik qilyapmiz. Shu kundan yoqi bu munosabat bilan men Baxtiyor Umar efendimga rahmat aytaman. Baxtiyor Umar efendim o'zi Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv ombirininki direktori va Norvegiya Uyg'ur komitetiningki raisi bo'ladi. Bu yanimizda o'tirgan qizimizmi deyli, güzel xonim deyli. Bu qizimiz muattar qizimiz bu o'zim Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv ombirininki program yetakchisi bo'lib xizmat qilyapti va sotninki tunji kuni shu Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv ombirininki xizmatlari haqida sotda maxsus bir doklad berdi. Xo'sh, Baxtiyor Umar efendim sizdan boshlaylik. Masalan, siz Dünya Uyg'ur qurultiyining havolasi va Sharq Turkiston tashkilot hamkorlik minbarininki o'rtaq qarori bilan siz riyosatchilik qilayotgan Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv ombiri bu xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesini dalil ispat bilan guvohchilar bilan shohidlar bilan ta'minlash xizmatiga mas'ul bo'lgan va bu jihatda hamda xalqimiz bu ko'rdi hozirgacha jiddiy bir ishlab kelyapti. Bu qatimki sotga qanchalik bir material guvohchi yoki shohid topshirdilar, mushaq bir ma'lumot bersangiz. Masalan, bu da sot qatnashganlar sizlar bekitib berdinglarmi yoki sot o'zi tanladimi? Bu haqdami televizor ko'ruvchilarimiz biroz ma'lumot bersangiz.
Amaliyotda boshdan boshlab so'zlab kelsak, bu sotning tayyorlik xizmatlari o'tgan yil 6-oydan, ya'ni dal 1 yil vaqt bo'ldi. Lekin Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv ombiri siz degandek mush tashkilotlar birligininki qaror orqali o'tgan yil 9-oyninki oxiridagi yig'inda shu sot guvohchi ham dalil isbot ta'minlash xizmatini mustaqil ustiga oldi. Shuningdek yoqib bu xizmatni biz qilib kelyapmiz. Sot oyoqlashgacha bu xizmat bizning yelkamizda bo'ldi. Hamda bu yerga biz topshirgan umumiy videolik guvohlik desak 150 dan ortiq. Yo'shirin va yozma guvohliklarni qo'shsak bu 400 ga yaqinlashadi. Lekin sotninki muhim qarg'an guvohchilari necha vaqtdan shu lager shohidlarga o'xshash dunyoda ochiq oshkor guvohlik berayotgan, o'zi shu sot maydoniga oshkor kelaoladigan ham o'ziniki deganlarini ochiq dalil isbotlar bilan ta'minlaydigan kishilar bo'lganligi uchun bu qatma-qat tanlashlar orqali eng oxiri biz o'zimiz 57 odamni taxminan biz taklif qildik. Mushu guvohchilar sotga chiqsa degan bir taklifni qilgandan keyin ularniki yozma, videolik, inglizcha tarjima qilgan guvohliklarimizni topshirdik. Undan keyin bular faqat bir taklifimiz bo'ldi, lekin oxiriga kelgan chog'da sotga chiqqan guvohchilarni sot o'zi qaror qildi. Biz faqat bir taklif berdik.
Masalan, bu 3 kunning yoqda hamda sotchilar so'radi, bu guvohchilarning kamisidan keng doiralik mukammal hujjat dalil isbotlarni imzoliq topshirganligini masalan bu savol so'ragan vaqtida shu ular topshirgan yozma guvohlik masalada guvohlik materialining ichidan tanlab savol so'radiku deydi bularni o'zlari qiziqadigan muhim nuqta deb qaragan nuqtalardan albatta u bütün guvohligining hammasini bu yerda so'zlash imkoniyati yo'q vaqt masalasi bilan shunga so'chilar man
bularning hammasi uyg'ur sotiniki tor betiga e'lon qilindi uyg'urcha va inglizcha
xo'sh muattar qizim ham siz shu uyg'ur adliya arxiv program yetakchisi ham siz shu sotni dalil isbot bilan ta'minlash guvohchilar bilan ta'minlash jihatdagi konkret xizmatlarga mas'ul aziz qarindoshlar bu yerda shuni eslatib qo'y bu qizimiz Norvegiyadan keldi va shu yerda cho'ng bo'lgan chet elchisi o'zimni yaxshi o'qigan o'zini qisqacha bir tunishtirsin uyg'urcha bo'lgan yaxshi o'qiydi inshaalloh sizlarning madatinglar duoyinglar bilan shunday ekranlar ko'proq chiqish orqali chunki bular chet elchi tilda tarbiyalangani uchun uyg'ur tilida biroz nima chekadi bo'libmi bunday siyosiy programmalar xo'sh qizim o'zingiz bir tunishtirib o'ting ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizga
Assalamu alaikum. Men ismim Muattar. Men Norvegiyadan keldim. Men shu Uygur Adliya Amri Uygur Translation Justice Database'dagi tadqiqot yetakchisi bo'lman. Ham Norvegiya Uygur Komitetininki aloqa xizmatlariga mas'ul bo'lman. Men Norvegiyada o'qigan, Norvegiyadagi Bergen University of Bergen'da siyosiy iqtisod o'qidim. Boshda o'yib tutib, keyin yana comparative politics deymiz, siyaset. Shu 9. aydan boshlab Londondagi City University of Londonda masterni boshlash oldida turman.
Mashallah.
Shu qisqacha.
Va rahmat. Sizlarni oldinglar qarindoshlar ekran oldidagi bu qizimiz Muattar shu siyosat, xalqaro siyosat o'qigan va Londonda magistrlik o'qish oldi turibdi. Chunki hozir davoyimiz bak cho'nglab ketdi, nihoyat zo'rayib ketdi. Ixtisos egalarimizga bo'lib bu qizimizda ko'p xil tilli iqtidorga ega maxsus g'arb nimasida xalqaro siyosat, xalqaro diplomatiya, xalqaro munosabatlarda o'qigan ixtisos egalarimizga texnik ehtiyoj yo'q, chunki oldingi hisobda ishlaydigan xodimlar yetarsiz qoldi, davo ko'payib ketdi, kuchayib ketgani uchun shunga bunday yoshlarımizga jiddiy ehtiyojimiz bor. Shu sababdan Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv Amiri bu qizimizni shu Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv Amirininki program yetakchisi qilib xizmatga olgan va vatan millat davosi uchun o'zining ona vatani uchun, o'zining vatani xalqi uchun xizmat qilyapti. Bu qizimiz boshqa yoshlarimiz o'rnak bo'ladi deb o'ylayman. Xo'sh, siz sotning birinchi kuni shu Uyg'ur Adliya Arxiv Amiri haqqidagi 2020-2021 yil xizmatlari va bu Sot Kollégiyesiga topshirgan dokumentlar, dalil isbotlar, guvohlik materiallar haqida doklad berdingiz. Shuni bir qaytib bir izohlab o'tgan bo'lsangiz, bu qilgan xizmatlaringizni.
Bo'ldi. Biz shu sot qurilib, oldingi yili 9-10 oylardan boshlab shu Uygur tribunalininki research team deymiz, shu tadqiqot guruhi bilan ishlab keldik. Necha ay bo'ldi, hozir 20 yildan oshdi. Bizda bütün materiallarni ularga ta'minlab keldik. Bizdagi guvohliklarimizni uyg'urchasini inglizchaga tarjima qilib, tanlangan guvohchilar bilan necha qitim qayta interview qilib, u interviewdan keyin oxirgi masalan final statement deymiz, oxirgi guvohlikni chiqarib, uni quality control nimadan tekshirishdan o'tkazib, andin qo'l qo'yg'izib, ham guvohchilarninki bo'libmi bizningki databaseimizdan chiqqan 15 guvohchininki shu Londonga kelish, viza ishlari, andin chegaradan o'tish, vaksina ishlari degandek hamma ishlarga mas'ul bo'lib keldik. Andin juma kuni meniki bergan bu dokumentimniki content bo'lsa, background bo'lsa, biz hammamiz bilamiz bizdeki mesela bazı axbaratlar mesela detail çıkarak information'ları bağ şekilde kildu, lekin yana bazıları undaq emas çünkü Uygurlarımızınki vatandaki qarindaşları bilan bo'lgan alaqasınınki yo'qligi sababidan bazı materiallarda kamchiliklar bor. Bundaq tipdagi masalan 5000 bizda register bo'lgan datalarning ichidagi bundaq tipdagi materiallar chiq bir qism bo'ldi. Undan bularni sudga udul shu guvochni olib chiqmaganligimiz uchun biz Mashu research team'deki mavu Dr. Aldo Borda bizden bir statistical review, statistical şekilde bir nimbas anlatıp mashu jarayanda mashtah bir teklifni qo'ygan. Andan bu teklif bizningki mashu yillik raportni yozayotgan vaqtimizda kelib qoldi. Shunga biz o'ylashib buni statistical review qilmay, lekin udul mashu yillik dokladlarimizni topshirdigan sebepten kelgan. Yes.
Rahmat kızım. Nayt aferin ya. Nayt ondan yaxşı Uygurca. Herhalde qarindaşlarımız yaxşı düşenden nayt yaxşı zallap ediniz. Çünkü hem de bu sizin yaşınız neçe yaş kızınız kızım?
23.
23 yaş kiripsiz. Hem de bu yaşlarımız biraz elim yaxşı Uygurca nayt yaxşı. Yaxşılan Uygurcanızda. Az qarindaşlar bizdenki bu muhattar kızımızın dadısı Abdurişit. Bizden atalım Şinjan Üniversitesi savadaşlarımız oldu. Özümüzün kızı. Dadısımın ait vatanperver bir qarindaşımız. Bütün davanı kollaydigan, qurultayına ait kollaydigan Norvegiya Uygur komitetinden ait yakından basışıp kelgan. Şunun için dadısının mı tesiri var dep oylaymiz. Başka dadılarımın şu örnek elinler.
Kunduzligidek telefon qilib qo'yishayotgan xizmatlarni hattam ergishib ketyapti dadısı.
Hem başka işte iqtidorli o'qigan, diplomasiyada, xalqaro munosabatlarda, xalqaro siyosatda o'qigan farzandlaringlar bo'lsa, biz hozir adam yetishtirmayotimiz dunyo qurultiyi nima haqiqatan boyim deb o'tgandek tobabek kengayib ketgan uchun izlaydigan davlatlarchi parlamentlar va hukumatlar va iqtisodiy gavdalar va inji yo'llarga yetishmayotimiz hozir. Bu sizlar diqqat qilgansizlar oldingi sepda bir qancha odamlar chiqib qolgan hozir. O'ttirgi sepda oq sepda xizmat qilganlarni aytacak ama oldingi sepda birinchi sepda xizmat qilgan odamlarni ayt sanoq barmoq bilan sanog'idek darajada oz. Bu mu muattar qizimizga o'xshash shunday iqtidorli va xalqaro seviyede siyosat o'qigan, diplomasiya o'qigan bunday yoshlarimizga da'voning jiddiy bir ehtiyojning borligini bu yerda his qilib qoldik. Bunun bir ta'kidlab qo'yamiz qarindoshlar. Dunyo qurultiyi masalan har qaysi davlatlarda, muhim davlatlarda ofis ochdi, Berlinda ofis ochdi. Asasen yoshlar ishlayapti. Londonda ofisimiz bor. Buningdan keyin bu Brükselda ofisimiz bor. Koyin keldi, ishlayapti. Parij'de yakında ofis açtık, Washington'da açtık, başka devletlerden açmakçı ve bizim nişanımız asasen yaşlar. Bu hafta kurultayda işleştiğini arzu kılan qarindaşlarımız yaşlarımız olsa, her qaysi sahalarda yetişken bayı deb ötkende kurultayga müracaat kısmı oldu. Hoş Baxtiyor efendim, endi bu sot qarindaşlarımızdan, muhacirat qarindaşlarımız duası bilen buna ait muvaffaqiyatlik devam kılıbatı demde, yani bir yarım günümüz var. Az qarindaşlar biz Baxtiyor efendim bilen işkimiz 13 saat oturatımız bir şeyde. Sottum bir 2 saat burun kelip bir şeyde, akırı biz oturattık 13 saat oturatımız. İnşallah bay şahitlerin gepini, guğalıqlarını aldık. Bizden gözümüzün yaş geldi. Bularının ki tatkan bu cefalarını aldı da bizden bir yerde bir rahat başında orundukta 13 saat oturuşumuzda hiç kanda tıllık ağırcılığım bir yok. Baxtiyor efendim, Baxtiyor kızımız biraz malumat verdi. Sizden hoşum çıkaldınız var mı? Uygur Adliye Arxivlarining xizmatlari haqida, sot bilan bo'lgan munosabatlar haqida.
Endi Uygur Adliye Arxivlari bir arıq görünüşünün deyişki to'g'ri keldi.
To'g'ri, albatta.
Uygur Adliye Arxivlari amaliyotda biz Norvegiya Uygur komiteti 2017 yildan boshlagan bir projekt desak bo'ldi. Keyin bu Dünya Uygur Kurultayı, Amerika Demokratiyani ilgari surish fondiniki yardım bilan o resmi bir organ bo'lib qurilgan, butunlay yoshlardan tarkib topgan bir örneklik bir tashkilot deyishga bo'ldi. Chunki Uygur Adliye Arxivlarininki faqat 3 staj xizmati bor. Ya'ni Norvegiya Uygur komitetininki sekretari Adilcan, Muattar, men hozirgacha bo'lgan 3 muqim xizmatchilar. Buning ustiga bu 3 muqim xizmatchiniki birisi faqat 30% xizmat qildi Adilcan. Bunda bo'lgandan keyin shundoq bir cho'ng sotniki barliq shu guvochlar mas'ul xizmatlarni ustiga elishi, shu muajirat Uyg'urlarning ichidan shunchalar qonuniy hujjatlar guvochlar buni tepib bularni butunlay inglizcha tarjima qilib yana bu sotniki xizmatlariga Dünya Uygur Qurultayı'nın xizmatlariga yaqindan zich hamkorlashib shunday bir nimaga kelishi bir yoshlar qilmoqchi bo'lgan yoki yoshlar qurmoqchi bo'lgan tashkilotniki bir o'rniga deb qarashga bo'ldi. Chunki shu qisqa bir necha yilda ya'ni 2019-yilda rasmiy bir organ bo'lib qurildi. Yangi qurilganda faqat 2 odam xizmat qiladi. Keyin ta'limimizga Muattar qo'shildi. Bundan keyin bu yil kelasi yil yana texnik jiq kishilarning qo'shilganiga nihoyat umidvor turyapmiz. Amerika demokratiyani ilgari surish fondiniki bizga nihoyat pozitiv baholar bor. Dunyo Uygur Qurultayı va boshqa Yevropa, Turkiya, boshqa Amerikadagi tashkilotlarni bizni nihoyat qo'llab yaqindan hamkorlashib ketyapti. Bizniki asos jihatdan hamma tashkilotlardagidek yaxshi bir pozitiv aloqamiz bor. Shu vajdan biz nurg'un xizmatlarni qila oldik. Bu yerda yana bir rahmat aytishga tegishli shu Amerika, Yevropa ham Avstraliyadagi Uyg'ur akademiyasiniki shu tadqiqot xizmatchilari bizga yaqindan yordamlashib, shu necha 10 odam oqimizda turib tarjimachilarga yordamlashmagan bo'lsa, bizim bu ishni muvaffaqiyatli o'rindolmaydi deb qarayman. Amaliyotli mumkin emas. Chunki qurultayda sanoqli bir necha odam bor. Uyg'ur adliya arxividan bir 3 odam bilan buni qilyapti. Shuningga shu jamoatniki, jamiyatning ham Uyg'ur akademiyasining bizga bo'lgan zo'r yordami bu xizmatni muvaffaqiyatli o'rindashga cho'ng turtki bo'ldi. Ular uchun rahmat.
Albatta rahmat. Nihoyat yaxshi izoh berdingiz aziz qarindoshlar. Bu oson emas. Masalan, bu necha ming parcha arznoma yozma. Bu bayi muattar qizimiz degandek, buni shu sotninki talablariga o'lchamlarga tushirib, ratlab chiqish va uni to'liqlash sizlarning vazifanglarda. Bu yomon bir tasish. Demak, nihoyat oson bo'lgan bilan shuni har xil yoziqlarda yozadi uni. Uni shu sotninki talablariga tushirish kerak, uyg'unlashtirish kerak, qayta ular bilan qayta eng ozini bir 10 qatim ko'rish kerak, to'liqlash kerak. Uni ratlab chiqib, oxiri sotga yetkazgich bo'lgan jarayonda bu julug'ingda chiqdi. Bu nihoyat
xizmat jarayonida ba'zi guvochlar hatto bizdan aloqamizniki ko'p ham kech-kunduz bo'lganligi sababli biz ranjitib qolgan ahvollarmi bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki bu qonuniy hujjat bo'lganligi uchun har bir harfgacha hatto tuzatdik. Qonun dokumentlarini. Shuning uchun bu xizmat haqiqatan oson to'xtamadi.
To'g'ri, masalan bizningki Dunyo Uygur Qurultayiniki topshirgan balkim sizlarga shu bizning avval qilgan qurultayniki o'jli 10 ming batlikni ishbidi damda. Ashni ratlab shu olg'a akilish bu nihoyat tez. Ammo hamda nihoyat Allohningki, xalqimizningki duosi bilan aşağıdan kuş elip halkımızdan medet bilen siz dediniz, nihoyat to'g'ri dediniz. Shu sotning qurilishi moddiy ma'naviy jihatdan yordam bergan bütün tashkilotlarimiz, siyosiy faoliyatlarimizga va fidokorlarga $1 bergan bo'lsin yoki 1 turk lirasi bergan bo'lsin, bütün qarindoshlarimizga rahmat aytish va milliy vijdoniy diniy bir majburiyatimiz deb qaraymiz. Shularning kuchi bilan qurildi bu tashkilot. Masalan, Jeffrey Nice efendimninki bu qilgan so'zi bor. Mesela işleyiş murasimini qildi. Bu bundaq keng ko'lamlik bir sot turtkilikda, hamda keng ko'lamlik bir sotning ichilishiga eng az necha 10 millionlagan dollar sarf qilindi dedi. Biz buningda jakki jami bo'lib qarindoshlarimizning safarligi bilan $400,000 atrofidagi taxminan Amerika dollariga hisoblasak, shundan az bir chiqim bilan bu sotni appaduq va aptirvatimiz. Kasbiy xodimlarimiz az qarindoshlar shuncha vola chuvalchaq 10 necha ming 15 ming batlik dalil isbatni guvochlarning materiallarni 3 odam ratildi asosiyatda. Mana o'taqan ishko'ylan va Odiljon deydigan yana bir qarindoshimiz bor. O'sha yoshlarimiz kecha kunduz ishda.
Anandaki yana bir xizmat shu sotninki sotchilar albatta haqsiz. Bu yerda logistik xizmatlarni qilganlardan boshqa hammasi haqsiz xizmat qildi. Bu yerda shu biz ta'minlagan shu 300 dan ortiq guvohchininki guvohligini bir boshdan ko'rib chiqib bu qancha bat narsa u qurultay to'liq topshirgan 10 ming batdan ortiq boshqa-da bu guvohchilarning guvohligi. Ashuni bir qatimdan ko'rib, har bir guvohchi bilan ko'rishib, uni video guvohligini olib, uni tarjimasini qilib, uni yana 4-5 soatlik guvohliklarni qisqartib, uni 4 bat atrofiga tushirib, muyumlarini tanlab. Bu nihoyatda zo'r bir xizmat bo'ldi. Shu Nikapanda muavin sotchi shunda deydi, men ömrümde qilgan har qanday xizmatdan 3 hassa tas bo'ldi bu xizmat. Bu men hech qachon bunda tas qaror berish tas. Birinchi qaysi guvohchini tanlash kerak. Ikkinchisi bunchalar xizmatni bunda qisqa vaqtda biz g'arbning xizmat nimasini bilamiz. Vaqt uzun bo'lsa-mu, pishiq bir xil shaklda qiladi. Uzun vaqt ketadi buni hatto bir necha yil tayyorlik bilan qilgan bo'lishi mumkin boshqa sotlarni. Lekin bu qurultayniki tashabbus bilan ochilgan bu sot, ya'ni 1 yil vaqtda keyingi 9-oydan boshlab yarim yildan ortiq vaqtda tamomlandi.
Tamomlandi. Hakikaten zo'r pedallik ko'rsatdi. Shu banida men masalan boshda masalan Xalqaro Sharq Turkiston tashkilotlari birligi undan keyin bu Uygur Akademiyasi siz deb o'tgandek o'limalar birligi bu shu tashkilotlarimiz undan keyin masalan Kanadadagi, Qozog'iston, O'rta Osiyodagi, Yaponiyadagi, Avstraliyadagi, Yevropadagi butun tashkilotlarimiz nihoyat yaxshi buni qo'lladi, moddiy jihatdan, ma'naviy jihatdan nihoyat obdan destak berdi. Ya'ni xalqimizning himoyasiga erishgan bir sot bo'ldi va shuning uchun bu hammamiz jasoratlandik buningdan. Mushundaq bir ahvol, yana biz qarindoshlar shunday qo'yaylik, bu bexatarlik uyusidan udullik guvohlik bergan ba'zi lager shoirlari bexatar holda qaytarildi. Chunki bexatarlikni ko'rsatib turib, buni xabar topdinglar. Birozdan keyin masalan lager shoirlari guvohlik berdi, qarab baqayli, masalan tunjuli birozdan keyin Fransiyadagi lager shoirimiz Gulbar Xativaji. Xativaji, uningdagi Uyg'ur harakati tashkilotining raisi hurmatli Ro'shan Abbos xonim, uningdagi davlat tadqiqotchilardan amerikalik tadqiqotchi Darin Bilay, uningdagi yana Amerikadagi lager shoirimiz Muhrigul To'sun va bir xalqaro tadqiqot organi guvohlik berdi. Bayım deb o'tdim aziz qarindoshlar, bu qatimki guvohlik yig'iniga guvohlik bergan bir Xitoy bor. Bu Xitoy atlikka guvohlik berdi. O'zi Xitoyda saqchi bo'lgan ekan. O'zi sotga murojaat qildi. Men Xitoyningki bu Uyg'urlarga qaratgan qonuniy jihatdagi qo'sh o'lcham siyosiy va adolatsizliklari, zo'ravonliklari haqida guvohlik berman debdi. Sud bala shayti oxiri uningki guvohlik berishiga qo'shilibdi. Ismini bir naqaqayli o'zi Germaniyada turdi ekan, endi ati nima deydi bilmaymiz. Buning ismi
hozircha Mr. Jangdar.
Mr. Jangdar turayli, yana bu yerda Mahmud turayli.
Bir anonymous witnessimiz, men bir interview qilgan, amaliyotda o'zininki shaxsiy kimligini berishni bak xalab ketmaydi.
Unda bo'lsa, buning demak oldin shu bu sotimiz nihoyat rang nima ko'p taraflamalik guvohchilar tadqiqot. Masalan bu Baxtiyor apani men bu diqqat qildim, masalan shu tarjimonlarga bergan guvohlik bergan chet elliklarningki, mutaxassislarningki shu hozirgacha ham sot boshlanib yomonlik yuqori saviyadagi tadqiqot organlari va tadqiqotchilar. Hamda bu yerda bu sot Uyg'ur xalqining eng samimiy qaddinas do'sti lagerlar masalasini, majburiy emgak masalasini xalqaro oshkorlashda eng zo'r to'ps bo'lgan Germaniyalik tadqiqotchi doktor Adrian Zens efendimning guvohligi bilan oxirida shirkat bu nihoyat obdan bir yaxshi bir ma'no berdi bu. U odamga berilgan bir rag'bat deb qarayman. Bu qatimki sotda guvohlik beramagan qarindoshlarimiz kela qatimliq sotga chaqirildi albatta. Undan keyin yana davom qilishi mumkin. Baxtiyor apandi masalan tunagun ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz bizni shuni so'rdi. Biz bu guvohlikni berishni xohlaymiz. Agar guvohlik kela qatimliq sotda, masalan 9-11 kuni yana bir sot ichiladi. Angacha bu guvohlik, masalan men guvohlik beraman deydigan qarindoshlarimiz bo'lsa, qanchalik vaqt ichida kimga murojaat qilish kerak?
Albatta bu yerda oldi bilan sotniki to'rbeti bor, o'zini guvohlikqa ko'rsatkili bo'ladigan. Andan keyin Uyg'ur adliya arxiv ombiri bilan aloqasi bo'ldi. Yoki boshqalar bilan albatta aloqasi bo'ldi. Masalan, qurultoy xodimlari bilan. Agar o'ziniki maxfiyatligini saqlash fikri yoki yoshirin guvohlik berish nimasi bo'lsa, lekin bu yerda eng muhim narsa biz degandek shu biz tanlagan 150 guvohlik bu videolik guvohlik. Albatta eng muhim ham hayotiy bexatarlikka tahdid etadigan o'zini qat'iy oshkorlashni xohlamaydigan guvohchilar bu yerga tanlandi. Lekin bu sotniki qayta tanlash orqali bo'ldi. Agarda shu o'zini yoshirin guvohlik beradiganlarning o'rniga o'xshash guvohlik bera oladiganlar bo'lsa, albatta sotga chiqa oladigan 100 turan guvohlik bera oladiganlarni oldin tanlaydi. Andan keyin bu yerga qaraydigan bo'lsak, bu sotga chiqqanlar burundan oshkora jamiyatda guvohlik berayotgan ham aktiv holda har qaysi axborot vositalari bilan ko'rishayotgan aktiv guvohchilar. Bunga diqqat qilish kerak. Ya'ni tuyuqsizdan faqat sotga guvohlik beradi deb o'zini yoshirin tutgan guvohchilar bu yerda qayta tekshirishdan o'tgandan keyin buningki oxir ko'rinishi tekshirilib, andan keyin guvohlik tugash mumkin. Shunga bu yerda oshkora guvohlik berishni agar bizga bermagan taqdirda o'zi jamiyatga sotsial medialar orqali guvohlik berishni, agarda Uyg'ur adliya bilan aloqa qilishni xohlasa, biz bilan eng tez suratda darhol aloqa qilishni tavsiya qilamiz.
Rahmat. Endi bu yerda Xitoyman oid rezil vositalarni qo'llangan bu program boshlanishdan burun deyishgan to'q shu lager shohidlari tilpon qilib namoz qilmaydi endi. Shu tilpon qilib bormaysan sotga deb, agar sotga berib guvohlik bersang biz seni darhol Xitoyga qaytarib kelalaymiz oqchi-ko'kchi deb. Qilmagan rezilliklar shu burunqi vatanda orilib ketgan yo'ldoshlarni, erlarni ekranga chiqarib so'zligini silib, qarlig'ini silib, Do'qay Sapandimning hadisini ekranga chiqarib so'zlatdi, masalan, shu sotning oldida psixologik nayt rezillik endi bu nima deyapti Xitoydan qilmishdir. Endi Xitoy bayma deb o'tdim. Bu sotni teatr deb ism qo'yibdi bu sotga, xalqaro sotga. Guvohlik berganlarga artist deb ism qo'yibdi. Bayma degandek bu asli artist, asli teatr Xitoy davlatida. Eng chong teatrxona bu. Bunun shu Xi Jinping boshchiligidagi Xitoyninki butun shu hokimiyat qatimidagi artistlar, eng donliq artistlar bu. Xitoy hokimiyat o'zi nima? Artist. Yangi kelganda artistlik qilmadi bu. 49-yil kirgan vaqtida voy bizlarga baxt olib keldik deb deholning uyiga, Uyg'urning uyiga zo'lab kirib olib, supirib kirib, qora joylarga, yo'llarga suv chechib, qeyrlarni yulab yolg'andir. Buningdagi sizlar ularning abdi bashirisi chiqdi, ularning haqiqiy bir artist bo'lganligini xalqimiz tushunib ketdi. Bu artistlikni hozirgacha qilyapti chet ellarda. Buni dunyo jamoatchiligi biz desak obdan bilib bo'ldi. Kimning naning teatrxona, kimning artist bo'lganligini dunyo jamoatchiligi. Shunday bir ahvol. İnşallah sotimiz muvaffaqiyatli oxirlasha. Bu boshlangandan keyin biyangalik bexatarlik sababi bilan biyaning simliq tor Xitoyning hakkalari yaman hujum qilib ketgandan keyin simliq tor sistemasi uzutildi tunji sot kuni. Biz o'ylamagan bir ahvolda. Shuning uchun biz bir vaqtliq tor sistemasini qurib qo'yguncha biroz qarindoshlarimizni zeriktirib, uzilib, nim qilib biroz yaxshilangan turda hozir. Shunga ikrar edildi qarindoshlar.
Ikkini almashtirib ishlatamiz birsini.
Shu endi ishlar og'izda demak qilsankan bu bishimiz kelgan vaqtida biroz taskan aziz qarindoshlar, biz men dedim bizniki bu davo sepimizda oldingi satmingda Allah yetersiz kasbiy xodimlarni biz shu ishlar cho'ngaygan sari davoyimiz cho'ngaygan sari bu maaşda kasbiy xodimlarning sonini oshirishning naqadar muhimligini his qilyapmiz. Masalan biz hozir Amerikada bo'lsin, Yevropada bo'lsin va boshqa yerda shu kasbiy to'liq kunlik yoki yarim kunlik yoki qo'shimcha maosh olib kasbiy ishlayotganlarni yig'ib kelsangiz 50 ga bormaydi endi. Tibetliklarninki hozir kasbiy ishlayotgan maoshli kasbiy ishlayotganlarniki soni 1500 dan yuqori ekan. 1500'ning yuqori ekan.
Hukumatning o'zida 1500'da u boshqa tashkilotlarning o'zi chiqadi.
1500'ning yuqori ekan. U 30-40 son bilan 1500 ni selishtirib baqinglar. Tibetning davosi nerede qoldi hozir? Uygur davosi nerga ketib bordi hozir, nerga chiqdi hamda. Bu shunga bu yerda qarindoshlarimiz ba'zi fitna qo'limi bor hamda. Shu yordam qilgan davo uchun deb Alloh rizosi uchun, millatim uchun deb davo qilgan odam hayotida qaqshmaydi. Hayotini minnat qilmaydi. Yana yordam qiladi, yordam qiladi. Mushu fitna qilib, sotning keyinda fitna fasod terib, qurultayning keyinda g'ajab yurganlar, o'sha oldingi safda japotatni dunyasi dunqib pidokorlik qilayotgan qarindoshlarimiz g'ajayotgan, hujum qilayotgan hammasi qarasanglar, yo badal to'lamaganlar. Burun namoyish chiqmaganlar. Vatanning chegarasi ochiq vaqtida Xitoyning samonliqning yo'li qilib ziyofat o'ynab yurganlar, vatan siyosiy kengashning xalq hukumatining ziyofat o'ynab yurgan mushunda qiliq Xitoymi deydi-ku, ichki zulmchi insonlarda. Biz uchun ichki zulmchi insonlarda hamda Xitoyga bo'lgan vaqtda maqtab mush asosda faoliyat olib borayotgan xalqaro siyosatchilar oldingi safga ketayotgan asos siyosiy faoliyatlarimizning tarjimonlik qilib baqinglar. Qaysi birisi vatanga berib baqibdi. Ba'zilarininki ota-onalari jazo lagerlari oshkorlangan 2017-ninki o'tirib chiqqan bo'lsa, bularning 15-20 yil burunlar ta'qib ostida ilingan, tutqun qilingan. Masalan, Umar Hajim dedi ana, boya Norvegiyadan keyin guvohlik shohidlik berdi. Hammasi badal to'lagan, hammasining keyini tog'dak bir fidokorlik va tog'dak bir nimasi o'tmishdir va. Shunga bu yerda nihoyat cheklik bo'lgan, soni intayin oz bo'lgan faoliyatlarimizni, siyosiy faoliyatlarimizni, fidokor insonlarimizni qadrlayli. Hozir iqtidorli insonlarga ehtiyojimiz var. Unda qarg'a deb yaratmasak, buni oqsaq deb yaratmasak, buni o'riqkan, bu simizkan deb yaratmasak, bu kim qiladi bu davoni endi? Shunda cho'ng bir da'voga aylanib ketdi. Hozir mana bu deytdik, 15 yil burun deytdik, biz qachonmi bizning Sharq Turkiston masalasini xalqaralashtirishni ishga oshiramiz deb. U bir tushdi biz uchun. Chunki birinchi bosqichda. Bu rasmiy bundan 3 yil 4 yil burunlar Sharq Turkiston masalasi allaqachon xalqaralashib bo'ldi va hozir xalqaradagi muhim masalalarni bizga aylandi. Masalan, sanoatlashgan G7 davlatlar yig'inida o'tirib qo'yildi. Necha kun burun Shimoliy Atlantik Atom Tashkilotininki bosh kotibining og'zidanmi Uyg'urlar masalasi chiqdi. Birlashgan Davlatlar Tashkiloti bexatarlik kengashining yig'inlarida kun tartib qo'yilyapti. Har qaysi davlatlarning rahbarlari bilan Xitoy rahbarlari o'tirib suhbatlarda o'tirib qo'yilyapti. Birlashgan Davlatlar Tashkiloti o'tirib qo'yildi. Yevropa parlamenti o'tirib qo'yilyapti. Nihoyat cho'ng bir da'vo qo'yilib ketdi va biz xalqaralashishdan iborat bu nihoyat uzun va jafoliq musofani muvaffaqiyat oldi bosib, hozir mustaqillikqa hozirlik qilish bosqichiga ketyapmizda hamda. Nihoyat jiddiy bir bosqich. Shunga aziz qarindoshlar, shunda bir vaqtida texnik birlashayli, bo'layli, ittifoq bo'layli, biraz nimalardan fitna fasodlardan uzoq turayli, bilib bilmay mustabid kommunist Xitoy hokimiyatining dumbiqiga usul o'ynab qo'ydigan ishni qilmayli, undan xoli bo'layli aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, Baxtiyor apandim, sotning ishildig'iga
15 minut qoldi.
Bir qancha minut qoldi. Hurmatli Baxtiyor apandim, qanday qizim, sizning yana qo'shimcha qiladigan so'zingiz bormi? Yoshdagi masalan, sizning bu chet eldagi yoshlarga nisbatan qanday bir talablaringiz, orzularingiz va qanday yurak so'zlaringiz bor, uni bir anglayli, yoshlarimiz ma'lumsin.
Men bo'lganda hamma odam Uyg'ur bo'lsin yoki shu atrocitieslarni ko'rib turayotgan odam shularga bir to'p qo'shish hammamizningki burchi deb qarayman. Hammamiz qo'limizdan kelganini qilishimiz kerak. Masalan, tarjima ishlari bo'lsin yoki guvohlik berish bo'lsin yoki har jihatdan bo'lsin, menimcha hammamiz qo'limizdan kelganini qilsak, bu millatimizga kelgan shu azob violationlarniki oxirlashadiganligiga ishonaman.
Rahmat qizim, bu muattar qizimiz. Men bu ta'sirlandim. Masalan, 4 nafar jazo lageri shohidi keldi bu sotqa. Hammasi kasalchangan bicharalar, shu Xitoyning jismoniy ruhiy va jismoniy jihatdagi qiyinish orqali hammasi qiynab olgan. Hammasi dori ichib, dori bilan o'rtudi. Her qatim guvalıqning o'tgan vaqtida mijozida jiddiy bir o'zgarish bo'lib, boyimi Gulbar Jillova xonim, bugun Gulbar Jillova xonimninki guvalık bilan boshlangan. Bugungi sot shu guvalıqdan keyin mijoz o'zgarib qoldi. Hozir tibbiy xodimlar nima bo'lib qoldi, shunday bir ahvol. Shunga men ba'zida shu ba'zi qarindoshlarimiz deydi, nima deb jazolangan shohidlarni pat qurultayning televiziyasiga chiqolmaysiz, suhbat o'tkazmaysizlar deb bugun sochilarmi, tunogim sochilarmi dedi. Kechirim so'rab seni bu yerga amalsiz chiqarishga majbur bo'ldi. Men shuni o'ylayman-da. Ularni har bir qatim biz ekranga chiqasib arzu qilamiz, albatta har qatim biz bu Uyg'urcha ekranlarga chiqarib, ularni yana burungi o'tmishini qayta asliga soldirib, har bir qilgan vaqtimizda ularning yuragi azoblanadi, shu dahshatli qabohatlik manzara ko'z oldiga keladi. Shuni ko'z tutib ularni yana bir qatim ularga shu nimani yaratmayli, ammo chet el agentliklarga, chet el matbuotlarga ma'lumot berish ayrim bir masala. O bütün xalqimiz ashlarning orzusi zaten ularni shu maqsad yashayapmiz dedi u chiqcha. Bizningki jismimiz o'lgan, ruhimiz saqlanib qolgan, shu lagerdagi bizningki do'stlarimiz, qarindoshlarimiz ninki ovozda oltish uchun beryapmiz. Bu ayrim masala biz endi Uyg'urlar masalan ijtimoiy tarmoqlarda ularni bir 2 kunda bir chiqarib olib, ularni yig'iltib nim qilsaqmi, bu insoniy nimaga to'g'ri kelmaydi. Buni qo'sh.
bir ish bor. Mana shu sotqi bu Gulbar Jallova apash bo'lsin, Qalbinur apamiz bo'lsin, bularninki hammasi qaytib shu sahnadan tushib, hammasininki bir kayfiyatida ham emotion jihatdan, psixologiya jihatdan bir xil unstable bir holatga kelib qoldi. Ularni sotninki mana shu panelda o'ldirganlardan sirt psixologiya ekspertlari bor. Ular tushgan zaman, shu yerga eshikdan chiqib ketgan zaman shu psixologlar saqlab turdi, ularga har jihatdan yordam berdi, o'zining kayfiyatini tanishirish uchun yordam berdi. Undan mana to'rdan nim qilingan, to'rdan guvohlik bergan tunugunki Tursunayziyovdan Alvez degandek hammasini mana shu yerda tayyor bo'lib turgan psixologlar shu to'r orqali aloqalashib qo'ldan kelgan yordamini qildi. Ular uchun mana shu o'ziniki kampda ko'rgan bu ishlarni aslash bir cho'ng, bir challenging bir ish. Uni ishqilib bir tafsir.
Bu hamda men shuni o'ylayman, har qatim necha qatim programma o'rlashtirib to'xtab turdi. Men shuni o'yladim birinchi bo'lib. To'xtanglar bu ularni ochib kelib yana qaytib ularni azoblab tamam chet el matbuotlariga ba'zi so'zlamisin, ammo u uyg'urcha matbuotlar deyish bu nihoyatda ters. So'chchilarni tunaga savol so'ragan, apple so'rab turib, kechirim so'rab turib, so'rashga majbur qildik, amal yo'q deb ba'zi savollarni so'ramadi masalan materialda.
Shuni o'ylab baqsaq bo'ldi, bu yerda ashlarning sezgirashtisini anglash bizga tez keldi. Shuni qaytadan bir qatim eslab, buni qaytadan savollarga javob berib qilish nihoyatda tasga to'xtaydi. Bu muattarga o'xshash hamda 20 necha kirgan bir qizninki shularni o'zining opisdagi, o'zining hadisida ko'rib, endi yo'lab pastga chiqib tarjimonligini qilib, ashlarni qayta anglaydi. Bu yerda nihoyatda zo'r bir besim bilan mandajit qanchaqda shu yaponlikqa o'xshash kunda 24 soat haftada 7 kun ashlarga yordam beryapti hozir. Demek bu yerdeki yerip charchashdan boshqa ro'y jihatdagi besim ham buni bir necha mezgilda unutib ketishning imkoniyati yo'q. Bir narsa anglagandan keyin bu shu psixikalik og'ir zulm uchirganlarniki bularniki dardini anglash ham ular bilan birga yordamda turish shu tug'an odamga nihoyatda og'ir besim olib kelgandan boshqa ro'yitini buzadigan ahvollarga diqqat qilmagan chog'da ro'y psixikalik to'sqinliklarga uchraydi bu kishilarni. Shuningga bunda bu xonimlarga efendilerga yordam berish ham ularniki xizmatidan tarjimonligini qilishma nihoyatda bir odamni og'ir besimga mubtalo qiladigan xizmat. Shuningga muattar musha kelganda yaqin shu xizmatlarni hammamizni o'z ustiga oladi. Buningdan burun mana shunday qilgan. Chunki guvohchilarimiz inglizcha bilmaganligi uchun har bir ehtiyojidan Uyg'ur adliya arxiv bir chiqib keldi. Shunga muattarning kayfiyati toza yaxshi emas.
Ya men o'shanda ta'sir qiladi bu inson degan go'sht bilan so'ng qon bilan bu inson bardosh qilish tez bu ro'y azob degan zaten lager şahitlerinin hemisi şu davatı uxlayamadık kecha azap qilib deb şu mesele ba biz qarindoshlar bu masalan zalda birozdan keyin boshlandi mana qaranglar miyada ma do'ppini ko'rgansizlar aziz qarindoshlar bu do'ppini kiygan odam bir yahudi odamga shu uyg'urlarga istash qilayotgan bu do'ppi bulongdiki hozircha texnik jihatda imkoniyat bo'lmadi birozdan keyin ko'rsatdi bu odam shu sot boshlangan kundan tortib uyg'urning do'ppisini kiyib uyg'urlarga madad berib o'tirdi chunki ikkinchi dunyo urushi mezgilida Gitler nasistlarninki yahudilar qirg'inning aynisini hozir Xitoy Uyg'urlar qilyotidi deb bu odamning degani shu odamniki bizningki asli suhbat o'tkazaylik degan planlarimiz bor ammo bu sot bo'lgani uchun o sotchilar bilan bog'lash hayatlar bilan advokatlar bilan tarafsiz bo'lgani uchun ular bilan suhbat o'tkazish imkoniyati yo'q ammo shaxsiy o'zaro suhbatlashyapmiz oqshomda ko'rishdik qaranglashib biroz mo'ndashgan bo'ldik bu bizning turayotgan yerimiz matbuotga ayrilgan ya ayrim kabina bo'lgan bo'lsa biroz qulay bo'lyapti kabina emas ham ochiq bo'lgandan keyin biz biroz uyg'urlar biroz vaqt gapirgan qo'yimiz va atrofdagi muxbirlarni kiryotidi bularni biroz rahatsız qilib ketganmiz aziz qarindoshlar shu damlashdan foydalanib sizlar bilan biroz muңdashib olgan bo'ldik biroz ishqonimizni to'kib olgan bo'ldik chunki endi shu ekran oldida qarab turgan qarindoshlarimiz shu sotga ko'ngil bo'layotgan buning yaqindan qiziqayotgan millatimizning taqdiriga ko'ngil bo'layotgan qarindoshlar shu ekran oldidagisilar shunga sizlarga biroz yurak so'zlarimizdan biroz izhor qilib qo'yishnimi biroz muvaffaq ko'rdik qanday savolinglar fikringlar bo'lsa hozir bevosita sizlardan savollash imkoniyati yo'q shu qurultayimizningki dunyo qurultiy to'rt televiziyasining YouTube adresiga ostiga savol taklif fikringlar bo'lsanglar beringlar biz javob berishtirishimiz va qanday kamchiliklarimiz nuqsonlarimiz bo'lsa uni o'ngshashtirishimiz 2,5 kundan texnik jihatdan masala chiqib yomon qilinib ketgan hozir biroz yaxshidek turdi shu fursatdan foydalanib biroz yaqinroq so'zlab olaylik dedik sot boshini kesib bizga fursat bo'lmaydi ekan aziz qarindoshlar sot orlig'ida biz yana inshaalloh ba'zi guvohchilar bilan yana ba'zi chet ellik do'stlarimiz bilan shu studio damlish orlig'ida fursatlardan foydalanib turib sizlar bilan suhbat o'tkazishga tirishimiz yana bir qancha minut qoldi aziz qarindoshlar shuning bilan men mishada gapni tugatay birozdan keyin damlish vaqtida qayta ko'rishimiz inshaalloh hozir sot boshlanlar oldi
It's the French. You speak French. The French. Yes, perfect. When you went back on the 21st of August to no, it didn't change my mind. And if it did, I would have done all the law, secretary law from the Parliament Public Security Office told me to do. I did not. I did not follow what he told me to do after I come back to France. But I choose to. He would be a reliable person to tell the Chinese story in France. Do they think? Maybe they think I am on what maybe they're not gonna believe me. This is not a question, I just want you to know that we've read all about a harsh treatment and the various methods of brainwashing, and I'm not going to ask you about that, but I want you to know that we've read it. Biz hoşu enflasini okul devresindeki yazılı materyalından bunu sual demez. Fakat hemen okuduğumuz için şey olacak. Now back to the beginning, to your arrest in November 2016. And this is my idea of the whole You had, in your 3 years in France, been backwards and forwards 4 times to China. Do you think Çünkü 2018년에 2014년에 여기서보다 가장 많은 단순한 과정에 여기서보다 것이 그들의 수상하시는 거죠. I think.
French society, may they have that detail when you were first tested?
Nima siz o'ylab beqingdaydi masalan plan birinchisi siz mushu Fransiya jamiyatiga kirib rasmiy mushu Fransiya jamiyatining nimasida mushundaq yashab qotgandan keyin sizni balkim mushu mingingizni yuvib ashtaq o'zgartib ashtaq qilish tarafdan g'alaba qilgandek ashtaq ahvol bo'lganligi uchun shu sizni bu Xitoyniki shu ash tarafdan bir to'g'ri bishorat yoki to'g'ri bir so'zni qila oladigan ashtaq ishiltalaydigan odam bo'lishingiz mumkin deb ashu planmi. Ikkinchisi sizga elib borgan xilma xil turlik salomatlik tekshirishlari bo'lgan-ku. Shu salomatlik tekshirishlar bilan bir aloqasi bormi?
Uni men aniq bir deyamayman. Bu to'g'ri o'ylab boqmoqdim.
I didn't think about those. I am unable to say much about it.
Having 10 years of experience of another culture, the French culture, did you, with that experience, notice changes in China over the 10 years in the course of which you went backwards and forwards and ultimately were detained?
Beg your pardon, can you rephrase the question? Sorry.
Yeah, did you notice in the 10 years changes in China when she went back and forth?
Siz mushu 10 yilning ichida Fransiya bilan Xitoyning orlig'ida berib kelib turibsiz. Siz o'zingiz shaxsan mushu Xitoyda o'zgarish, mushu 10 yil mobaynida bir o'zgarish bo'lganligini his sizda bir andisha bormi? Balkim sizning mushu ishga a'zolaringizning biralarini ular ilib oldi deb yoki ilinib ketdi deb bir andishangiz bormi?
2017 yılı birinci ayının 30. günü beni qamoqxonaga oldi. Qamoqxonaga olishdan burun adamlar mendek o'tgandek Paycho'sida bir qatam, Xalq doktorxonasida bir qatam salomatlik tekshirdi. Biroq men u vaqtda shunday Uyg'urlarning beshig'i kelayotgan bu kunlardan xabarsiz bo'lganligim uchun men o'zimning bir a'zosini avvaldi. Avalarmı degan endişeli bo'lmadim. Hem hozirgacha bir a'zolimni avvalganligiga avamidi.
No, I don't have that concern. When I first gone through that medical examination at the police station first, which is January 30, 2017, afterwards I was taken to the hospital again, undergo a medical examination. But all this time, but I never suspected that, whatever they are doing to Uyghurs is something else. And I never suspected they're going to take organs out from me.
Then actually two more very short questions. What did she think was the purpose of the medical examination?
Siz şu doktor tekşirişlerinki nim maqsadi bar. Ular nim maqsad bilan undaq doktor tekşirişlerini ip bardı o çağda.
Ben aynı vakitte bana nispeten doktor tekşirişini yapmağa vaktida beni tekşirgen doktor ayan sakçılarga kan besimi yukarıya dikkat kılınlar degen.
Initially, at the beginning, when they did medical examination on me, the female doctor told the police that said that I have high blood pressure, so had to be careful.
Last question. You may know that we have already heard evidence of people detained being medically tested, but I don't think we've heard of one having his or her voice recorded. Why do you think your voice was recorded at that first test?
Biz şahitlarninki muşundaq doktor tekşirişlerinin ötkenligini hemsin anlagandık. Lekin bu ovozni loyin qilib, yani ovozni ilib undaq tekşirgen deganini anlamagandık. Siz shundaq dediniz. Sizning uchun ular nima uchun sizningki ovozingizni ilib undaq uni rekord qilib nim qiladi? Nima uchun sizning ovozingizni tekşirgen?
Men shu vaqtda ovozimni nima uchun unga ilib tekshirdi deganni o'ylagan vaqtimda balkim bizning butunlay shu chet elda turib Jongo bilan qilgan telefon aloqalar bilan shu ovozimizniki mos kelganligini bilish uchun shunaqa tekshiramdikin deb o'yladim.
My thinking of the doing voice recording check is the authorities maybe wish to identify or recognize the communications between inside the country and abroad to recognize or make sure, in order to recognize that voices, the communication voices. That was my thinking when they did that test.
Rest assured, we have all read the detail in your statement. My colleagues may have further questions.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask two short questions? First of all, why didn't you change your passport to French when both your husband and your daughter had changed theirs?
İki qısqa sual. Birincisi, sizningki yo'ldoshingiz, qizingiz Hemisi Fransa'nın pasportunu aptı. Siz neymiş ki özünüzün pasportunu Fransa'nın pasportunu özgertmediniz? Neymiş ki Fransa'nın pasportunu almadınız?
Çünkü benimki apam olsun, yakınız yoldaşımdan apsı olsun, hemisi yaşlı çoğun kalgan. Tesadüfi bir ya ağırıp kalıdığan ya bir yaman ahval yapmağa vakitte ben Jongo pasportu bilen tuvattan bağlı biletini ilip derhal paradayla vize talep qilish ketmaydi deganni o'ylab men Fransiyadagi vatandoshligimni talab qilmoqman.
Because both my mother and my mother-in-law, which is my husband's mother, the both of them are elderly, and I kept my Chinese passport in order for the convenience of the travel. If something happens to them, if they are not well, so I can travel immediately just by buying the ticket rather than applying for visa, etc. So that's why.
Thank you. And my second question was really about the retirement. Could it be possible that your colleague had been told by the police to ask you to come back to apply for retirement? And what was the point of being retirement? Was I going to give you a pension? Thank you.
Sizniki pensiya meseleniz haqida so'ramoqchi. Sizce şu sizningki xizmatdoshingiz sizga telefon qilibdi, şu pensiya ishingizni bir taraf qilish haqida. Sizce şu sizning xizmatdoshingizni soqchi telefon qil deb soqchi telefon qilg'izgan bo'lishi mumkinmi? Uningki yana birisi sizning o pensiya ishingizni hal qilishninki nima ahamiyati bor yoki nima muhimligi bor siz uchun?
Meningki shu xizmatdashim menga maqsadlik telefon qildi deb o'ylayman. Balkim saqchilar telefon qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki men shu idoraga shu pensiya rasmiyatini bajarish uchun yetib berib 15 minutdan keyin Kulun Petrosoniki 3 saqchisi yetib kelgan.
Yeah, I believe the phone call that I have received from my colleague is purposeful. The police may have asked him to or told him to ring me because soon I arrived, within 15 minutes time, the police came to me.
Hamdi ikinci so'ol masalan Tüysho mashiniki menga nisbatan nima ahamiyati bor deb so'radi. Meningki xiyolimda ikki qizimni o'qitib bo'lgandan keyin butun urug'-tuqqanimiz shu yerda bo'lgandan keyin vatanga qaytib ketish ehtimolligi bo'lib qolishi mumkin deganni o'ylagan.
Regarding my pension, the significance or importance of why should I deal with my pension, my thinking was after my 2 daughters graduated, and my thinking was I may be able to return since all my relatives still back home in my country. I maybe go back to my country. That was my another thinking.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Could you explain what the purpose of chaining you to a bed for nearly 3 weeks from the 1st of April to the 20th of April, I believe in 2019?
Sizni 3 haftachilik, ya'ni 4-oyning 1-dan 20-siga qadar 2019-yili karvatga zinjir bilan bog'lab qo'yishningki nima maqsadi bor ekan? Nima maqsad bilan sizni karvatga bog'lab qo'ygan?
2019-yil 4-oyning 1 emas, 2017-yil 4-oyning 1-dan 4-oyning 20-sigachilik men 20 kun zanjirlandim. Mendan boshqa ayollar 10 jiq, hatto 2 oydan ortiq zanjirlandi. Bularning nima maqsadi borligini biz bilmadik. Shu vaqtda so'ragan chog'da biz buni bilmaymiz, bu faqat yuqoridan kelgan buyruq dedi.
Not it's 2019, it is from 1st of April to 20th of April 2017. Yeah, I was chained for 20 days, but I have witnessed that other people chained more than 2 months. When we asked what's the purpose, they didn't tell us and we didn't know. They just told us that it's order from the top.
And you've described in your statement extensive mistreatment and indeed, if you were caught speaking Uyghur, as you describe it, you were severely punished. Do you have any idea what the purpose of these punishments, what the purpose of this, best described as humiliation, would be?
Siz mushu yozma materialingizda depsiz, sizni ig'ir darajadagi shundaq noto'g'ri muomalalarga, qiyin-qistoqlarga uchrabsiz. Ham buning ichida birsi hatto Uyg'ur tilida gap qilsanglarmi, buning uchun sizlarni jazolandik deb. Endi mundaqcha aytgan vaqtda bularning hammasi bir xil dafsandichilik, xo'rlash. Mushunchalar xo'rlashlarninki sizcha maqsadi nima? Nima maqsad bilan shunday xo'rlash uchurdinglar?
Mushunday xo'rlashlarning maqsadi bizni ruhiy va jismoniy jihatdan sundirib, o'zlariga shartsiz bo'ysundirish. Eng oxirida Uyg'ur millatini tubdan yo'qotish deb o'ylayman.
I believe the purpose is they just plan to completely destroy us mentally as well as physically, and also make us absolutely obey them, absolutely follow whatever they say. The end result, the last result, the purpose is just a completely genocide.
And did you see this punishment regime having that impact in the sense of destroying people mentally at least and to some degree physically from other inmates who were locked up with you?
sizning qarashingizcha, o'sha siz bilan birga so'langan boshqa shu so'laqtikilarga nisbatan aytgan vaqtda mushu hukumatning mustaq ruhiy ham shundaqla jismoniy jihatdan mustaq yo'qotish ilib borgan shu harakatlari, ilib borgan shu xo'rlashlari g'alaba qildimi? Shundaq maqsadga yetdimi masalan? Ashla ahvol shu ta'sirini ko'rsatdimi siz bilan so'langanlarga? Shuning ta'siri bo'ldimi, ashla yo'qoldimi shu ruhiy ham jismoniy tarafdan?
Ben lagerda bo'lsin, mayli kayfiyatda bo'lsin, bütün hamma odam bilan paranlashish, gap qilish fursati yo'q.
There is no chance or an opportunity that we can talk with other inmates, both in detention centers as well as in the camp.
Faqatla men bilan paranglashadigan, men bilan bir yotoqda yotgan ayollar bilan paranlashish jarayonida bildimki, ular Çinçuangu bunda qilish orqali biz Uyg'urlarniki ro'yini hargiz sundirmaydi, u hargiz o'zining maqsadiga yetolmaydi degan. Menimcha Uyg'urlar shu kelgan besimdan texmi kuchlanib ketdi deb o'ylayman.
Yeah, although I am unable to talk with others, but the detainees that I was detained together, the people in the same cell as myself, I heard from them that the Chinchuango won't achieve on its goal of destroying us. I believe that the torture, all this humiliation, made Uyghurs even more stronger.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Thank you very much. Gulbahar Hayatuiwai, your evidence is finished. Thank you for coming to the tribunal to give it.
Var xanım, siz köpten köp rahmat müşü mahkemeye kelip şahitlik qilganingiz uchun. Tugdi bugungi.
Sizlarga köpten köp rahmat.
Thank you very much to you all too.
This has already been dealt with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a small change of program. The next witness would be our expert Darren Byler, and Roshan Abbas will give evidence a bit later today.
And we still got, otherwise, the names on the list, so we've got quite a lot to get through.
Yes.
Very well. And one of my colleagues asked me, the last witness, you dealt with the information adverse to her.
We dealt with that.
You did, yes.
Thank you.
Right at the beginning. Thank you.
Dr. Byler is an incoming assistant professor of international studies at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, British Columbia, and a postdoctoral research fellow in the China Made project at the Center for Asian Studies in Boulder. He has authored 2 acclaimed books related to the Uyghur region. The first of these books is an ethnographic monograph titled Terror Capitalism, Uyghur Dispossession and Masculinity in a Chinese City. And the second is a narrative-driven book titled In the Camps, China's High-Tech Penal Colony. He is the author of a number of research articles, policy reports, and short essays on the unfolding situation in Xinjiang. Since 2011, he has engaged in 24 months of ethnographic research in the Uyghur region, Xinjiang specifically, and most recently in 2018. The witness states that since 2017, the PRC has engaged in a campaign to eliminate or significantly damage significant aspects of Uyghur society through the following methods: intergenerational family planning policies, gendered violence, which includes coercive marriages between Han men and Uyghur women, and other forms of sexual violence and involuntary surveillance on Uyghur family structure and religious practice. The witness identifies that family planning policies disproportionately impact Uyghur families. Policies include unannounced examinations, financial incentives to informants who report violations, and criminalization of what are called illegal births. Uyghur birth rates, according to the witness, have dropped by some 50 to 80% in Uyghur majority areas, and some 10% of all camp detentions relate to violations of birth policies. The witness notes that at least 500,000 Uyghur and Kazakh children are being raised in a non-Muslim environment and have essentially been transferred to Han Chinese families. 2/3 and 3/4 of Uyghurs and Kazakhs, respectively, who have been detained have been men between the ages of 18 and 55, which has had a significant impact on their families who also face stigma by association. The Urumqi Public Security and Civil Affairs Ministry jointly manage the camp system. Births and marriages have been impacted in particular with the state imposition of Han Chinese men, so-called relatives, into Uyghur households, which have become female-led households because of incarceration of the men. Births and marriages have also been impacted due to state-enforced or state-encouraged marriages to Uyghur women in a carefully calibrated system of rewards and punishments. Finally, the context in which the witness describes these state acts is in a system of severe and total monitoring and intrusion of Uyghurs and other Turkish minorities. Investigation and detention of Uyghurs and other Turkish Muslims followed poor scores for systemized markers of trustworthiness, which relate to suspicions of many sorts, including religiosity and political activity. This was consistent, the witness says, with evidence from The Intercept, which also showed heightened scrutiny of all Muslims against 53,000 unique identifiers of Islamic or political activity, and particular scrutiny of relatives and children of detainees. The Intercept is a dataset that contains close to 250 million rows of data, which make up tens of thousands of police files, and these files were recovered largely from the mobile police system of Urumqi, which is a standardized mobile policing system. Information is gathered, according to the witness, by civil servants formerly employed by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but is fed up to the Public Security Bureau. Dr. Byler, I believe you have a short presentation. We'll be grateful to hear that.
And Dr. Byler, before you start, Mr. Sabi, the timetable is getting tight, and sometimes it's problematic because witnesses and interpreters are available at remote locations. I could foresee that this witness might be the subject of sustained questioning by my colleagues. I don't know, but it's possible. And therefore, can I hand to you the clock in the sense that tell us when it's got to stop, because I dare say Mr. Byler will be willing to come back in September, especially as it's by video link, at less inconvenience than would be the very substantial problems of disrupting witnesses who are sitting on standby in remote locations with interpreters. How long have we got?
If the panel is prepared to extend the sitting by, say, 45 minutes, we can get through all witnesses today. But Dr. Byler had the time constraint. That's why we changed the timing.
When does he have to finish?
Closer to 7.
How long would you like the present questioning to last for convenience, please? Until? It's 25 to 4. When should we finish? We can always come get him back.
4:15.
4:15. Thank you very much. Dr. Byler, off you go with your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'll just have some short remarks about the three main foci of my report, looking at involuntary surveillance, family planning policies, and gendered violence and their effects. State authorities often describe detention in re-education camps as voluntary, but internal police documents demonstrate that very little interaction between Muslims and state workers is in fact voluntary. One of the ways this coercive pressure is built is through surveillance. Xinjiang now has one of the highest densities of surveillance cameras, face recognition checkpoints, and digital forensics infrastructures of any location in the world. It also has some of the greatest density when it comes to policing as well. From cellular towers to mobile devices to smart ID systems, QR-coded housing, neighborhood-level sub-monitoring stations to centralized command centers, server rooms and smart detention camps, a system of digital enclosure has enveloped the entire region. The early stages of the rollout of the system in 2017, state workers began to conduct assessments of the population to determine who was trustworthy, normal, or untrustworthy. In face-to-face interviews and in surveys that were sent to people's homes, the neighborhood police officers assessed Muslims using 10 categories: whether the person was Uyghur, whether they were of military age between the ages of 18 and 55, were unemployed, whether they prayed regularly, possessed unauthorized religious knowledge, had a passport, had traveled to one of 26 Muslim-majority countries, had overstayed their visa, had an immediate relative living abroad, or had taught their children about Islam in their home. This is how it's laid out in the form, these 10 categories. Each category that counted towards them was used to deduct points from a score of 100, moving them down a scale towards an untrustworthy scoring. Those that were untrustworthy were sent to the detention centers where they were interrogated, asked to confess their crimes, and name others who were untrustworthy. In this manner, the officers determined which individuals should be slotted for transformation through re-education and which should be formally prosecuted. The state documents I've reviewed show that since 2017 and up to 2020, 533,000 people in the region have been formally prosecuted. And this is at a rate that's 6 times higher than the national average. And it's not accounting for people that are yet waiting prosecution and that are in the camps themselves. The system of surveillance has an immediate effect. It had an immediate effect on Uyghur religious institutions. A police report from April 2018 provides some of the most detailed and straightforward assessments of the goals and effects of the Urumqi policing system on Uyghur religious institutions. It describes, quote, a dramatic decrease in mosque attendance as a success of the system. While the mosque remains open, in this particular case, the number of people who entered the mosque to pray during the first 4 months of 2018 had dropped by 96.52%, as compared to 2017, when 80,211 people had attended the mosque to pray. The report specifies that religious people are now afraid to pray in the mosque because they have been, quote, told that those who enter the mosque more than 200 times will be sent to education, which is the widely used euphemism for involuntary detention in the camps. The primary actors in the surveillance system are deputized citizens. Beginning in late 2016, hundreds of advertisements from the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau for auxiliary police and other workers appeared across Xinjiang. As other scholars have shown, approximately 90,000 new officers were hired at this time. While some of these officers were formal employees transferred from other places, the majority were low-level contracted employees, low-level security guards. After a 10-day boot camp training, they were assigned to posts in newly built People's Convenience police stations, which form a grid of policing throughout the entire region. These stations function as surveillance hubs, forming centralized nodes of the surveillance system, which an Urumqi police chief purported to be seamless. The system is deeply invasive. Over the week of April 23rd, 2018, in one precinct in Urumqi, 40 state workers scanned the phones of 2,057 people using a digital forensics tool called an anti-terrorism sword, which looks for more than 53,000 markers of religious extremism and political activity. In addition to scanning phones, the police assistants manually scanned the faces of 935 people using face recognition technology. Over 2018 and 2019, there's slight fluctuations in the numbers of people scanned per week, but in general, they're fairly consistent. This is an ongoing and iterative process. As of 2018, in the precinct that I'm speaking of, there was 36,000 people in the total population, of which 6,569 were ethnic minorities, and around 2/3 of which were adults. Because the police assistants prioritized scanning the Muslims, On an average week, it's likely that as many as half of the adult Muslim population in the jurisdiction were subjected to involuntary phone scans. And according to government documents, more than 100,000 people were at least initially detained due to digital activity from years before the camps were built. The assessments continue over time. Many Muslims who stopped attending the mosque and passed their first assessments were subsequently detained because someone else named them as untrustworthy due to their religious background. The state also assigned an additional 1.1 million Han and Uyghur big brothers and sisters, that's how they're often referred to conduct week-long assessments in Uyghur homes. Over the course of these visits, the relatives tested the trustworthiness qualities of Uyghurs who remained outside of the camp by forcing them to participate in activities forbidden by certain forms of Islamic piety, such as drinking, smoking, and dancing. As a test, they brought Uyghur hosts food without telling them whether the meat used in the dishes was halal or not. These relatives focused on the families who had been taken away, and they looked for signs of resentment or a lack of enthusiasm. They gave the children candy, or they were told to give the children candy because they said that the children would tell them the truth about what the parents thought. They also made sure that there were no illegal births in the family, which brings me to the second focus of my report, which is the Zero Illegal Births program. In order to understand this program, it's necessary to read the directives given by the Chinese Civil Ministry very closely. On April 12, 2019, a government committee in Aksu City in southern Xinjiang made the following announcement. Here I'm quoting directly. The People's Government has decided to implement a real name system of rewards for reporting illegal childbirth behaviors, violations of law, and regulation in family planning work, while at the same time urging those who violated laws and regulations to take the initiative to self-report and strive to be dealt with lightly. The announcement then announces to citizens throughout the municipality of around 700,000 people that citizens who report illegal birth activities of their neighbors will be giving a reward of 5,000 yuan, which is around 550 pounds. Included in the listing of rewarded information are not only violations of having more children than are permitted, but also adopting children in violation of regulations or illegal procedures undertaken to give birth to children again. My interviews indicate that the illegal procedures that are referred to here is the removal of IUDs and other family planning devices or birth control devices, which are subjected to regular inspection. In order to ensure that all illegal pregnancies are detected, state workers are tasked with, quote, finding the number of women of childbearing age within their jurisdiction. They must then assess the birth control measures used by each woman. The directive states, and here I'm quoting again, those who have not taken long-term birth control measures in small towns and villages must be visited every month and subjected to quarterly pregnancy checks. Illegal pregnancies must be, quote, disposed of early, a reference to state-mandated abortion. Nowhere in the document does it state whether these checks are done voluntarily. In fact, my interviews suggest that these checks are received as orders. The directive also states that, and here I'm quoting, married women of childbearing age who have adopted long-term birth control measures should be classified as trustworthy personnel, which means that they won't be sent to the camps, and receive IUD or ring inspection services. That is to say that there's an incentive to receiving an IUD as a way of protecting or insulating yourself from potential detention. These exams extend beyond unmarried women as well. For instance, female students are also mandated to receive regular physical examinations. Further evidence of the involuntary nature of the reproduction monitoring program is demonstrated by the unplanned and surprise inspections that women are not permitted to refuse. The implementation of the program rests on an organized system of quote, unannounced visits, where women will be inspected and households examined for unregistered children. What exactly is meant? Who exactly is being targeted by this system? In state documents from across the region, state authorities lay out that zero illegal births, the program was to target all ethnicities. with a particular focus on government employees, religious figures, farmers, and herders. In another document from Hejing County in southern Xinjiang, state authorities say directly that the program should also target farmers and herders, a demographic in that location and most locations across Xinjiang that disproportionately draws from the Muslim minority populations. Since the new regulations were introduced in 2017 with this new explicit focus on childbirth among Muslims, the consequences for previous and current illegal births have become stark, not just in terms of monetary rewards and fines, but prosecutions for those deemed illegalized parents. The new regulations target parents of illegal children as far back as 1992. Out of a sample size of 1,500 detainees who were sent to camps since 2017, 151 were detained for violating birth policies. If the sample is taken as indicative of camp detentions as a whole, which is an estimated 900 to 1.5 million people, approximately 90 to 150,000 parents may have been detained due to violations of family planning. Taken together, all of these systems meet standard definitions of negative eugenics, but they also do something more. A key component of the Zero Illegal Births program is the illegalization of adoption among Uyghur families. My interviews show that in practice, this policy prevents Uyghurs from caring for the children of detained relatives. Instead, the children of detainees often become wards of the state in residential boarding schools, dubbed kindness centers. As other research has shown, in the Uyghur majority areas, as many as 70% of all children 0 to 5 have been assigned to a range of schools, ranging from week-long full care schools to daycare schools. According to state documents, as many as 500,000 children Uyghur and Kazakh children are being raised in a non-Muslim environment. In 2019, a state spokesperson announced that they had recruited nearly 90,000 new politically loyal teachers to the region. Since these new teachers are primarily Han and functioning as parental figures to children who have been removed from their homes, in some sense they are enacting a forcible transfer of children of one ethnicity to another. And now I'll move on to my final focus, which is on marriage, Han male marriage to Uyghur women.
Dr. Byler, forgive me for interrupting. I'm just conscious of the time and the fact that the panel and council have read your report in quite some detail. Perhaps if you'd permit me to interrupt, maybe I'd ask my questions and then pass this on to a member of the panel. And perhaps then if there's time at the end, you might be able to finish the remaining part of your presentation. I'm just conscious that we've covered all the points you've raised so far, and we've extracted that from your report.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, happy to answer some questions. Sure.
Great. Thank you, and forgive me for the interruption.
No problem.
You've estimated that some 10% of camp detentions related to violations of birth policies. How many of those related to the Uyghurs or other minorities?
Well, of those detained, all of them are Uyghur or other minorities. That's based on the sample that we have. It's a limited sample of only around 1,500 people that we have good evidence for, where we have government documents saying why this person was detained. But it is a quite common reason for detention. And we see this in multiple data sets across the region. So, from southern Xinjiang and rural areas to the city of Urumqi, which is where I've done the most of my research and have the most documents, it's a quite common reason why people are detained. And everyone that I see mentioned in the detentions for family planning policy violations are Uyghur or Kazakh.
And would you know what the other 90% of camp detentions relate to?
Well, there's a whole range of different reasons given. One of the most common one is violating public order or social order, which means gathering a crowd, or it means meeting to conduct religious activities outside of a mosque. There's also, just visiting the mosque too often, more than 200 times, is shown in the police documents to be a reason why people are sent to the camps. The majority, I would say, are being sent to the camps for religious practice reasons. And oftentimes the evidence given is from digital activity in the past. But also, once people are being detained and interrogated, they often are asked to confess and to name other people who are also religious. And so that's another way that they find out who had been practicing religion in the past.
Is it just children of detainees that become wards of state, or is it all so-called illegal children?
Well, there again, it's not fully clear. If both parents are taken to the camps, then it's quite often the case that the children become wards of the state. If it's only one of the parents, the child might remain with the remaining parent. But as I mentioned a bit in my report, most children are now being sent to boarding schools, regardless of whether their parents are in camps or in prison or not. So in some sense, children in general are being separated from their parents, particularly when it comes to those that are the middle school and higher. But even elementary school, the children are now living in dormitory type residential schools at the county seat, which is maybe between 50 to 100 kilometers away from home, which means that they don't have regular visits with their parents. So child separation is quite common, but certainly for people that have detainees in their family, the occurrence is higher.
So just to clarify, that would be children who were deemed illegal would be separated, even if both parents were still at home?
Not necessarily. So the illegal births program is really about preventing parents from having 3 or more children, or 2 or more in some cases. Sorry, more than 3 or more than 2, depending on where they live and where their house is registered. And so if you have more than that, then that child will be deemed illegal. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the child will be treated differently than the other children in the household. So the illegal births program is really about preventing births altogether. The children that are sent to and becomes wards of the state are simply the children of families that the state has determined to be untrustworthy or not able to care for the children. And then in addition, the regular school system itself is becoming a residential school system, which means that all children can be sent to forms of residential school.
And is becoming a ward of state permanent?
I don't have enough information to speak with a lot of authority about that, but it certainly appears to be the case in the limited cases where I've seen enough evidence that the children are fully separated from their parents. In some cases, and family members. In some cases, they're allowed to have a visit with a grandparent once a month. Children that have become sort of orphans and wards of the state. But the grandparents report that the children, really no longer speak Uyghur or Kazakh in the home and are withdrawn and are being quite damaged by the separation that's occurring.
You've identified the Uyghur birth rate declines of between 50 to 80% in Uyghur majority areas. Does that just bring the Uyghur birth rate in line with the Han Chinese birth rate in Xinjiang in a relative sense?
No, I don't think that's true. Although I'd have to look at the demographics more closely to say with more certainty. My sense is that Han birth rates have remained fairly steady in Han majority areas in the region, which is simply that the Uyghur rates have dropped quite dramatically. What we're seeing is that Uyghur birth rates are now below
any sexual approach from a Han Chinese male.
Well, there again, it depends a bit on the situation. But I would say in general, it's difficult. There's a good deal of pressure and political incentives that are placed on a Uyghur woman to consent to a marriage to a Han person. What I found in my research is that women, particularly unmarried women, will try to find excuses, or they'll try to marry quickly to someone else, to a Uyghur or at least a Muslim person, as a way of protecting themselves, insulating themselves from the potential of being married to a Han person. Oftentimes, the marriages are arranged through the parents of the couple. So the pressure is actually placed on the parents of the Uyghur woman. And this is coming from the civil ministry, officials that are in their community. If the family has a bad family background already, they might have someone in detention. They would be even more vulnerable than people that don't. But all Uyghurs are vulnerable in these kinds of situations because refusal can be seen as a sign of untrustworthiness, as a sign of of being too pious or too connected to your Uyghur identity.
Just 3 very short questions for me before I hand you over to the panel, if I may. Is it correct that the highest organ which receives intelligence information is the Municipal Public Security Bureau?
Well, so it's a complex system, and Urumqi is the capital of the region. But there's provincial level ministries of state security that receive intelligence as well. What I've looked at most, and so the Ministry of State Security is higher than the Public Security Bureau, I would say. If we're going to compare to the U.S., it's the relationship between the CIA to the FBI or something like that. But it's all interlinked. The information that is being gathered in Xinjiang is available throughout the entire region and to people that have security clearance throughout the country. So the watch lists that are being generated are in some ways a national watch list. One of the key items in the Intercept data set that we have is a list of 9 million people who are on a watch list. And this is for the entire country. And this is widely available to Urumqi police officers, but also the entire country.
You've referred to the deputization of Uyghurs for law enforcement purposes. Is that a voluntary program or a compulsory program?
So it's a deputization of citizens in general. Many of them are Han, but significant numbers are Uyghur and Kazakh. It is voluntary in some ways, but it's also a form of protection, and that's how it's understood in this space, is that if you volunteer to become a deputy, you're protecting your family and yourself from detention. The work that they do is often, they didn't know what they were signing up for when they signed up for the job, that they would be putting people in camps because many of them at least were hired before the camps were actually built. And they found out as they were doing the work that they weren't permitted to quit their job or to speak to anyone about what they were observing or doing. So there's a coercive element that's built into the system once the people are hired, with them not being allowed to quit their jobs. Many, or at least some, police officers that are in this position have also been detained for showing weakness on the job, for helping someone, like a neighbor or someone else, trying to protect them. So there is a coercive element that's built into it.
And my final question is, how do you account for abuses of Uyghur citizens by Uyghur police officials or Uyghur camp guards or Uyghur intelligence officers?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when it comes to thinking about the low-level functionaries of the system, there's a great deal of pressure that, especially if you're a Uyghur or Kazakh, that you could be labeled two-faced, which is the official term that describes someone who pretends to, follow party doctrine, but is secretly, working to support other Muslims. And you can be, put into the camp. I think initially, people that are working inside the camp system might try to resist and try to help Uyghurs if they can. But over time, it becomes normalized. And so in some cases, people become quite callous to the system. In other cases, because of the dynamics in their institution, they're needing to prove to the higher ups that they are cruel enough to be in their position. And so that's also another incentive. Others I think, may gain some power and privilege through their positions of authority, and that's also has its own enticements.
Thank you, Dr. Byler, for your very clear answers. I'll hand you over to the panel.
And Dr. Byler, it'll only be 14 minutes because we've got a timetable to meet, providing you're able to say you're likely to be available between Friday the 10th and Monday the 11th or 13th of September to finish your evidence. Yeah?
Sure, I can come back then too.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Dr. Byler. Thank you for your report to the tribunal. My questions are going to focus on that part of your report that relates to Uyghur social institutions. And I'd like to ask you questions under 3 heads. The first relating to children, the second relating to the Becoming Family program, and the third relating to inter-ethnic marriage and sexual politics. So to children first, you write in your report that a key component of China's zero illegal births program is the illegalization of adoption and the transfer of children into care as wards of state and residential boarding schools. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And if you triangulate what you know of the grey literature with your own interviews, could you very briefly summarize for us the sorts of circumstances that lead to children being sent or transferred to those residential institutions?
Sure. Well, it's a complex system, so it's hard to speak with categorical certainty about how all of this works. But I have some examples. So one contact of mine, he had 3 of his uncles were taken to either camp or prison, leaving behind many nephews and nieces. And his parents, wanted to take 2 of those children into their home and did for a brief period, for a couple of weeks. And then the local authorities came and they said, no, you can't have these children in your home. And they took them away, and they've lost complete contact with those children. They don't know where they are. These are, my contacts, nieces and nephews. And they said that these are the children of extremists, and they need to be re-educated. That's how they communicated what needed to be done. That's a fairly extreme example, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily normative across the entire region. In other cases, I've heard reports of children that are taken after both parents are taken away, who have been able to visit family members occasionally, but exhibit in their visits, forms of trauma. So it's not uniform. I think it depends a bit on the county, on the location where the children are being taken away. And then in addition to all of that, there's normative separation, because the entire education system is becoming a boarding school system. So that's what I know at this time.
So I take it that means that in some cases, at least, guardians, extended family of those children, are not notified where the children are being taken to.
That's right. The children disappear, and the family members lose complete contact with them. One of the reasons why my contact was not able to adopt the children as well is that they had a full quota in their household already. So I think that was another reason why they said they couldn't have them. But then, that's no reason why they couldn't maintain some form of contact.
Thank you. Can I come now to the teachers in these residential schools? Just to give the tribunal a sense of how these teachers are recruited, and whether these are advertised posts, whether they can be likened to the earlier recruitments that you were speaking of minor functionaries, where the teachers aren't really aware of what it is they're going to be doing, or is it the case that these teachers are recruited with the explicit purpose of going into these particular sorts of residential institutions?
Well, I've seen thousands of advertisements for teachers. They are publicly available. Each county will advertise for the teachers they need. Typically, what they are looking for are native Chinese speakers or people that speak Chinese fluently. They ask for a clean political background, resoluteness against the fight against extremism, terrorism, and separatism. So in some sense, they do know that they're engaging in part of the war against terror, which is what the camp system is framed as being part of. But my sense is, and they need to have a high school degree or a college degree is preferred. My sense is that they often don't know what they're getting into when they're sent. The salaries are quite high for, relative to teaching salaries in other parts of the country. So I think that's, part of what recruits people to come. There's also terms that are built into the contracts which prevent people from leaving early if they, are dissatisfied with the employment. So I think in that way, the state, brings these people in and then doesn't let them leave, at least immediately.
Do you have, Dr. Byler, any evidence of you've alluded to trauma amongst children in these institutions? Do you have any knowledge of the different experiences, for example, of a boy child and a girl child in these institutions? And I'm thinking here in particular whether you know of any examples of sexual violence towards girls in these institutions.
I don't have enough fine-grained evidence to speak to the gendered components of this. It's possible. I think the deeper concern is probably neglect of the children being crowded, being held in structures that are not built to hold children. Being quite cold, not having adequate clothing, food, all of those things. But there is also the potential for sexual violence towards children. I just haven't seen enough evidence to speak to it.
Can I ask you, do you know of any occasions on which party officials have either visited these residential schools or spoken about them, not in a grey literature, but in for example, speeches?
Yes, there's numerous documents you can find that speak to the love and care that's produced through these kindness centers, which is how they're referred to. So there is official visits. In the official visits, it's the presentation is quite a bit different from what I've heard from witness statements of conditions inside the camp. So I would see these visits as staged.
Thank you. Coming now to the PRC's Becoming Family Homestay program, what evidence do you have that these visits are not entirely innocuous and friendly?
Well, the manuals that the relatives use speak very explicitly about the goals, which are surveillance oriented. They talk about how you should, first, create conversation before you start interrogating, and about befriending the children because they'll be honest. They talk about what you should be looking for in your inspections. There's quite a bit of evidence that point to the testing of people's sort of willingness to participate in secular or non-religious practices like drinking and smoking. There's also forms of elimination and replacement of Uyghur cultural traditions and practices inside the home, remodeling the home. The relatives will bring new equipment to modernize the home for them, those sorts of things. And then in one of my interviews, a relative said, we don't know why they're not using the new washing machine we gave them. They just put it in the corner. And so there's a real disconnect, I think, at least at times, from the view from the relatives of being sort of benevolent and giving gifts to these people, and the way it's received. I think they're often not thinking about this is a family that's just lost a member of their family to a camp, and is feeling a great deal of pressure to engage with us. So some of the coercion is implicit rather than explicit, but there is the explicit there too.
Can you clarify for the tribunal who bears the costs of the visits? So who underwrites the costs of eating together, traveling together, and so on?
So the relatives are often talked about as volunteers from particular organizations, coming from a company or a civil ministry organization that's in another location, an urban location, often. And those companies, I think, bear at least a portion of the costs. It's not entirely clear where the money comes from, but it's not that much money either. So that the visitors, the relatives, are supposed to bring, gifts of 200 yuan or so for the host, and then in some cases they also bring other daily necessities that are supposed to supplement their income, due to the lack of income because of having a relative in detention. It seems as though the funding is coming from the companies or organizations that these relatives are coming from. That's my closest guess.
Thank you very much indeed. If I may, I'd like to turn now to your analysis of marriages. No, I've just got one more which I really want to cover. Thank you, Jeffrey. If I may turn to your analysis of marriages between Han men and Uyghur women, which you report about in your submission. Can you tell us historically what proportion of Uyghur women's marriages have been to Han men, and when and how that's changed, if at all?
Sure. So historically, Uyghurs have not married Han men to a large extent at all. I would say it's less than 1% of all marriages by Uyghurs are with Han people. That really has to do with religious difference of Muslims not wanting to marry non-Muslims, and also social pressure that's coming from the Uyghur community and the Han community as well. So seeing a dramatic increase in marriages now points to a new dynamic that's coming from this campaign.
And how do we know that these marriages are not the result of women exercising their personal preferences or choices?
Well, it could be in some cases that is what they're doing, and it might be a way of them protecting themselves again from a bad family background and the potential of them themselves being detained. My sense, though, from my interviews is that's typically not the case. That Uyghur women are actually trying to find excuses not to interact with Han men because of their fear of being forced to marry them. So I can't say that in all cases it's fully coercive, but it appears to be coercive in many of them. And there's also from the Han male perspective a kind of power that's being exercised, where they talk about if you're interested in Uyghur girls, come to Xinjiang because you can marry them now. That's kind of an open discussion that's being had. There's also advertisements that speak to matching Han men with Uyghur women. So it seems as though there's a structure that's being built.
So if there's an incentive, if the prospect of marrying a Uyghur woman is being offered as an incentive, is it also possible, to your knowledge, that there's any suggestion of sex tourism into the region in order to access Uyghur women?
I mean, that's a potential. I don't know if it's tourism as much as it's a sort of an additional incentive to come. Many of the people that are put in these positions are not tourists, but rather volunteers or working as relatives, or they are government workers that are working in the camp system. So it's less tourists that are coming and just finding people on their own, and more about a government sort of settlement policy that is bringing people to the region.
Thank you. My final question is whether it's known, it's been recorded that Uyghur men will have married Han women.
That's happened at times, and typically there it's Uyghur men who are in the state system, who are working as police officers, or working inside the camps. And I've seen some notices that celebrate a new marriage between a Uyghur man and a Han woman. It's quite rare, though. I would say 95, 98% of the marriages are between Han men and Uyghur women.
Thank you very much indeed.
Just 1 minute, Dr. Byler, Mr. Sabi and Mr. Abraham. Professor Manji has finished her questions. I'm looking around. Do others have questions of this witness? Professor Manji's got one more question.
I have numerous other questions. I'll ask just this one. If
If you've got numerous other questions, we're going to break now because otherwise the timetable becomes ruinously difficult. I thought you'd finished altogether when you said finished.
I can do either. I can do either.
Mr. Abraham, Mr. Sabi, would you come back later? Will you come back later?
Me? Yes, sure.
Yes. Sorry, we don't know when, we don't know where, but will you come back later? And we'll make sure that you have plenty of time to deal with your report.
I would be honored.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall we say 15 minutes?
Maximum, sir.
Sorry?
Maximum.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes, not a minute more.
Sormaysan.
Assalamu alaikum ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar. Hammalarningki shu vaqtda tekrar xayrli bo'lsin. Ko'rayotganlar Dunyo Qurultiy tor televiziyasining nahvaydan programmasi. Bu 6-ayning 4-kuni Angliyaning poytaxti Londonda boshlangan Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining tunji navbatlik soti bugun 3-kuniga qadam qo'ydi va davomlashyapti. Hozir qisqa bir dam olish ba'di bir 10 minut atrofda mush fursatdan foydalanib turib biz sizlar bilan yana qayta bir yuz ko'rish olaylik dedik. Birozdan keyin bu qatimqi bugungi bu guvohlik berish yig'ini Uyghur Hareket Tashkilotining raisi Ro'shan Abbas xonim bilan Amerikada navbat Amerikada turayotgan jazo lageri shohidi Mehrigul Tursun xonimningki guvohligi bilan bugungi bu sud mishada oxirlashgan bo'ldi aziz qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, studiyamızda yana iki aziz mehmon bor. Efendimler biraz burun programımızın başını ko'rganlar balkim xotirladinglar. Germaniyadan Ataydan bu sotqa guvohlik berish uchun Germaniyadan kelgan bizning Germaniya jamoatininki imomi ham bizningki diniy ulamolarimizdan Habibullah Ahad efendimmi şu bunun 7-8 gün burun tahminen müsot için hem gidip gelgen London'a gidip gelgen ve baya Habibullah Ahad efendim mahsus guvalık verdi. Allah razı olsun Habibullah efendim Stüdyomuza hoş geldiniz. Bu yerimizde oturan hanım, ismini siz bir tanıştırıp koysanız, hanımınızın ismi ne?
Bu mening assalomu alaykum va rahmatullohi va barakatuh. Dunyoning har qaysi joylaridagi aziz qarindoshlar, biz bugun hayajon ichida Germaniyada bugun 9-kuni, ya'ni karantin turib, shu sotga guvohlik beramiz deb kichkina bedel to'lagan bo'ldik. Bu albatta xalqimiz uchun, o'zimiz uchun emas, xalqimizningki tortayotgan shu zulmini dunyoga anglatish uchun keldik. Bu mening ayolim Gulnar. Menimki
Gulnar hanım, hoş geldiniz. Bir yerde gittiğinizi bilverdim. Hürmetli Habibullah efendim. Gulnar hanım, Habibullah efendimning hanımı, birisi yo'ldoshiga medet berish. Yani shundaqla bu xalqaro Uygur sotiga bo'lgan qo'llashini ifoda qilish uchun ataytan yo'ldoshiga hamroh bo'lib Germaniyadan birga keldi. Alloh sizni razı olsun. Rahmat, hoş geldiniz. Ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizni duosi, muhacirat qarindoshlarımızın duosi her zaman bugün bu sotdan 3 gün yağı bu sotda guvohlik berib atgan qarindoshlarimiz bilan birga her zaman ularning duosi bilan birga. Allah razı olsun. Habibullah efendim, biz burun Germaniyada, ikimiz Germaniyada birga keldik. Özlerime degandilar, şu bugünkü şu özlerine şahit berdigan kunlarni taqozolik bilan, ait hayajon bilan kutib atganliklarini ko'p aytdilar bizga. Hatta tunogimi buni ataytan tilga olgan edilar. Masalan, bu bugun guvohlik berdilar. Guvohlik berib bo'lgandan keyin qanday tuyg'u keldi, hozir qanday tuyg'uda o'zlari hozir?
Mening hozirgi shu vaqtimning o'zi xuddi bir ichimdagi nurg'un bir ig'irlikni chiqarib atgandek shunday yenik his qilib qoldim. Çünkü biz taqozolik bilan kutganimizning sababi dünyada bizning halimizning nim bo'lganligini, halimizning qayerdan qayerga ketganligini dunyoga hech qanday anlatolmay kelayotgandik. Bu sotdan nayt hayajonlandim. Çünkü bu sot hozirgi holatda Xitoyga bir atom tashlagandan ig'ir shunday bir zarba bo'ldi deb qarayman. Çünkü mushu guvohlik bilan, mushu haqiqat bilan endi buningdan keyin mayli bu sotda tutib chiqsin, chiqmasin, har qanday sharoit ostida har qanday bir davlatga bizniki dardimizni anglayman degan hukumat arboblari va yoki bo'lmasin dunyoning har qaysi sohadagi hükümetler, insanlar bunu anlayımız dese, bu şu sotun düşünüp aladı. Bu şu sot arkalık, bu sotu bergen guvalıkla arkalık vatanımızın asası, bu şu halkımızın tatıvatkan zulümünü bütün dünya anlayalaydı o. Ve bunun keyin bu şu Xitayga boğan, bu şu jallat Xitay komünistleri boğan ölçmellik bütün dünyada yangraydı. Hem bizgi boğan histaşlık kılıdığan İslam elleri olsun ve dünya elleri olsun, insan hakları olsun, hemmesi bizge bunun keyin nayti yaxshi ko'z qarashda buludu deb meniki nayti ishonchim bor. Bu sotqa 10 kunlik emas. Biz mu basaqmı yani karantin turdik emas 15 gün. Bu mu bizge ig'ir kelmaydi. Çünkü biz hech kim ado qilolmagan bir cho'ng vazifani ado qildik deb qarayman. Bu Xitoy uchun nayti cho'ng bir Xitoyga atalgan abay deganga o'xshash bir cho'ng atom bombasi o'xshash bir zarba. Biz shu Xitoyning besimidan, zulmidan qo'rqmay keldik va dunyodagi bizga o'xshash, menga o'xshash nurg'un insonlar bor chet elda. Shu insonlarni hammanglar dunyodan butunlarni tik dast turinglar. Zulmni anglatinglar va shu vatanda izlayotgan qarindoshlarga, urug' tuqqanlaringlarga, shu Uyg'ur xalqining dadiga datman bo'linglar, bularga igi chiqinglar, bular uchun hech nimadan qo'rqmanglar. Bizning qo'rqadigan vaqtimiz o'tib ketdi qarindoshlar. Yana qo'rqib o'tirdiganga bizning sharoitimizmi yo'q va bizningki hech qanday buningga turish sukut qilish bizga muvofiq kelmaydi. Hammanglarga tekrar Buningdan keyin mushu chet elda menga o'xshash, mushu sotda guvohlik bergan insonlarga o'xshash hammanglar bir g'ayratga kelinglar. G'ayratga kelib, mana Xitoyning zolim zulmini dunyoga anglitishda, Xitoyning abdi bashirini ichishda birga barabar birga taqobil turishinglarni hammanglardan umid qilaman.
Rahmat, hurmatli Habibullah Qarim. Habibullah Qarim aziz qarindoshlar, shu Germaniyada yashayotgani necha yil bo'ldi hozir?
20 yil bo'ldi.
20 yil bo'ldi. Hozirgacha shu mayli dunyo Uygur qurultiyi bo'lsin, mayli Germaniya tashkilotlarining shu siyosiy faoliyatlarini izchil turda moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan qo'llab kelgan, butun namoyishlargidek aktivlik bilan qatnashib kelgan bizning vatanparvar diniy ulamolarimizdan biri. Xo'sh, Gulbahor xonim, sizdan savol so'ramayman. Bir savolda masalan Habibullah Qarim bilan burun paranglashib 20 yilni bir shaharda yashaymiz. Burunmi oilasining tutqun qilinganligi haqida bizning qurultayga kelib rahbarlik aytib paranglashgan, ammo ko'zining yosh chiqqanini ko'rib boqmagan. Bugun sotda tunji qatim ko'zining yosh chiqqanligini ko'rdik. Bu yerda ovozlarimi, bu yerda yig'i aralash chiqdi va ko'zlarining yosh. Siz o'zingiz bir xonim bo'lish sifatingizdan shu vaqtda qanday bir tuyg'u keldingiz? Men sizni ko'zingizdan yig'i tutgandek bir ko'rdim. Oralig'imiz bir 20 metr. Qanday bir tuyg'u keldingiz yo'ldishingiz mumkin yerim ko'z ishqa.
Men tanjig'ladim.
Bunu ko'rdik haqiqatan. Masalan, bu İçinizde bu mesela bu bugünkü sotda bir bayı degandek tunji qatim 49-yili mustabid komissiyada Şərq Türkistan işğal qilganidan bu yan tunji qatim Uyg'urlarning Xitoy ustidan shikoyat qilish bir sotda hamda.
Albatta.
Uyg'urlar uchun tarixiy bir voqea, chunki undan biri Xitoy bizni sotlaydi begunoh Uyg'urlarni. Xitoyni Uyg'ur begunoh Uyg'urlarni tutadi, begunoh Uyg'urlarni sot o'lim jazosiga hukm qiladi, qamoq jazolariga hukm qiladi. Evet. Hep Taki hozirgacha bizni hisob berib keldi Xitoylar, ammo biz tunji qatim bulardan bir hisob so'raydigan bir xalqaro fursatga erishgan bo'ldik. Bu albatta sizning ko'zingizdan yosh chiqishiga sababchi bo'lgan asosiy sabablarning biri deb o'ylayman. İnşallah Allah razı olsun. Habibullah efendim, hürmetlik bunlar Hanım sizden Allah razı olsun. Mesela bir ay kaldığınızda 7 gün karantin, Germaniya vağandaki 15 gün karantin, Meyadaki sot şunda vağanda bu bir ay vaqtlarında müşü xalqara Uygur Sot Kollégiyesiga chiqargan bo'ldinglar va Habibullah Qarim aziz qarindoshlar shu xalqara Uygur Sot Kollégiyesiga iqtisodiyotni aktiv yordam bergan qarindoshlarimizning biri va bu sotdimi bir ulush bizningki bir hassa va buni bu yerda ta'kidlab qo'yay. Rahmat sizlarga, rahmat. Rahmat.
Rahmat sizga, Farhod va Baxtiyor. Sizlarga men ko'p rahmat. Sizlarga kunlik 13 soat, 14 soat ishlayapsizlar. Sizlarga o'ng'ay emas. Mana shundoq vatanimizning, xalqimizning ahvolini anlatadigan shundoq o'g'lonlarimizdan biz faxrlanamiz. Her zaman, her daim biz sizlarning yaninglarda her zaman sizlarni qo'llaymiz. Biz bundan keyin ham birlikte hizmet qilib, ama şu vatanimizde tatıvatkan, xalqimiz tatıvatkan şu zulümge birlikte karşı turumuz. Bundan keyin bizge qo'rqish asla mumkin emas. Biz cho'qim qo'rqmaymiz. O'lim bir qatim keladi. Yanala dünyadaki xalqim, vatanimizning sirtidagi muhojirat yashayotgan xalqim qo'rqmanglar. Allah Taala o qisasdan sizlar savol so'raysiz. Har qandag'inglar şu qisas almaganliklaringlar uchun şu urug' tuqqanlaringlarning izdirgini qilib shulardan qisas almaganliklaringlar sabablik Allah'ın oldida şu zulmga qarshi chiqmaganliklaringlar sababdan chuqum har qandag'inglar agar shunday holatga ketaversanglar Cenab-ı Allah'ın oldida bu savoldan qochib qutulolmaysizlar. Hammanglarga Cenab-ı Allah salomatlik, xotirjamlik ato qilsin, g'ayrat, shijoat ato qilsin, iymon, e'tiqod ato qilsin deyman. Xayr, assalomu alaykum.
Rahmat, hurmatli Habibullah Qarim. Hurmatli ekran oldidagi televizor ko'ruvchilar, ato aytgan vaqtini chiqarib, shu Uyg'ur xalqining tarixidagi zo'r hodisalarning biri hisoblangan shu xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesiga soatlab vaqtlarni ajratib, shu ekran oldida ko'rib turibsizlar. Shuning o'zimi bir qo'llash, albatta, shuning o'zimi mana Habibullah Qarimga o'xshash, boshqa lager shoirlarga o'xshash guvohchilarga berilgan bir medet, ularga berilgan bir teselli. Çünkü bularmı sizlerniki duayınlardan, sizlerinin kolluşunlardan medet alıdı, cesaret aldı aziz qarindoshlar. Şuna bir yerde ekran aldıda o'tlagan, şu sotqa ko'ngil bilib, ekran aldıda o'tlagan qarindoshlarimizni sizlarga alayda tekrar rahmetimni, minnatdorligimni, hurmatimni bildiraman aziz qarindoshlar. Dünya Uygur Qurultayı Tor Televiziyasidagi Naq Maydon programmasi erta sot oxirgi kuni va davomlashadi. Hozirmi davomlashadi, birozdan keyin deb o'tdim. Uyghur Hareket Teşkilatı'nınki reisi hürmetli Roşan Abbas Hanım bilan başlandı hozir. Bundan keyin Amerikadagi jazo lageri shoidi Mehrgul Tursun Hanım oxirgi guvohlikni berdi aziz qarindoshlar. Yana boshlang'ilib o'tdi. 1-2 minutdan keyin boshlandi. Sotda görüşelim. Rahmet sizlerle. Rahmet. Sizlerle.
Yaxshi bo'lma.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
Our next witness is Ms. Roshan Abbas.
Sorry. But we doesn't matter.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Abbas. The witness left China in 1989, fearing repercussions from the Chinese Communist Party for her involvement in student activism while studying at the Xinjiang University. Almost 30 years later, in 2018, after the witness spoke about the conditions of the camps in Xinjiang in a panel discussion in Washington, D.C., the witness's sister, a retired medical doctor, and her aunt, who lived in Xinjiang, disappeared. Several months later, her aunt was released, but there was still no information on her sister's whereabouts. Initially, a report in Global Times accused the witness of making her sister up. However, subsequently, the Chinese Foreign Ministry held a press conference where they confirmed that her sister had been sentenced for involvement in terrorist activities. In her statement, the witness also states that many members of her husband's family were arrested for what Chinese authorities designated as excessive religious activities, amongst others. Mrs. Abbas, I have a few questions for you. Firstly, relating to your sister. You state that the Chinese authorities confirmed that your sister, a retired medical doctor, was sentenced for involvement in terrorist activities. Could I ask you, firstly, and if possible, how old your sister was, more or less, when she was arrested for terrorist activities?
Thank you so much. I'm here to speak on behalf of my family, my nieces, and the thousands of more who couldn't be here to speak out. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My sister, when she was abducted on the middle of September 2018, she was 56 years old, and 6 days from today, she will turn 59.
Thank you for that. And would you know what kinds of activities your sister could have been involved in?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So the reason for her arrest was terrorist activities. And what kind of activities do you think she might have been involved in?
There is no any kind of evidence or trial. Nothing was given to the family members or other than that, just the Chinese Foreign Ministry claiming on the false accusations. We have no idea. She's a retired medical doctor. She's quiet, non-political, not very active on anything because of health reasons. She's just a very law-binding, quiet person that she was just living very simplistic, normal, ordinary life. So it's all just the accusation against her and against her family if they are accusing her for anything about terrorism-related charges.
And just to clarify and confirm, she was arrested soon after you appeared on a panel discussion speaking about the conditions in the camps.
Yes, on the September 5th, there was a panel on what's happening to Uyghur people today at the Hudson Institute, one of the think tanks in Washington, D.C. And I was on the panel together with Dr. Sean Roberts, actually, and a few other experts. I talked about the conditions of the camps and the genocidal policies that Uyghurs were currently facing since Xinjiang War arrived in August 2016 to our homeland, outlining the fate of my in-laws, which my husband's entire family was missing since April 2017 from Hotan. 6 days after I gave that speech, my sister and my aunt both got abducted on exactly same day. My sister lived in Urumqi, my aunt in Artush, which is a town near Kashgar, 1,400 kilometers, 900 miles away from each other. But those two women picked up exact the same day, 6 days after my speech.
Thank you for that. And my final question, in fact, relates to your in-laws. Now, as you mentioned, you said the entire relatives of your husband have been somehow detained or arrested. I'll focus around your younger sister-in-laws who were accused of excessive religious activities and were sent to the camps. And my question to you is, what, in your opinion, does excessive religious activities mean?
The Chinese regime outlawed all simple religious activities like praying, going to mosque, or even practicing like fasting during Ramadan, or for people in Hotan and the Kashgar and the other parts, wearing headscarves, covering their heads. So if there's anything that my sister-in-law is engaged, I'm sure she was probably just covering her hair, because most people in Hotan, Kashgar, they do that. Even as simple as saying Salam Alaikum is being outlawed. So the Chinese regime is claiming the last 4 or 5 years all kind of normal, simple, regular religious activities as illegal Islamic activities, and based on that pretext, they are arresting and taking people to concentration camps and also harshly sentencing them to prison terms.
Thank you for your concise, clear answers. I have no more questions, but the panel may have questions for you, Mr. Boss. Thank you.
Professor Kaur, please.
Thank you. Just to carry on with the theme of religious activities, is it clear to people in the region what they can do and what they can't do regarding religious activities?
No, I don't believe that they do, because before Qin Guo, or before 2014, or before Xi Jinping, there were a little bit of time that people able to practice normal religious practices. With the requirement of the Chinese regime, Muhammad Salih Hajim, a religious scholar, translated Quran per Beijing's request, translated the Quran from Arabic to Uyghur language. And even his work that he has done per the government's request was a crime. He was sentenced to the camp and he died in the camp when he was 80-some years old. All the religious activities before it was allowed by the government, like some people were sent to Mecca for Hajj, and some of them traveled to Turkey or Abu Dhabi, Dubai, UAE, or any kind of vacation trips with the legal entities like travel agencies that are organized by the government. Before 2016, they all became their crimes. Any Uyghurs who traveled to Muslim majority countries, they were sentenced harshly for their crimes. I have been traveling around from Japan to Australia and from Canada to Turkey and Europe since my sister's abduction, trying to do raising awareness, met thousands of Uyghurs, mothers, children, students, brothers, sisters looking for their relatives. And their family members are missing because some student in Turkey, his mother came to Istanbul to visit him, and that was her crime, the sentencing harshly. Or if someone was meeting his family in Dubai, vacationing for a week. So So anything that before it was normal became the Uyghur people's crimes with Xi Jinping's genocidal policy. So nobody know what's right and what's wrong anymore.
So at the national level, legally, certain aspects of religion are permitted. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
At the national level, legally, certain elements of religion are permitted. It's only in this region, and it only pertains to Uyghur and certain other Turkic Muslims. Is that correct?
Yes, in a large extent, which is true. It started with our homeland, and there are people, some activists from New York or some other parts of the world, they always try to excuse the Chinese government's genocidal policies by trying to tell us, oh, we have seen mosques in Xi'an or Beijing or somewhere else that people are still praying. But in our homeland, if anybody who go to mosque to pray, and that's their crimes. So I would agree with you.
So these people who are told that they're criminal would be described as extremists. Is that correct? So this is one of the three evils.
Yes.
And when did this begin to happen?
It started when Qin Chuanguo arrived in August in 2016, although it goes back to 2014, actually, when they first built, the first concentration camp was built in Lop Nur in 2014. And around that time, they started to exercise shoot at the spot policy. So anyone any kind of law enforcement, for example, a traffic police believes that somebody is running the red light, he or she can shoot that person to kill and no question to be asked. Radio Free Asia did excellent reporting on that, and a few people getting shot and killed, like teenager running the red light with his bicycle or motorcycle, he was killed. And after that, basically, when you look at some of the documents from 2016, Party Secretary Qin Chuanguo, when he delivered China's central government's order of systematic ethnic cleansing, the beginning of this genocide, there is a official Chinese government's documents. It says, quote, must first break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, and break their origins, basically referring to Uyghur people. So when you look at that, what is that, Those chilling words stated in an internal document reported to the media, from the media to the public. So that explains the intent of eradicating and exterminating the Uyghurs as a genocide that's happening now.
Okay, thank you. Could I talk about your high school classmate's brother, Kaiser Kayum, is that correct?
Yes.
He was the editor-in-chief of a literary magazine. And what happened to him?
I read on the Radio Free Asia article that my friend Qadirdan's brother, Qadirdan Qiyum is my high school classmate and a friend. His brother Qaisar Qiyum, he was the editor-in-chief in a literature magazine in Urumqi. When starting from April 2017, when many people were taken to the concentration camps, the conditions of the camps are so bad, he did not want to be taken to the concentration camp. So when the police officers came to get him from his workplace, like before he was being arrested, he was so fearful for that, he jumped out of the 8th floor window, the building, and he killed himself in August 2017.
Why did he think he was going to get arrested or detained?
Well, the reason for that is most of the intellectuals, the thought leaders, and the people who are working on the publishing houses, like editors, they were being targeted. Several years ago, I don't remember exactly when, per the education department's request, Uyghur intellectuals like Yalqin Rozi and Wahidjan Osman and the other several prominent Uyghur intellectuals and scholars worked on the Uyghur textbook, the book that they used for the middle school and high school students. That work was done per the request of the government, and that's being reviewed and checked like every so often, and everything was fine until Chinchuango came over and they changed the rules and the policies. All these intellectuals were sent to prison camps right now. All the people that I mentioned and several more are sentenced harshly. And also prominent scholars like Dr. Raila Dawood and Abdulkadir Jalaluddin, Akhtam Ömer Tashbulatif, Halmurat Hopor, and my own professor from the university, Sultan Malim, they're all are being targeted because they are the Uyghur intellectuals. I think that's why Qaisar Qayyum was being targeted.
Is there anything that they've said or published that could be described as separatist or even terrorist?
No. Actually, there has been a lot of writings on the media about this. It has nothing to do with separatism. It's the just the Uyghur literature with the Uyghur history, with the Uyghur ethnic identities, promoting those. Are those a separatism? You know, when somebody talks about their own culture or their ethnicity or religion. So it's just a way of using the Uyghur ethnicity and the religion to eradicate Uyghur people. And that tells you the ultra-nationalism and the racism from the Chinese Communist Party is using everything against the Uyghur people, dehumanizing them.
And so this order would have come from Party Secretary Chen, or would it have come from the Department of Education in Beijing?
I'm sure that came from Beijing, and the Chen Chuanguo is the person who's delivering in our homeland in East Turkestan.
Okay, thank you. Regarding there are certain reports in the Global Times that I know you might have a stance there, but I'd just like to air them so as I can hear what you have to say. I've come across some reports saying that you work for US intelligence agencies. Why would they say that?
You know where that's coming from? Actually, I thought this might come up as a question, so I printed Zhao Lijuan, who is the deputy director of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is his official Twitter account. He tweeted with my picture, calling me CIA asset or Guantanamo torturer or worked for Homeland Security. So this is the narrative of the Chinese communist regime to dehumanize me, discredit me for my work. Those are all the Chinese propaganda. Calling anyone who opposes the Chinese state propaganda lines with the CIA is a very common tactic. Actually, I believe that recently Sir Jeffrey Nice was also accused by the Chinese state of being UK intelligence asset. So it's, just a similar targets. And also I'm going to show you another document here. This is, I don't know if you can see, I don't know which camera is focusing on this one. The document, this is from the Global Times Network on December 23, 2019. A year before the Chinese regime announced that my sister is so-called terrorist, they printed this media and said, for example, Rushan Abbas, leader of so-called Campaign for Uyghurs, etc., there's some other things, said from the East Turkestan separatist groups, they first stole some Uyghurs' photos and their information, claimed these people to be missing relatives in Xinjiang, spread rumors in overseas. Well, ever since my sister's abduction, I have been carrying my sister's picture. This is my sister. I am not stealing anybody's photo. I am not taking any other people's information and claiming my missing relatives. This is the picture that I have been carrying when I go to protests, when I go to meetings, and my Twitter handle, everything is my sister's picture. Then a year later, they came back and they said, my sister who was abducted since September 2018, that she was sentenced. Wang Wenbin from the Chinese Foreign Ministry named her name, said Gulishan Abbas is being charged for such and such.
Okay, can we talk about your other relatives, particularly your husband's 14 nieces and nephews? They're aged between 5 and 22, presumably older now, or is that their age now?
I would say this is their age now, because when I testified back in 2018, when I spoke at the Hudson, they were 2 to 19 years old, so just I added 3 years. So I hope they're alive, and I hope my in-laws are alive, but we don't know. We have no idea who's surviving, who's living, and who's sent to where, who's becoming the victims of the organ harvesting, and which kids sent to which orphanages, or which Chinese family adopted which nephews of us. We have no idea.
So, but their parents are in detention or prison. How do you know that?
My husband last spoke to his mother in April 25th, 2017. And that day, his mother told him not to call her anymore. He didn't call for a couple of weeks, but then he tried to contact them anyway, just to see how they are doing. None of the phones worked. None of the home phones or cell phones, nothing worked. And then he was trying to find out from some distant relatives who are in China proper, in the other parts of China, not in East Turkestan. And everybody said, no one is there anymore. And then later in the summer, my husband found out that from one of the relatives in China proper, in inner China, that my in-laws, my parents-in-laws, and my 3 of my sister-in-laws, their husbands, they all were taken away. And nobody knows where the kids are. And the big family that they all lived together in Laskoi, a neighborhood in Hotan, the door was locked. So basically sealed. And that's it. My husband is here with me right now, and I am witnessing him, unable to sleep, unable to find out anything. And when there is a foreclosure, like some sort of end to it, you can at least say, pray for their being in heaven. But what can you say for something like this? Such an inhumane tragedy that the entire Uyghur people are facing in diaspora. Every person you talk to, everybody say they count the years, they count the months, this many months, this many years that I have not spoken to my family. I have no idea where they are.
Why would they have been detained? Is this purely due to association with you or association with your husband?
I don't think so. My sister's case, yes, they tried to silence me. They tried to send me a clear message by taking my sister and my aunt 6 days after I spoke. So that started as retaliation. But at the end of it, when you look at it, every single Uyghur is being targeted. The Uyghur intellectuals are being targeted as the thought leaders or anybody who can lead or produce the culture. And my sister being a intellectual, she was a trained medical doctor. If it wasn't for me, I'm sure as an Uyghur, as all the Uyghurs are being targeted, I don't know. I have seen the clear messaging from the Chinese government as a hostage taking of my husband's family and my sister. But at the same time, all these other people's families are also disappearing that when they are not engaged with any kind of human rights activities. And they are unable to come out and speak. They are unable to give testimony like ourselves because they fear, because they worry for their other relatives. If the mother and the father disappear, they have siblings. If the siblings disappear, they have aged mother and the fathers. They look at me as an example, and the amount of the work that I have done on social media, the amount of vocality that I was doing to bring up my sister's case. Now my niece joined me, my sister's daughter, and there is no information on my sister's whereabouts. Many people are afraid of coming out and speaking and testifying.
So there is guilt by association, and part of that is to do with the fact that you're abroad. Can I just clarify with you, Uyghur people who go abroad are a threat, whereas Han people who go abroad are not a threat. Is that correct?
Well, I cannot speak for the Han people, but for the Uyghurs, yes. They feel that when the Uyghurs go abroad and educated, especially in the West, we learn the Western democracy and we start to see the oppression and all the genocidal policies the Chinese regime is conducting against our people. So we demand to be respected. We demand the dignity of the humans, and we demand people to pay attention to China's crimes against humanity. So maybe that's why.
My final question is about your health. You write about it in your report. Could you elaborate on your mental and physical health?
My sister's, you mean?
Your health. You talk about your husband and your health.
Thank God, we are healthy. We are able to travel and raise awareness. But emotionally, how can you be when your people facing genocide with the intent of completely exterminating your people? I am the youngest in my family, and my dad basically raised me during the Great Cultural Revolution when he was targeted as a Uyghur intellectual, and he didn't have a job after he was taken to re-education centers. So I love my father, but my father passed away 11 years ago. And I miss him so much. But can you imagine? I am so grateful that my father is no longer with us. He's not living in this world. I am so happy that he passed away. Imagine, is that a normal feeling? Because if he was, then he would have faced the same thing those millions of Uyghurs are facing in the dark dungeons of those concentration camps and being enslaved in the factories and the tormenting in somewhere. Or if he was aged and if he was home, then he would have worried for his daughter, which is my sister, Dr. Gulshan Abbas. So my husband too. He wakes up in the middle of the nights and I see him either crying or sitting and writing. I try to get it out of his chest. And we are not just an isolated family. We are just one example of all the Uyghurs in diaspora, almost all of them, even so-called the model citizens, or never ever get involved with any kind of political situation, or just happy with the system the Chinese government was offering to Uyghur people. Even their relatives are targeted only because they are Uyghurs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you just two questions? One, actually going back to 1989 and the time that you left the country. Was that I don't mean emotionally, because clearly there were family ties and everything, but was it difficult to leave the country at that stage? Were there obstacles in your way?
It was mixed feelings. As I said, I'm the youngest family, and I stayed in my family. Even I went to university by living in the house with my parents, not going to the university dormitory. But after graduating the university with the second highest score in the entire department, in the biology department, only because of my involvement for advocating for human rights, just asking for basic living rights for the Uyghur people, with Mr. Dolkun Isa and my friend who died just shortly after being released from the camps, Waris Abu Bakr. I was thrown to the street with no job. Also, I was sent from the university to work, the educational ministry to work at the agricultural university, but later, because of my involvement in the political activities, I didn't have a job in Urumqi. So, and my father was feared for my safety, and I left. 3 weeks after I arrived in the United States, I witnessed, in June 4th, Tiananmen Square massacre. I watched this barbaric regime killing their own children, Han Chinese students, killing them at the Tiananmen Square. And how do you feel as someone whose homeland is being occupied, and ever since 1949, the Chinese regime is relentlessly using every opportunity, labeling Uyghurs in every names out there, like nationalists, counter-revolutionaries, and the separatists, and after 9/11 tragedy in the United States, terrorists. How do you feel about a government like that? Now they are basically hostage-taking my family members.
But your political activism, which one might have thought would have been a barrier to leaving, or being permitted to leave, that wasn't obviously a barrier. They still permitted you to leave, notwithstanding your activism at university.
Actually, right at that time, right after the Afghan war in the late 70s, until the Tiananmen Square protest, students' protest 1989, which I left 3 weeks before that. I came to the United States in May 1989. There was a period that many people say the golden times, like things are opened up. That's when I went to high school and university. We were able to have some books published, and the mosques were being built, and the Uyghur students were sent to abroad for studies and all that. So that was the period, I guess.
My second question goes back to the point that was discussed earlier about the detention of your sister and your aunt. And just to understand the sequencing of it, you'd been in the US for almost 30 years at that stage, and your sister and your aunt had not been the subject of any detention or police activities in that time. What was it about the Hudson Institute panel session that then, after 30 years of you being away and being an active political activist all this time, caused them then to detain your sister and aunt?
There's a few parts to that. One is 2008 Beijing Olympics. 2008 Beijing Olympics in Beijing, that was the confirmation from the West that the Chinese government can get away with anything, because they were persecuting the Uyghurs, persecuting the Tibetans, and the very oppressive policies for anybody who don't just worship the Communist Party, underground Christians and underground Catholics, or Chinese Democrats, or Southern Mongolians, and all that. So after 2008, the Chinese regime started to get more aggressive. So my last visit to My homeland was 2005, so I never went back after that. Then Xi Jinping came to the power, and after the Beijing Olympics, the Chinese regime human rights basically took sharp U-turn and went back to the authoritarian policies, and also the Uyghurs started to face more and more about the forced sterilizations and the forced abortions, and the even only for the Uyghur people, not for the Han Chinese or anybody else. They had the policies that when you have your first baby, you cannot get pregnant until 3 years. You have to wait for 3 years in between. And that is also a way of affecting the Uyghur population, and the settlement of the Han Chinese people to the area, especially after Xi Jinping's announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, which is one of the main reasons why the Uyghurs are facing genocide today. So that's why in 2014, they started to build the concentration camps and pick up the Uyghur people and sent there. And I hope I answered your question. In 2018, my sister's abduction comes after all these, like Chen Chuanguo coming in August 2016, and then sweep off of Uyghur intellectuals and more than 1 million Uyghurs in April 2017.
When did you first find out? When did you first find out then that your sister and aunt had been detained?
Last time I talked to my sister was summer of 2017. I stopped talking to her. As much as I love her, she's my only sister, especially after my mother passed away. She was like a mother figure to me. She's 5 years older than me. So I used to talk to her quite often. But after seeing what's happening in April 2017, I stopped communicating with her. But she has 2 daughters. As I said, I have 2 nieces in America, and they communicate with my sister all the time. And one of my niece, my daughter's youngest daughter, was pregnant. At that time, not even 8 months pregnant, but it's sort of like 3rd trimester. So she was talking to her mom all the time. And my other niece, Ziba, now she's also asking her mother's whereabouts. So Ziba just had a baby, actually. She had a baby in late May. So she had like a 3-month-old baby. So they were communicating with their mom on a daily basis. And last I heard from them was they panicked on September 12th, and said they cannot get hold of their mother. The last communication was the evening of the September 10th, 2018. And first they thought maybe her phone was broken, or maybe she went someplace, they didn't take her phone. So we waited for 5 weeks. But after 5 weeks, we did not hear anything. And then I started to become vocal about it. And then only later, actually, we find out that from our distant relatives from other countries, that my aunt was also seen on the September 10th as the last time the being contacted with anybody.
And one last point. If at least part of the rationale for them arresting your sister and aunt...
I'm sorry, what is it?
If at least part of the rationale on the part of the PRC government in arresting your aunt and sister was to get at you, do they just assume that you will find out eventually and not make sure that you're aware that this has happened?
I really cannot tell what rationale they had in their mind, but the only thing I can think of is trying to silence me. And also, they try to show to the other people, if anybody dare to speak out about your missing relatives or anything, watch Russia and see what we did to her sister. So I think that's the purpose, I would say.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your testimony. We're running a bit short of time, so I'll give my quick questions. I assume you've got a USA passport.
Yes, since 1995, I am a U.S. citizen.
Apart from them obviously realizing what you're doing from social media, do you feel you're being harassed in other ways? Are people following you?
Well, I think, even I'm an American citizen, and I exercise my right as an American citizen under my constitutional right to exercise my freedom of speech and freedom of expression. I already paid the highest price that I could. Me speaking out, raising awareness, cost the freedom of my sister. So I don't feel fair about anything else anymore, because we have to keep doing what we are doing. So I hope that I am safe, because I am in the Western world.
Do you think they'd ever allow you in? And if they did, would they put you away?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, sorry. If you applied for a visa to get into China, would they allow you in? And if they did, would you be fearful that you would be put into prison?
I never thought of going there. And I have been on the blacklist for a long time now. And so I don't think it's really wise for me to fly back to China.
I'm sure it isn't. I thought I'd ask. Another question. You've been quite involved with the associations. Do you know how many Uyghurs you've got in America?
You mean population of the Uyghurs in the United States?
Yeah.
I would say more than 10,000.
10,000. Mm-hmm. And would that be an underestimate because people would be frightened to join?
Yes, a lot of people are frightened to speak out, join our advocacy work.
And has your society, your group, met with or joined up with others around the world? So in other words, you've got a big number of people around the world. Have you thought of joining up?
You mean the Uyghur people around the world?
Yes, all the societies.
Yes, we have the umbrella organization, World Uyghur Congress, and led by our leader, Mr. Dolkan Isa. And we have a campaign for Uyghurs, which is the organization that I found and I'm the executive director of. But we all work together. We coordinate and collaborate together to raise awareness, to tell the world about this genocide.
How many do you think there are around the world?
The organizations or people?
People.
The Uyghurs in diaspora. That is a very good question because it's difficult to estimate. I would say if you look at the Uyghurs who left East Turkestan after the lockdown of like a great cultural revolution, after the establishing the diplomatic relationship with the West, is about over 100 million easily. But if you look at the Uyghurs who left after the occupation of Chinese Communist regime in 1949, people who left to other countries, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, or later, before the Great Cultural Revolution, people left to Central Asia. So altogether, probably more than 500,000, I would say.
So I appreciate you've been raising the awareness to people about your situation. Have you approached the government and asked whether there are any other ways that they could help you?
Yes, we have been approaching people, grassroots organizations, students, and also international entities, and also the politicians and the governments around the world.
And do they allow charities in, such as, say, Red Cross or any other charities that work for people outside, would they be allowed into China?
I'm sure they are allowed to go to China, but I don't know how effective they will be because of the information blockade and the orchestrated tours, because the Chinese government will never give free access without restrictions. Anybody who wants to go, they will set up places and they just take them to the setup, tour, even for those they call, so-called vocational training centers, which is the concentration camps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Dolkanisa has testified that he was issued with, or Interpol was issued with a red notice, and indeed he has suffered interference at UN functions and so on in his advocacy. You've travelled extensively, you've advocated extensively. Have you had similar interference?
No, I have not.
Thank you.
You've been activist one way or another. Sorry, did somebody else? No, you've been activist for a lot.
Could you tell me when you first said that what was happening was genocide? When you first publicly said that?
I wrote an op-ed on May 2019. And on my op-ed, I wrote it was a genocide, but it was published as, I'm fighting slow motion of genocide. I have been saying that it is genocide since the summer of 2019. And I think in my first public speech and some of the interviews in Prague in early June, and there's in the Czech language, there's a article so that I was calling all the countries who are signing up for supporting Belt and Road Initiative is complicit with China's genocide. So I would say that's the time.
Being an activist or even working on Radio Free Asia may have exposed your relations to some risk. Did you discuss or agree with them at all the risks that they might be exposed to?
You mean the Radio Free Asia?
No, your relations back in China. Did you discuss with them the fact that being an activist in the way you were might have exposed them to risk? No?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question.
My mistake,
sorry.
No doubt. You've been an activist and a very vocal activist.
Uh-huh.
Did you discuss the risk to your relations by reason of your activism?
With my family?
Yeah.
No, never, ever. I am not. I know the situation. I lived there. I understand how all the Uyghur families, the phones, and any kind of communication is.
That's fine. We've got lots of evidence there.
Okay.
The other thing is, you've told us about various things concerning your 24 relations, houses, and so on. When you couldn't contact them yourself, you presumably went through other people and telephone calls, and maybe other people spoke to other people. If we think of those as layers of hearsay, secondary degree evidence, how many layers of hearsay would we be going through? Did you just ring one person and she went round to look at the house? Or did you ring one person and that person spoke to another person? Give us an idea.
On my sister's case, you mean?
On all of them?
Not anybody.
Just generally. I want to have a picture of how you're able to give the accounts you have when it's what's called second-hand or hearsay evidence. But very briefly and just in summary.
Okay. No, actually, I am testifying for those, my friend and my colleagues, through the reports given by Radio Free Asia. And the Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service is doing amazing job. They get messages, tips from with like emails and text messages and the phone calls and the Facebook messengers, and then they Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service people, they follow up on the credible tips and the complete targeted verification calls. And they actually, Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service confirmed my sister's detention in June 2019. They also confirmed Mr. Dolklan Isa's father's...
That's fine. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much for coming and giving your evidence. You're now free to go.
Can I just take 2 minutes to say something? In my last thoughts?
We are very pressed
quick.
for time. Okay. Topic, subject matter,
Just 2
what is
minutes?
it? No, what is it, first of all, about?
Okay, I just want to say that what's happening to Uyghur people today is because of our ethnicity. And
Yes, I think we're dealing with evidence. We've got plenty of that. And I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to finish your evidence now. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sabi.
Thank you. Our next witness is Mehrikol Tursan, but I also have an application. I have an application for a further witness to be recalled this afternoon.
Who's that?
Uyghur Sot Kollégiyesi. It's my fault. We are omitted to ask a question from her that is important to our hearing next tomorrow. I have one question, and Dr. Zamit Porta has one question from Uyghur. She's already in Sweden, but she has agreed to come here for 6:45. Yes. So, with your permission, we will be sitting a bit longer.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr.
Mehrikol Tursan, budaqı şahitlik berilgan kişi, onundan keyin mahkemenin ruxsati bilen 6:45 Sayragul Savat baynama iki sualını soraş üçün yana qayta mahkemege taklif qildik.
Hoş geldiniz.
Hoş geldin. Amalağı yaxşımısınızlar? Ben Mehrikol Tursun. Uygur Sot Kollégiyesi'ndeki bana bu fırsatı bergenge ve Uygurlar için bu sotunu açtığınızda köp rahmet etme.
Hello everyone, I am Mehrikol Tursun. I am very thankful for establishing this tribunal to hear about the Uyghur people's current situation. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Mehrikol Tursan was born in 1989 in Xinjiang province. She went to the British University in Egypt in 2011 to study business administration in Arabic. She married with an Egyptian. In March 2015, she gave birth to 3 children, a healthy triplet. But because she needed help from parents, she was alone in Egypt. She decided to go back to Urumqi and seek help from her family. Upon arrival at the airport, the children were taken away from her and she was taken for questioning. She was questioned for a long time and kept in prison for 3 months. Then she was released because her children's health were in trouble. She saw her son being in an extensive care unit, and unfortunately, he passed away next day. She got the other 2 children and went back to the family, but her passport was taken and she could not travel back to Egypt. She stayed in East Turkestan until 2017. She was arrested again. Same questions. She was released again because she lost consciousness during the extensive interrogation. And again, she was arrested in November 2017. Eventually, she was released in April 2018 and managed to go back to Egypt and from there to United States, where she lives. Ms. Tursan, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for Mr. Hamid Sabi and all and Mr. Masud Sojlan.
Thank you, Mr. Sabit, and all who are participating to this tribunal. Thank you.
The tribunal has received your extensive report and have read it. So what I'm asking is just to highlight some of the important issues.
Biz sizniki bütün şahitlik materialınızı tapşırıp aldık bu sot mahkemesi. Hemmini təfsili oqub çıxdıq, hemmini bilimiz. Şunun içinde oturuq qoyulğan bəzi bir mühim məsələlərini bir yerdə qaytadan görüp çıxmaqçı. Şunu qarab çıxımız.
Can you briefly mention about your first arrest upon arrival at Urumqi Airport in May 2015?
Siz 2015-yılı 5-ci ayda vətənə qayıtqanda şu Urumqi aeroportunda tutulğanlığınız, onundan sizin solanğanlığınız haqqındakı şu əhvalını qısqaça sözləb ötəmsiz.
Oldu. Ben 2015 şu 5-ci ayda ata-anam balarımını bekip biriş için ben vətən qayıtdım, yardım qilish için. Qayıtıp şu andan keyin Urumqi aerodromiga borgan vaqtimda şu Urumqidagi saqchilar tarafidan 3 balam mendan tatib qilinib, menda aerodromdan so'roq qilingan holatda keyin şu birinchi qatimda şu Urumqidagi hijazat turmaga solandim. Bu jarayonda
Okay. On May 2015, I went back to my home country in order to get support to look after my children from my parents. At the Urumqi airport, I was questioned, I was separated from my children, and I was taken to the detention center at Hijazan in Urumqi first time.
Bu qatimda şu 2,5 aydan artıq vaqtda qiynaldım, uruldum, hem torturlar, başqa torturlar bo'ldi. Şu jarayonda burnum izli ketdi. Hem bu jarayonda men ata-onamniki, ata 3 balamniki qanday ahvolligini hech qanday xabarsiz holatda 2,5 aydan ortiq holatda birinchi turmada yotdim. Keyin 2,5 aydan
This interrogation, this detention lasted for more than 2.5 months. During that time, I did not know. I didn't have any information about my family, my parents, my children, and I have faced torture, interrogation, and my nose was flattened because of torture during this time.
Şunun bilan 2 aydan ortiq vaqt o'tgan bo'lgandan keyin bular balalaring bak og'ir kasalga shu sababdan sizni vaqtli qo'yib berdik dedi. Ammo men qo'yib berganda blacklistning ichida bu mening telefon ishlatishim, chet elga chiqishim, ID'imni, China ID'imni ishlatishimning hammasi blacklist holatda bo'ldi. Ham shu vaqtdan boshlab 2 Chinese saqchi men bilan birga
After 2.5 months detention at number 1 prison in Urumqi, and I was released because of my children was very sick and they were not well. However, after I released, I was still under watch. I was restricted to use my telephone. I was restricted to travel overseas. I was restricted to use my ID cards properly. And also 2 policemen was always watching over me.
Şu günü turmadan çıkan günü oğullarga meni balla doktorxonasiga apadı. Urumqidagi balla doktorxonasiga apaganda bular 3 yil balamni mendan bir so'roq hech kimdan so'ramagan holatda bo'yindan operatsiya qilgan, naysh qilgan holatda ko'rdim. 2 balamni ko'rsatdi, bir balamni ko'rsatmadi, yana bir balamni atisi ko'rsatib, atisi to'nglatqidan ochgan muz badinni bari ular dedi shu balang tunigun tugab ketdi. Davalanish bayar bermay dedi, ammo balamning nima sababdan operatsiya qilganligini, nima sababdan o'lib ketganligini men eshitmasini demadi, chunki ular
Okay, sorry. On the day of release, they took me directly to the Urumqi Children's Hospital to show my children. They showed me 2 of my children. However, they didn't show me the other one, the third one. And I have seen that they did operation on to all of my 3 children from their neck. And without my permission, they did operation. And I just have seen 2 children, but they told me that they're going to show my 3rd child next day. And the next day, they brought out my 3rd child from the freezer. I saw my 3rd child's frozen body, and they did not tell me what's the reason of him being dying and what's the reason of those operation has been done to my children.
Şunun bilen üçüncü balamın tonultulgan resimini ölgen bedini beri andaki doktorxanadan çıkışını iltimas kıldı. Ben doktorxanadan şu balamın ölgen bedini balamını yani bir 2 balamın sohbeti andakin kettim. O vaqtda şu çetelge çıqqanlarning arqanaq jinoyatçınınki birinci başlanışken Xitoyda 2015 şu ben birinci başlanışga tushib qaptiman. Şu türmeden çıqqandan keyin bu turmaga kirib chiqqan odamlarninki cho'qim o'zining yurtiga qaytilib o'tish qoidasi bor ekan. Shu sababli men Urumchi turolmay ular meni qaytirib aketdi deyishachanga.
So from the hospital, this is the picture of my 3 children. I took my 3 children. 2 of them are alive. The one of them was frozen dead body of my 3rd child. And the 2015 was the beginning of the arrest and the punishment of the people who traveled overseas. That was the beginning. So after I took my 3 children from the hospital, since I was released from the first detention, I was kind of blacklisted, and I wasn't allowed to stay in Urumqi continuously. I was supposed to be going back to my original place, which is I was taken back to my original home place, Cherchen County.
Thank you. Ms. Tursan, you were left on your own until 2017 when you were arrested again in April 2017. Is that correct?
Ondan keyin sizni 2017-yilga qadar o'zingiz qo'yib etibdi, ammo qo'yib etgandan 2017-yili 4-oyda yana qaytadan sizni qo'lga olibdi, to'g'rimi?
And you were subjected to extensive interrogations.
Ondan keyin sizni ig'ir darajadagi savol-so'roqlar qilibdi, to'g'rimi? Ovozingiz, mehrgul ovozingiz yo'q.
To'g'ri. Shu qaytgandan keyin men qaytgan vaqtimdan boshlab bizning uyda ikki Xitoy saqchisi bor. 24 soat meni kuzatgan holatda. Ular men bilan birga uyda. Men kuzatish holatida turyapman. 2017-yili qayta bir vaqtda yana bugun sotxonaga berib seni qo'l qo'ydigan ishing bor dedi. Yana uydan ikkinchi qatim bordim 2017-da. 2017-yil 4-oyda ikkinchi qatim tutgan vaqtda ular shu 3 kunduz to'xtamay meni so'roq qildi. Shu so'roq jarayonida o'rindiqda o'ldirish, andan keyin dori yezib qiynash, urush orqali o'ng qo'limdanki hozir sezimi yo'q, hozir qadar quloqdan ozroq qon oqidi, hozir anglamayman.
Okay, to'xtab turing, moshni birday. Rahmat. Rahmat. Yes, that's correct. Yes, I was released in 2017. Although I was released, but 2 policemen, the Chinese policemen, were always with me. They stayed at my house with me together to monitor me all the time. I was simply on house arrest. However, on April 2017, they told me that I had to come to the police station to sign on a paper. With that reason, I went there and I got arrested again. And I was interrogated non-stop for 3 days. And I faced torture. I was sat on tiger chairs, and also they beat me severely. And I lost my right ear hearing because of the beating and the torture within that 3 days. And also they also tortured me with kind of administering medicines as well.
And just for the information of the tribunal, Ms. Thorson, you were not involved in any political activities while you were in Egypt or participate in any anti-Chinese demonstration, did you?
Мышы мәхкеменеки учуру үчүн сиз Мисырда вактыңызда Xitayga qarşı bo'lgan har qanday bir siyosiy faoliyatlarga aralashmagan, shundaqmi?
Yo'q, men hech qanday siyosiy faoliyatga aralashib boqmaganam. Siyosatning nimaligini o'qimaydim, chunki men 12 yoshgacha Uygur sinfida o'qigan, 12 yoshdan toki 20 yoshgacha shu Xitoyning o'lkasida Xitoy bolalar bilan Xitoy o'qitgan maktabda o'qigan.
No, I did not involved in any political activities at all, because I only stayed in my hometown and studied Uyghur up until 12 years old. From 12 years old all the way to 20 years old, I was in mainland China. In the Chinese school, I was studying with Chinese people. I got no idea about what's politics. I didn't know about politics at all.
As a result of extensive interrogation, you passed away. Sorry, you fainted on June 9th, 1917. Is that correct?
Şu 6 ayının 9'u 2017 yılı şu vaqtdagi kuchlik qiynab savol so'roq qilish jarayonida siz hushingizdan ketibsiz, o'zingizni yo'qotib qo'yibsiz. Shunday ahvol bo'ldimi?
Çünkü 4. aydan tutup taki 6. aygacha bu 2 ay jarayonida biz turmada sirtqa chiqib bakmaymiz, hem yuyunmaymiz, hem 60 necha ayol bir 430 kvadratlik kichkina bir uyda hammamiz shu yerga tarat qilamiz, bir qachiq tarat qilamiz, hem to'yg'idek tomoq yo'q, to'yib uxlash yo'q. Onun üstüge kechida turmaning ichi bek aldirash nurg'un odamlar bor. Ham shu 3 ay jarayonida mening ko'z oldimda o'ldi deb qarar qilgan 9 ayolning o'lganini ko'rdim. Men shahid bo'ldim. Uning orqasidan nurg'un odamlarni achkitib akirib qilgan keyin nimisa bo'ldi shu jarayonda men bek psixik jihatdan bek yo'qib ketdim, ham salomatlikdan bek ketib qoldim.
Okay. Yes, that's happened. During the April to June, during these 2 months detention, interrogation, I have witnessed horrible things, and I have been through that kind of horrific torture. I was detained in a cell that about 400 square meter, and there were over 60 women, overcrowded condition. The toilet was inside, food was extremely bad. And also within that 2 months period of time, I have witnessed 9 women died in the camp. Because of all the torture and what I have witnessed within the cells, I was mentally dead already. And I was very sick because of the bad food and all the conditions.
Türmedeki men bağam bir selning içideki işgal jarayonidagi o'lgan 9 odamga shahid bo'ldim. Boshqalar qanchalik buni o'qimayman. Andan keyin o araliqda har haftada bir qatam bizni sirqa ochib, soqchixonga olib borib, shu qo'limizda ko'yza, beshimiz qarxalda holatda olib borib, so'roq qildi. 2 kundek, 2 kechkunda to'xtamay so'roq qildi. So'roq jarayonida yana qaytlab so'raydi. Bu vaqtda meni mental jihatdan so'roq qilgan. Chunki mushu sen misal yetishishga jarayonda sen bek ig'ir jinoyat o'tkazgachga sening dadang opang o'lib ketdi, 2 bolang o'lib ketdi. Akang va singlingni muddasiz turmuqqa jazoladik. Shuning sening yashashingning hech qanday foydasi yo'q. Shunga bizga har qanday narsaga to'liq javob xatoligini tuni deb unday qilgandan men ishimdan bek tugishga ketdim. Shundan boshqa qilib tortishib qoldigan ashta bo'lib qoldim. Panikatag.
During that 2 months time that in that cell, detention of in that cell, I have witnessed 9 women's death, but I don't know how many people are dying in other cells or other places. That's what I have witnessed. And the top of what we've been through in that camp and in that cell, and also we used to taken to once a week to the police station for interrogation and questioning for 2 days. When they took us from camp to police station for interrogation, they put black hood over our head, and then they took us to the police station and start interrogation. And within the whole that 9 months detention, and also that kind of weak interrogation at the police station, they simply target us to torture mentally and to dehumanize us. That's what they're going to do. Like, especially when I was interrogated, they said, I mean, you made a big mistake and you committed crime. And if you don't confess and if you don't talk and tell us, this is what's going to happen because your parents already died, your 2 children already died, and your relatives, sibling is detained. And if you keep listening such a dehumanizing and humiliative words, and you just mentally, you will be dead and very difficult to bear.
Thank you. Just one question regarding the size of your cell. We heard through the interpretation that you said the cell was 400 square meter. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
400 square meters. That's a very...
Квадрат метр ма? Мау дедіңіз ғой, сіз туғанлығы соғылған 200 квадрат метр ма?
230 square feet çoğunlukta.
Square feet.
430
square feet.
Thank you. That's finally, Ms. Thorson, the Chinese government claims that you have never been imprisoned, you have never been taken to vocational studies, you were only detained for 20 days for suspicion of inciting violence, and you voluntarily renounced your nationality and gave up your Chinese citizenship.
Before you ask the question, Mr. Sabi, the version I have says inciting national enmity and discrimination. Is there a difference between the two? I'm only reading off a document that I know is an internal document prepared from the Global Times, but before we...
Yes, that's the one, sir.
Enmity and discrimination. Yeah.
Okay. Мехригул ханым, мұшы Қытай өкіметі сіздің дегенлеріңіздің әмісіге, ұла дәптікі бұланың әмісі яған. Бұл Мехригул ханым ешқачан түрмеді, бұл бақмады, ешқачан тәрбиеләш лагеріға апырылмады. Пәкәтлі 20 күн соланған, о 20 күнлігінің сәбәбі zoravallıq hərəkətini qozğaş, həm özününki məşə Xitay gərəjdallığından vaz keçkənligi üçün, yoki məsələn məştaq dəpsəmlik qilish, köz yılmaslıq aşındaq cinayətlərini ötkəzgənligi üçün 20 gün nam aşındaq solanğan dep aşında dedi. Siz bunun qanda qaraysiz?
Bu gaplarning hammasi yolg'on. Chunki mening maktabda o'qiyotgan do'stlarim, savodoshlarim hammasi Xitoyda. Men ularni hech qanday dəpsəmlik qilmagan, ham hech qanday Xitoyning bölgünçülük hech qanday harakatlarga, siyosiy harakatlarga qatnashib boqmagan. Men faqat ular deganda shu sen red line'dagi countryga bordim. U Misr red line dastlabda radikal har bir davlatni rangi ayiribdi. Qizil rayonliq, sariq rayonliq, qora rayonliq, ko'k rayonliq degan. Ular deydi shu Misr shu qizil rayonliq eng cheklangan rayondagi davlat. Sen o'shaga borgan. Aşağı bağlılık için tutuldun dedi. İkinci kıtım seninki sen İslam diniga e'tiqod qildikansa, İslam diniga e'tiqod qilamsa deb turgandan keyin tortur qildi. Men deganligim uchun urib keyin men yo'q, men namoz o'qishni o'qimayman, Qur'on o'qishni o'qimayman dedim. Chunki urg'anlik, tortur va qattiq bo'lganlik uchun. O seni İslam diniga e'tiqod qilganlik uchun tutdik dedi. Oxirda men turmadan ketadigan vaqtimda nima sababdan tutilganligini bir bilay degan vaqtimda ular sen Uyg'ur bo'lganligi uchun tutilding dedi. Ammo ularning deganlarining hammasi yolg'on, men isbotlab bera olmayman.
Whatever the Chinese government said is all lie. I never discriminated against Chinese people because all my classmates were Chinese students. I never did such a discriminatory act towards them. But however, when they arrested me and when they told me the reason of my arrest is, one, I have traveled to red line country. The Chinese government classified countries in few categories. The red, which is the most dangerous countries, the one can be traveled to, and then yellow, and then blue, and then green. So that's the classifying of the countries that where people traveled, and which is they are targeted because of those countries are designated as dangerous. I traveled to Egypt. Egypt was designated as a red, so it's dangerous country. That was one reason because of my travel to red zone. And the second one was religion, because I believe in Islam. And during my interrogation, when they have tortured me, they asked me whether I believe in Islam. I said yes. After I said yes, I faced even more harsher torture because I was unable to bear the severe torture. That's why I said I denied my belief. I denied that I don't believe in religion. And however, when I was released at the end last time, I just asked from them, I really wanted to know what's the reason of me being arrested and facing such a torture. And they said that because I was Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. The tribunal will have some questions for you.
Sizga rahmat. Mahkamaning yana boshqa savollar bor sizga.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to be brief in my questions, and I hope you are in your responses, because there's quite a few. You say Egypt is a red line country, yet China has been investing in Egypt since 2013. Is it just because you're Uyghur that you were picked up and arrested at the airport?
Siz dedingiz bu Misrni Xitoyning qizil tamg'ay besilgan yoki qizil deb ayrilgan ashta xatarlik davlatlarning biri deb shu tizimlikning ichida ekan deb. Ammo Xitoy hukumatı 2013-yilda beri Misrga mablag' selib bular bilan tijorat qilyapti. Yani aşındaq ekan sizni Ürümçi aeroportda qo'lga olib shunday qilishning sababi sizningki Misrningki qizil nimadan ko'ra sizning Uyg'ur bo'lganligingiz uchunmi?
Ha, chunki ular mablag' silib davlatlarga berib, Xitoy agar ma pasportida Han Chinese yoki Xinjiang deb bo'lmasa, ular gap kelmaydi, hech qanaqa gap kelmaydi. Har bir aerodromda, har bir chetdan chiqib China aerodrom kelgan vaqtimizda ular bizning pasportimizni ko'rdi. Chiroyimizga bir qaraydi, biz ularga chiroy jihatdan o'xshamaymiz. Pasportida faqat Xinjiang bo'lsa-ham hammasini ayrim bir uyga kirib so'roq qildi. Malla emas, balki butun chetga chiqqan Uyg'urlarning hammasi mush ahvolga uchraydi. Shuningga ular Xinjiangninki pasporti Sharq Turkistonniki ular Xinjiang deydi. Aş pasportda bağlananların hammasi shu rangi qo'yilgan davlatlarga borsa, mushta tutildi ekan alam deganda. Ammo
Yes. Yes.
At the airport.
Yes. Sorry, can I translate in full? Yes. As long as you're Uyghur, that's what you're going to go through. When Uyghurs travel back to China, or go back to China, the first thing is they will be checked at the airport. At the airport, the first they look at your passport and you look, how you look, your face. And then in the passport, if it states Xinjiang, which is the East Turkestan, that's how we call our country's name. And if it's Xinjiang, and then you are not Han Chinese, and you are thoroughly checked at the airport, you will be separated from others and then put into separate place and questioned thoroughly. It's not only me, it's not only just myself. Whoever traveled to those zones that China designated as a red or any other, as long as you are Uyghur and you are questioned separately and you are checked thoroughly at the airport. That applies to every Uyghur who traveled back to China.
Thank you. So at the airport, who took away your 3 children?
Chinese airport.
police officers, and
Yes.
and then they arrested you, put a hood on you, and took you to detention center. You were out on parole. Were you allowed to be close to your children after coming out of detention?
Sizni avı solap qo'ygan solaqdan qo'yib etib vaqtliq qo'yib etgan vaqtida siz o'zingizning bolalaringizga yiqilish bolalaringiz bilan birga tura oldingizmi?
Balalarım bilan birga tura oldim. Apam, dadam, mening ikki balam, meni ikki soqchi, men hammamiz bir uyda.
Yes, I did. Yes, I was able to stay with my children. However,
Were you
with my
able
children, with my
breast-
parents, and also 2 Chinese policemen stayed with us together.
You say that you used to breastfeed them before you got arrested. When you were on parole, were you allowed to breastfeed again?
Siz aşı tutuluşdan burun ballarınızı özünüz emitip nem qo'yib ekansiz, ashunda qilayotgandim degandingiz. Lekin sizni vaqtli qo'yib berib, yana qaytadan ballaringiz bilan birga bo'lganda siz ballaringizni yana qaytadan o'zingiz emitib qila oldingizmi?
Yo'q, men burun ularni faqat 40 necha kun emitgan, keyin turmaga kirib chiqqandan keyin balarimni emitamadim. Ularni bu shu ishga hozir qadar hamda ular bek ojiz, ikkalasi disable bo'lib qoldi hozirmi. Ularni bag'moq bek tez keldi, chunki ular emanmaydi, ular meni emanmaydigan bo'lib qoldi. 2 oy ishga kirmaydan keyin tomoq bermak yo'q, chiqib bek ularni bek tez cho'ng odam qildim. Bek tez vaqtim Xitoylar ashni ko'rib turdi. Xitoylar yana bir sayda mehrigini biz tutmadik, erkin deydi. Shu vaqtda men nechiqatdan chet elga chiqib ketgan bo'lsam, agar ya yo'ldishim kiralgan bo'lsa, yo meni Misrga ketkazilgan bo'lsam, men bolalarimni davolatib, yaxshi beqib balkim shularni yaxshi cho'ng qilatdim. Ammo yo'ldishimni kirgizmadim, meni hech joyga chiqargizmadi, hatto do'konlarga chiqib bolalarga ish qilgan parashtlarni olamayman. Xitoylar nim bas ashni ish kuzma.
No, I wasn't able to breastfeed anymore after release from the detention. I was only able to breastfeed them for over 40 days. But whatever is happening was that the Chinese policemen who are staying with us witnessed everything. And my children were very weak. And that's why they didn't look after properly. So that's why now they became very weak and disabled.
What were they
There was not
feeding
enough
them
food.
through the tubes in the neck? What were they feeding them?
O ballarınızı boynudan teşip tamaq berdik depti, nem tamaq beripti ularga, qandaq tamaq beripti ki boyundan işlankı bile. Avazınız yok, Mehrigül, avazınız yok. Avazınız yok.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, now okay. Ularga balla kichik bo'lgankin bir narsa imkonmikin, mana shu hamma ikkala sandoq bo'yindan shilanka ichib, mashadan tomoq mang'uzibdi oshqozonga.
Neme tamaq deydi shuni? Qandaq tamaq?
Ular mana demadi.
Yes, they gave them the food through the tube, but they didn't tell me what kind of food they fed them through the tube.
Who is they? The doctors and nurses?
Kim o bular deganiniz doktorlarmı, sestralarmı?
Doktorlar dedi, mana balarimning doktorlar dedi. Ammo bir Xitoy doktor mana CCTV'da so'zildi, Mehrigul Biyadiyat mana saqaydi deb, o doktorni men ko'rib baxmagan. Boshqa bir doktor, mening balamning mas'ul doktori. Ashlar bu bir narsa mang'uz doktor dedi, nima mang'uzligini men hozir demdi. Balarim hozir qadar 6 yosh kirdi, ammo 6 yosh kirgandek emas. Nima har kun tomoq yandirdi bularchu.
Yes, the doctor told me that that's how they fed, but they didn't tell me what kind of food they have given. On CCTV, one doctor said that they didn't do anything, but that I don't recognize that the doctor that appeared on the CCTV that has seen me or treated my children. But the doctor that at the hospital really treated my children, that person feeded my children, but didn't tell me what kind of food. Right now, my children are 6 years old, but they are unable to eat properly. Whatever they eat, they vomit out.
Okay, thank you. When the doctor gave you, I'm sorry to say, your dead child, were you allowed to bury the child according to your Islamic practice?
Bek özür sizning ölüp ketgan balangiz to'g'riliq so'z ochganim uchun, shu sizning ölüp ketgan balangizningki nemisini ölükini sizge bergenden keyin siz aşını İslam kaydası boyunca tuproqqa kömeldingizmi?
Yo'q. Ularni tam bolarimda adamni chaqirib namoz qilishqimi? Eşimiga qilamidik faqat apam dadam men bizning uyliklardan bolarimni qabr qilib qo'ydik. Hech qanday adamdan chaqirish u qat'iy bo'lmaydi. Mening bolarim hozir tug'ildi, mana 6 yosh kirdi. Ularning sunnat to'yi, at qo'yish bizning mariklar kolchibati. At qo'yish undaq hech narsa qilib boqmadim hozir qadar. Hatto bolam tugab ketganda bu odamlar kelamidi bizning uyga. Hech kim tuqqanlarmi kelamidi.
No, I wasn't able to do or bury my child in the way that Islamically. Only my parents and myself we just bury him. But even I wasn't able to perform any other religious or cultural processes for my dead child. Even my relatives were unable to visit us and express the sympathy for my lost. It was very hard. Like for example, usually like doing circumcision to the boys, Islamically, I did not perform any of them because I wasn't allowed to do anything.
So they took the body back.
Yeah, I am 24-year old. I have in my life this first children, this triplet. I have a lot of hope, but I cannot able to do all this. Even I cannot give birth my kids. I cannot. Balarimlarga azadımızı kılamadım. Bir ömür pişman da azı kadar. Xitaylar beni açtan pek beyran kıvetti.
The Chinese government destroyed me so much. I wasn't able to perform. I wasn't able to do anything that I supposed to, and I really wish to, because they are my first child, and even just naming them Islamically, I wasn't able to do anything at all. Which is until today, I feel painful about it.
Are you happy for me to carry on, or do you need a break?
Demalamsız ya davamlaştırsam bulamdı.
We can continue. It's okay.
Okay, I'd like to ask you, when you were tortured, who said to you being Uyghur is a crime?
Siz sizni qiyin qistaqqa olgan vaqtingizda sizning Uyg'urli bo'lganingizni o'zi jinoyat degan gapni kim dedi sizga?
Shu bizniki charchanmaylik saqchiqandan saqchi bir haytsoning boshqi ashtaq dedi. Ular sen mening gadim Allah dedim. Unda olsa Allah'ni chaqirib kel, men bilan ko'rasizlar. Agar shu yomon bo'lsa, sinaldir mishadim qutqazsin. Senin gadin Allah'ın senin emin esem Chinese Communist Party çünkü biz seni bekip çoğulduk, biz seni mağınsak mağalayımız, turbisak turalaysa da başlayalım.
It is the boss of the police station of the Cherchen County, and when I said God, and they said, you call you God, because of the torture, I screamed out God, Allah. And tell you God to come and save you from here if you believe in God. There is no God. And in reality, we are your God. We created you. We fed you. So you shouldn't believe in your God. If your God exists, and he should come now and save you from us.
Do you remember the name of that person?
İsmini bilemsiz aşta degen gapni, şun degenning adamning ismini.
Yes, I can provide for you in writing by Chinese name.
You also heard someone say, this is China, we could do whatever we want according to the local law. Who was that person, and what was a local law he was or she was referring to?
Ununki yana bir adam deptu sizge biz xalığımızı qila alaymiz sana şu yerli qonunlar bo'yicha. Nemini qo'limizdan kes shuni qilamiz sana. Shu gapni degan odam kim u? Ularning degan yerli qonuni qaysi qonunga u? Qanday qonunga?
Ular Xitoy hukumatida ular deydi, biz nima desak shu qonun bo'ldi deydi. Ammo Xitoyda qonun yozilgan qonun bo'yicha ish qilmaydi ular. Biz mana o'zimiz qonun, biz nima qilsak shu bo'yicha qilsa deb boshlaq deydi.
There are 4 policemen who said those things. Like they say, whatever we say is a law, we are the law. So I can give you the names of that 3 policemen who said that. They say, although there is a Chinese law, but they don't care. But each policeman is themselves claims they are the law.
So we'll get those names later. Thank you. My last question: when you were when you were imprisoned, you saw 2 women who were naked, who were being harassed by policemen and dogs. Is that to bring dogs into the center? Was that usual practice, or was this the only time you saw this?
Siz yazma materialınız depsiz, işki ayalınınkini yalang'açlap koyup, saqçılarınki işte depsendi qıvat qalınıgını, onundikin üyedin iştbağlığını, işt ekilip, iştlanımı ekilip, şundaq işlağa işte depsendi qılğan ahvallarını depsiz. Bu eşetki saqçılarınki işte iştlarını ekiliş şundaq yerlerge, yani saqçılağa. O davamlıq ilip bardığan işlaq işimi, davamlıq işletildiğen taktikler mi olanın?
Olar daim aşağı kıldı. Bu torture üyü bablanınki, soraxanı üyü torture üyü buldu. O üyden içinde her xil qıynaydıgan üskünler var. O ayallarını mene bir üyde soraqa vaqtda yeni bir üyde mındaq rişatkı var. Biz Allah'ını ayaqtaki üyde qıynavatırdı. Biz onu körümüz. Şununla bəzi başlarını qıynap durup bizge köz düşünün bu bir xil torture hesablandı ki, şunu aşağı qıynıştın saqlanması üçün erkinde sualımız cevap verse de aşağı dedi. Ama haqiqatan uyga kirgan vaqtida kechidan chiqib kirdi. Ishti bilan birga kirdi. Ishlar qo'par ish birga kirdi. Shu uyni ameni qurib asta chiqdi. Asta ularning doimlik odati. Shuningga hozir mening ikki balamni hozir qadar endi Amerika cho'ng bo'lgan bolalar doktor qo'rqmaydi. Mening ikki balam kichik bo'lsin, cho'ng bo'lsin, har qanday ishni ko'zlab qo'ydi. Chunki kichikligi aniq ta'sir qiladi.
Yes, it is a usual practice bringing dogs to such a centers. How I was witness those 2 women's torture is, it is one of the way that the Chinese police, when they torture us, the first of all, they show us they're torturing others. So we have to confess and we have to tell the truth. If we're not, this is going to be outcome. And our fate will be the same as those tortured in front of us. So it's just a method of let you confess, or just another method of torture you as well, just by letting you see others tortured. And also there is a torture rooms. When we taken into that torture rooms, and we can see other people are tortured in other torture rooms as well, because those torture rooms are divided with a kind of steel barbed wire kind of stuff that you can see through. So you can see how they're torturing others. And that's how I saw the police were torturing the other woman. And also, sometimes they come during the night and take you out from the cell into the torture room, and they bring you back from torture room to the usual cell. And during that time, the always black dogs accompany to the police and to us to come in and out. Like, for example, in America, usually people, they're not afraid of dogs. But my children and we do afraid of dogs.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Көп рахмат бүгінгі шahidliğiniz için.
One brief question. Could you say what was the point, what was the purpose of the abuse and the torture in the prisons? Why did they do this, do you believe?
Sizin qarışыңızca aşı türmelerde nemişki şunda qiyin qıstaq qılıp depsendi qılıdı? Nim maqsadi var ularning shunday qilishdan sizce?
Ularning buna qilishga maqsadi mening o'ylig'imda bir boshqalarni yo'q alanim qilgan, ma'mum qilgan deyish, boshqani oshkorlash bilganlar bo'lsa, ko'proq odamni tutishimizga foydasi bo'ladi deb deb o'ylaydi mening o'ylig'imda. Chunki ular mendan behchiq odamlarning rasmini ko'rsatdi, men ularni rasla tunimayman. Ondan keyin Misrda o'qigan butun bolalarni chedalga chiqqanda ko'rishgan har qanday odamning hammasini deb berishini aytdi. Men ammo ularni tunimayman. Men ularni ularning xayolida meni tuniydi, biladi deb qaraydi. Biroq bir narsa olsa, ha bir ish qildim desa, shuningga yip uchi bo'lib bir jinoyat atib buningga shu jinoyat orqali uy kelsak bo'ladi deb ashtaq deb o'ylaydigan ko'larga. Ammo menda hech qanday degidek narsa bo'lmaganligi uchun shular ular ashtaq oqoqinjiq tortish qilyapti.
I think they try to get more information from others as well. That's the one way of purpose of torturing. Like, for example, they showed me lots of pictures and asked me whether I know them. Those people, the picture people were in Egypt as well. And they thought, they think that if I disclose information about any of them, or I can tell more information, or at least if I know because of the torture, I can confess, or I can tell about that person so I can be released. I think it's just the one purpose of torturing and getting more people by forcing one or innocent like myself that honestly I didn't know any of those. I didn't recognize any of those picture people at all.
Even they ask me, you believe Islam? I say yes, I am Muslim. And then they start beat me so hard. You are Muslim? I say yes, and then again beat. After that I say no, I am not Muslim. Then after that he say, okay, your God, what is your God? I must tell him Chinese Communist Party, but I don't tell like this. I say Allah. And then they, okay, let Allah coming, and then start beating. After that, I don't speak, my Chinese Communist Party is my God. Then they give me electric. Then that time is I just keep my mouth shut up, like I don't say anything. Then they stop this from torture. Then they tell me, I must let you know the Chinese Communist Party is your God, and we give you life or we give you death, we are choosing.
Marigal Terson, thank you for giving evidence. And I'm sorry that the process has been difficult. You've made a very detailed statement, and we've all read it, and we will take into account everything that is in the statement.
Sizin aytib təfsili uçur bədiniz bizə yazma material, onun hamısını biz təfsili oxub çıxdıq, həm hamısını biz demək alımız, etibarə alımız.
It is essential that some part of it is given in evidence, and that is why you've been asked questions, and your answers have been extremely helpful.
Əlbəttə bəzi qismlərdə bəzi bir əhvallarını biz nə qıldıq, şu toğruluq sizdən suallarını sorduk. Həm sizin bu sorğan suallarınızğa bəgən cavablarınız mənayətdə bizə yardımlıq oldu.
Before you leave us, if there is anything else you personally want to say in your own language or in English, then please do. Otherwise, we will bid you farewell.
Əmdi məşəgicə, əgər sizə xoş deyişdim burun, əgər xalısınız sizin özünüzün qoşumçu deydiğən gəpləriniz məyli ingiliscə sözləmsiz və ya ki özünüzün tilində sözləmsiz, əgər özünüzün qoşumçu deydiğənləriniz olsa, desiniz boladı.
Mənim faqat deydiğim, mən özümün ki hekayəsini azır qədər qançı qətimlə deyəmini oxumayman. Ben behçik eley dedim ama ben Allah'ım toxtumayman çünkü beni bu sözletkeni türmedeki tatkan azabım ölüp ketken 9 ayal hem ölüp ketken oğlumnunki şunun kısası hem hazır kadar Xitaylar nurgun işte nimisani kuatıdı ben bilmeyim ben atanımni ballarımdan yol düşümden hem ben ayrıldım benim hayatımda hüküm talkan kıvetti bu Xitay. Çünkü sotnunki bir adıl karar kılıp bir yaş netice çıkıp bizlerden könglimizge bolsun azrak bir melhem buluşunu ümit kılma.
I don't know how many times I have told my story to the world, many times, but whatever I said and whatever I do is to bring justice to the criminals who committed crime against that 9 dead women that I have witnessed, my passed away dead son, and what I have been through and my sufferings in the prison. And I hope that this tribunal can come up to a fair judgment and serve the justice for my suffering people. Thank you.
Thank you, Miracle Turson.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Sabi, the next witness?
The next witness
by chance we're finished for the afternoon.
Is Mr. Shohrat Ashur. But before that, I have to inform you that unfortunately, we will not be able to hear Saira Gul later because she's unwell. So
yes, I saw that, and we'll possibly hear her tomorrow. Yes?
So we'll probably better just to ask her in writing. So I've sent her a request for answering my question.
Thank you. Now, I think the next and last witness of today. Is that it?
Yes.
And is this a witness whom it is appropriate to say has been the subject of an in-camera discussion, the contents of which will not be disclosed, the explanation sufficient to render there being no mystery about what's going on, being something that can be dealt with in the final judgment?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The witness is a correspondent for Radio Free Asia and is fluent in the Uyghur language. He reported, and his reports have helped expose many of the major incidents in the Uyghur region, very few of which, in fact, had been reported by the Chinese media themselves. Through his telephone interviews with Chinese officials, he has been able to gain further details about the re-education camps, in particular relating to the numbers of people detained in specific camps and the conditions inside those camps. In his interview with the police officer who worked as a camp guard at one of these re-education camps, the witness was able to get information from such Chinese officials about demographic profile of the detainees, daily routines, including learning, feeding, sleeping routines, the continual 24-hour surveillance of detainees in all areas of the camp, including the toilets, disciplinary techniques, particularly for those detainees who do not give up practicing their religious beliefs, the separation of family members in the camps, and processes for dealing with health issues arising in the camps. Mr. Hosur, I have 3 questions for you today. In one of your interviews with a police officer from Kuhar County, relating to the deaths of at least 150 detainees in a Xinjiang internment camp called Number 1 Internment Camp, these deaths occurred over a period from June to December 2018. Do you know the cause or causes of those deaths?
Hujur efendim, sizningki bir axbarat dokladingizda Kuchardagi bir saqchi xodim bilan so'zlashgan demangizda aytilgan. Unda shu yerdagi birinchi nomerlik lagerda 150 tutqunlarninki shu yerda o'lib ketganligi bayon qilingan. Yani o vaqa 2018 yılı 6. ayda. Sizce muşu ölüp ketkenlerinin ölüp ketken sebebi nime ekanligi nime şunu bilemsiz? Avazınız yok. Sorry, there is no voice of him. I can't hear him. Avazınız yok. Hem de çıktı, hem de baştan.
Yani ben sağını güzelliği diyen sahne.
Avazınız yok. Sorry, no volume.
Hem de
çıktı.
Sahne inek. Çok güzellik adamın ülkedeki. Ama sebebi inatamaz. Sebebini fakat perez kılamayız.
I don't know exact reason. What's the reason of death? But the number is clear. It is 150%, but I don't know exact reason. But I can guess.
Yes, and what would your guess be?
Nemo qandaq paraz qilsiz? Nemo sizning parazınız?
Birincisi endi o lagerlarda yemek içmek meselesindeki naçarlığı bozulmuş katarlık uykudan mahrum kaldık katarlık cezaların bağlıkı şu seyahatten selametlikte ilgili naçarlış bolayotganligidan xabarim bor. Şuna birinci selametlik naçarlış kesel sebebinden de qarayman. Birincisi.
Number one, I think because of the health problem, because we knew that the food is very bad, and also there is also sleep deprivation in the camps, and that's why the people have the older people face very bad health condition. I see that number one reason is a health condition.
İkincisi,
the second reason is torture.
Kıyınkıstak düşündükse, hazırgıcı biz 50 yakın lagerda ölgen adamdaki ahvalını eni kıldık. Şunun içindeki birisinin sebebini sorarsak, uyak resmi kıyınkıstak sürgan ve kıyınkıstakta ölgen.
There is
ahvalı karab varıp, ikinci bir sebebini kıyınkıstakta tahmin kılınıyor.
Sorry, interpreter, before you interpret, there is quite a lot of feedback coming from Mr. Hosur's connection.
That's true. That's right. Even it's very disturbing for me as well. It's a very disruptive kind of echo behind his voice. But I'm trying my best to just listen properly. So if it can be fixed, that would be really good for me too. Thank you. But I can translate his second reason if you wish.
Just before you do that, it's possible he has this app open in two places, or he has a mobile and a computer or something that's causing the feedback.
Nemo, şuradaki siz iki nesede açtınız mı? Neminiz için şunun hazır avazınız yok. Şunu sıkıpmalık. Hem avazınız.
Much better. Thank you.
Much better. Oh, thank God. Much better. Okay, now I can start translating his second reason. Second reason is a torture. Why I would say torture? Because at least we have identified 50 detainees who were tortured, and among 50, one of them was dead just simply because of torture.
Anda agar ashuni tushundirish uchun zo'r deb qarsazdir tushundirib bermab, bo'lmasa atlab kelsak bo'ldi.
If you think that it's necessary for me to explain further, I will do so. If not, I can move on.
Thank you. No, I think that those are the two main reasons, therefore, you would consider to account for those deaths. Thank you for that. So my second question now relates to your investigative work more generally. In this work, you have spoken to several Chinese officials, such as official Mehmet Ursun in one of the re-education camps. And these officials were generally involved in guarding the re-education camps. And if you could give us a sense of the kind of ranks of these officials to whom you have spoken, and how you could ascertain what their rank was.
Sizniki nima aniqlab nima qilgan tekshirish dokladlaringizda siz Xitoyninki hukumat xodimlari bilan so'zlashibsiz va u hukumat xodimlarining ichida Mehmet Tursun degan bir kishi bor ekan. Undan keyin shu siz so'zlashgan hukumat xodimlarining ko'pinchisi shularning ichida jazo lagerlarida saqchi bo'lib yoki qo'g'dug'uchi bo'lib ishlaydiganlar bor ekan. Siz siz so'zlashgan hukumat xodimlarininki xizmat darajasi haqida bizga so'zlab bera olamsiz? Ularning xizmat hariyadagi o'rni darajasi haqida.
Ya'ni shu men bu yoqdan da'vatqina naq men ziyorat qilgan Mehmet Mehmet Tursun degan bir kishiniki lager saqchisiniki kimniki so'rab o'tirib, ya'ni darajasini. Mehmet Tursun asli bir san'at o'maklik boshqa bir o'rinning xizmatchisi. Bu lagerga saqchi bo'lib 2017-yili lager boshlangan chog'da kirgan 11 oy vazifa o'tagan va shu bir qavatniki mas'uli bo'lgan. Lager saqchilariniki bir guruhi boshlig'i bo'lgan.
Okay. Yes, I understood, sir. You talking about Mehmet Tursun. That person was originally worked for the arts department, And he was moved to one of the camp to work in 2017, the beginning of the 2017, and he worked for 11 months, and he was responsible for one level of the camp, and he was responsible to managing one group who manages or just who can be responsible for one level of the camp.
Buni ham yuqori darajalik amaldor demaymiz, ammo asos qatlamdagi vazifa ijro qilib atgan o'rta darajalik bir amaldor degani bo'ldi. O'zidan tuvan yana boshqa boshliqlar bor, vazifalarlar.
I don't see that person as a high level official, but we can classify him as a middle level, and he has people who top of him, who manages him, and he has people the lower level of him that he would manage.
And if I could come in, because this wasn't the only interview with the police or Chinese officials that you have undertaken. So with respect more generally to other investigative work you have undertaken, would you generally be speaking to mid-level police or Chinese officials?
Sizniki bu Xitoy hukumat xodimlari bilan so'zlashgandagi vaqtda buning ichida soqchilar ham shundaqlar xodimlar, xizmatchi xodimlar bo'lgan. Endi sizniki umumyuzlik sizniki mustaqillik tekshirish dokladlaringizda so'zlashganlarning ichida ziyorat qilganlarning ichidagilarning ko'pinchisining hammasi o'rta darajalik xizmatchi xodimlarmidi, hukumat xizmatchi xodimlarimidi, soqchi bo'lsin va yoki xizmatchi xodimlar bo'lsin.
Shundaq deyishga bo'ldi. O'rta va tuvan darajalik, ya'ni oldingi safda vazifa bajarayotganlar desak bo'ladi.
Yes, we can say middle and the low level, but frontline workers.
Thank you. And before I move to my third and final question, just a quick note, how do you verify their rank?
Men yana bir savolga o'tishdan burun sizga so'raydigan savolim, ularningki xizmat darajasini qanday qilib farq qildingiz, qanday qilib ularni aniqlay oldingiz?
O'zining gapidan ma'lum. O'zi deydi, men bu yerga birinchi bo'lib kirdim deydi, men bir qavatga mas'uldim. Bu qavat mening qo'l ostimda 12 odam bor deydi. Qo'l ostimda 12 odam bor deganlikning o'zi hech bo'lmadigan chora uning o'rta darajadagi bir soqchi ekanligini ko'rsatdi. O'zining gapidan ma'lum.
Yeah, I have identified his ranks from his accounts. For example, the policeman that I have interviewed said that he's responsible to the affairs in the one level, and there are 12 people under my management. From that, you can guess, and you can see, you can identify that person is middle level.
That's very helpful. Thank you. So my third and final question now is, on the basis of these various interviews or conversations you've had with different Chinese police or guards or officials, could you give us what you learned about the policing system or the guard system within these re-education camps?
Sizniki shu so'zlashgan, ya'ni ziyorat qilgan mayli Xitoyning soqchisi bo'lsin, yoki bo'lmasa xizmatchi xodim bo'lsin, yoki bexatarlik qo'g'dug'uchilar bo'lsin, mushulardagi so'zlashish jarayonidagi sizning o'zingizningki bilishingizcha shu yerdagi soqchi sistemining qandaqligini yoki shu yerdagi qo'g'dash sistemasi yoki soqchi sistemining qandaq deb his qildingiz?
Endi agar mayada deyilayotgani, agar shu lagerning sistemasini deyotgan bo'lsa, bunaqa javob bersam bo'ldi. Agar lagerning sistemasi qandaqligi savol aniq bo'lsin. Agar lagerning sistemasini qandaqligini bildingiz desa, hozir buni javob bersam bo'ldi. Shuni demak istadim.
The question is, are we talking about the camp policing system? If it's camp policing system, yes, I can talk about it.
That's it. Yes, please.
To'g'ri.
Unda bo'lsa, shu mening birinchi bilganim, ya'ni shu Mehmet Tursun Seyit degan shu soqchi, shu o'rta darajalik soqchi amaldorning bilganim, birinchi bu o'ringa kelayotgan atalmış o'quvchilarning 5 yil qarxalti kaydirilib majburlab kelayotganligini bildim. Birinchi bu.
Yes, again, my interview with the official, which is Mehmet Sawut, and according to him, the detainees, the so-called students who were brought into these interment camps, the first of all, they brought by putting black hood over their head, and that's how they were brought to the camp. Number one.
İkinci bilginim, şu yerda o'qiyotgan atalmış o'quvchilar yatiqidan sınıfıga, ders anglaydigan sınıfıga saqchilarningki nazorati ostida tok kaltak tutgan yordamchi saqchi va avtomatik qurollarni tutgan rasmiy saqchilarning nazoratida yataqdan sınıfga kirilganligi. İkinci bilginim bu.
And second observation is that these so-called students at the camp, when they were brought into the classroom for so-called re-education, they were under watch or under guardians of the fully military army. Those military personnel were carrying electric sticks or fully, they have a weapon.
Üçüncü bilginim, bularning darsdan chiqqandan keyin, yataq kirgandan keyin yataqdimi ozod emasligi, hatto o'zaro so'zlasholmaydiganligi, ixtiyoriy har qanday bir harakatning yo'qligi, shu darsdan sirt vaqtida, tomoq vaqtida tomoqni oldi keyinda qo'lini tizib qo'yib o'tirishga majbur bo'lganligi. Shu ziyoratdan bilgan uchinchi muhim xabarim bu.
And the third important information that I have learned from my conversation is those students are, the so-called students are not free even after the class as well. They were not allowed to talk, not allowed to communicate each other. Other than just the food time and other times, they were forced to sit by putting the hands onto the knees, and that's how they're supposed to sit.
Anda dördüncü bilginim, yani bu ziyaretin dördüncü bilginim, bunun oborniydim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı, munchidim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı, uxlab atqan chaqdim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı.
And the fourth discovery that I have learned from them is those detainees are monitored while they were in the toilet, in the shower, even while they were sleeping. They were all watched and monitored.
Agar buni yana tafsili qalsa deprodaniya jiqappa. Munchida qandaq agar boshqa so'raydigan savol bo'lsa o'tlab kelsak.
If you wish to know more in detail, yeah, there are lots of things to say. I can tell you, but if not, I can move on.
Thank you for that. I will hand you over to the panel, and if they would like more information, I'm sure they would be able to ask. Thank you.
Ben başqalarga yötküdüm deydi. Başqalarning savollari bo'lsa sizdan so'raydi.
Could you tell us how you obtained A, the identity, and B, the telephone number of Mehmet Tursun, who you spoke to?
Siz aşu Mehmet Tursun degan kishining telefon nomerini, o kishiningki kim bo'lganligini qanday egalladingiz?
Men o telefonda bir boshdan odatda telefon qilamiz. Telefon qilib shu saqchi, navbatli saqchixonaning xodimlari ko'rishgan chog'da o'zidan sen burun qanday kelding? Burun qayerdan ishlaganligini deb o'zidan so'radim. O'zini tanishtirish bilan bildim. Asosan o'zini o'zi ma'lum qildi. Ammo men saqchixonaga telefon qildim.
The first of all, I rang the police station. After ringing the police station, when I initiate the conversation, I asked from the person that I talked to, asked the name, asked the phone number, and asked the ranks, everything. In reality, I learned from them directly.
You would have the option, if you don't wish to give off your sources, to decline that. Thank you.
I don't think we need to deal with that now. If we can deal with it in another way. Anything else, Mr. Vetch?
Agar uçurunuzniki mənbeyini deyişini xalımısanız, sizinki aştaq haqqınız var demeydiğim.
Elbette. Elbette. Ben hazır davat kaldırım deyişki tegişlik gerek.
Whatever I have been telling you right now is I can tell you and I am able to.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence. You've given us the advantage of a very detailed statement. I'm just going to check something with Mr. Sadi. Is this statement going to be posted onto the website at some stage or not, or don't you yet know?
It's already on the website.
It's on the website. So thank you very much. So we've got your full statement on the website already, and that statement constitutes the detailed evidence that you've been able to give, and it reflects what you've been able to contribute by bringing these various matters to public. Just a tiny detail from me, and it's on page 326 of our bundle. It's during information from the county police officer, and it's only this. It's the person speaking said that the distance from Kashgar to Opal is 14 kilometers. I've tried to find it, and it looks like it's 47 kilometers. Do you know if one way or the other whether it's 14 or 47?
Sizningki bütün tepsili uçurlarınızın hemmisi, yani belgen müşahitliğinizin hemmisi tor bitide hem nesini köydük. Men hazır sizningki belgen şu şahitlik materialınızınki 327. bettiki sizning bir nahiyalik saqchi xodim bilan so'zlashgan shu narsaga qarayapman, shu qismiga. Uningda Qashqar bilan Opalning orlig'i 14 kilometr deyilgan. Mening qarshim bizningki bir uchurda 47 kilometr deyilgan. Shu buning qaysi to'g'ri? 14 mi 47 mi?
Onu men bilmayman. Chiqib qolgan bir to'g'ri. Men uchun unchalar mo'yim uchur bo'lmaganligi uchun ustida izlanib ketmadim. Menga degan odam nima degan bo'lsa shuni yozdim. Balkim 14 bo'lishi mumkin, 47 bo'lishi mumkin. Men u uchurni bak mo'yimdab qaramaganligim uchun ustida izlanmadim.
I am not sure exact number in here because since I didn't really consider that information is very important, so I didn't really dig into it, and I just wrote it down whatever the person that I have spoken to told me.
I understand, and thank you very much for providing all this detail. Your evidence is now concluded. Mr. Sabi, tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow morning, sir.
Do we have a full day for those either listening or watching here? Sorry?
Yeah, yes, sir, we'll have a full day. Well, do you want to like...
Oh, you have another question?
No, I understood one of the panel members.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. No, I don't think so. No.
Sorry.
I don't have enough eyes in enough parts of my head. I'm sorry. But tomorrow, a full day.
Full day.
And in the afternoon, one expert whom we've heard a lot of reference to, Mr. Zenz.
Mr. Zenz would testify.
And also another expert coming tomorrow afternoon, without naming necessarily.
Rukia, isn't it?
Rukia, yes. Rukia Tardash.
Well, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalomu alaykum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar. Xitoy hokimiyatininki shuncha qattiq to'sqinlik qilishiga, ziyonkashlik qilishiga qaramasdan, buzg'unchilik qilishiga qaramasdan 6-oyning 4-kuni Angliyaning poytaxti Londonni boshlangan va sizlar ko'rayotgan xalqaro Uyg'ur sotininki tunji sotining 3-kuni bugun mana balasiz, qazosiz, muvaffaqiyatli bir shaklda oyoqlashdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, vaqtlarni sarf qilib, mushu sotga ko'ngil bo'lib, mushu ekranda bu Nahmaydan programmamiz, ya'ni Dunyo qurultiyi tor televiziyasining Nahmaydan programmasini sot zalidan berayotgan Nahmaydan programmasini ko'ngil qo'yib anglag'anlar uchun sizlarga rahmat aytaman. Hatta bu sotning oxirgi kuni aziz qarindoshlar, hozirgacha bu Xalqaro Sot Kollégiyesi başlangan kuni bizga taqatgan kun tartibda o'zining ismini shu guvohlik belgichi bo'lgan orliqcha o'zining ismini oshkorlashni xohlamaydigan ba'zi guvohchilarga nomer qo'yilgan. Shuning uchun biz Shavkat To'shir efendimning ismini toki o'zi chiqib so'zlagan qadar biz oshkorlamadik. Buni maxfiy tutdik. Erta aziz qarindoshlar, sotning oxirgi kuni bu yerda atlikmi 9 guvohchi şahit guvohlik berdi. Bularninki 4 nafari mutaxassislar, chet ellik mutaxassislar, uni Adrian Zensni o'z ichiga olgan chet ellik mutaxassislar. Buning 5 nafari Sharq Turkistonlik şahit. Bu Sharq Turkistonlik şahitlarning ichida Turkiyadan Nurusman Abdurashid, yana Turkiyadan Malikzat Habibul, yana Turkiyadan Mahmud Tavakkul qatorliq Turkiyadan 3 nafar guvohchi bor atlikka. Buningdan keyin Kanadadan amallarga tunishib bo'lgan siyasi faaliyetçilerimizden Rukiye Turduş hanım ba artık guvohlik berdi. Onundaki Şivisiyadan yana Nayrula Elima hanımı atlikka Şivisiyadan tor orqali guvohlik berdi ve atlikka sot bu Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesininki tunji soti Adrian Zensninki guvohlik berishi bilan atlikka oxirlashdi aziz qarindoshlar. Evet, yana o'xshashlar, bugungi o'xshash London vaqti atigan soat 9'da başlandı sotning oxirgi qismi, oxirgi kuni. Biz Dünya Uygur Qurultiyi tor televiziyasi biz Baxtiyor efendim bilan ikimiz yana yarım saat burun Nahmaydan programmasini boshlaymiz va sizlarga oldin sot boshlang'ichi bo'lgan oraliqda sizlarga ba'zi yetkazish tegishli ba'zi uchurlar bo'lsa yetkazishga tirishimiz aziz qarindoshlar. Mana Kesler, aziz qarindoshlar, Angliya Uygur Cemiyetininki reisi, vatanperver dini o'limalarımızdan Kerem Zahir Karim, bizim aytlı meşhur dini zatlar arasında hem Stuniydi asasiyetten şu hazırcha şu Angliya Uygur Cemiyetining reisi vazifasini o'tayotir ve her günü bizga hamroh bo'lib, bizning tamoqlarimizga mas'ul bo'lib, har qaysi ellardan bu Londonga kelgan guvohchilarninki ularning amolligi, bexatarligi, boshqa turli ishlarga hammasiga mas'ullik qilyotdi va bizni obdan kutdi. Obdan tamoqlar bilan guvohchilarni, shohidlarni obdan kutib oldi. Shuning uchun hammalarning huzurida aziz qarindoshlar, bu yerda bizningki vatanparvar diniy o'limalarimizdan Kerem Zahir efendimge alayda rahmet edişini bir milli vicdani burcumuz deb bilamiz aziz qarindoshlar. O'zlariga ko'p rahmat. Hurmatlik o'rtasa Kerem Karim bana sotning 3-kuni Xitoyning shuncha buzg'unchiligiga qaramay sotning 3-kunidan balasiz qazosiz oxirlashtirdik. Ati bir kun qoldi inshaalloh xalqimizning duosi bilan ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizning duolari bilan bu sotni muvaffaqiyatli ketyapti. Sizlar bu Angliya Uygur cemaatininki bir 5 yine mas'ul bo'lish sifatlari bilan mushu bana 3 kun bo'ldi. Bu sot kollegiyasiga har kuni qatnashyaptilar o'zlari bevosita. Tunogin ham sot qatnashdi ham Xitoyga qarshi bir namoyishga, ya'ni Xitoy bilan Xitoydagi Uyg'ur majbur emgakini napilayotgan bir shirkatga qarshi tunogin norozilik namoyishi uyushtirdinglar sizlar. Sizning bir hissiyotingizni olsak, shuning bilan bugungi programmamizni mushuningizda oxirlashtirsak.
Assalomu alaykum. Dunyoning xos joylaridagi hurmatli aziz qarindoshlar. Hammalarning o'sha vaqt xayrli bo'lsin. Hozir 3-kunisi mana sotning o'zi davomlashyapti. Boshqa faoliyat bo'lsin, uning qilyapmiz, qilmasak bo'lmaydi. Bu joyida davom qilyapti. Bu sotniki echilg'ini bir yaxshi bir ishlar bo'ldi. Bu yerdagi eng muhim masala nima degan vaqtda biz o'sha nurg'un odamlar guvohlik beryapti, chet elliklar bo'lsin, mayli o'zimizning qarindoshlari bo'lsin. Bundan bir dars chiqarib, o'zimiz nima ish qilishimiz kerak. Bu ishning o'zini Dunyo Uygur Qurultiyi boshchilik qilib, shu sotning o'zini uyushtirgan. Biz agar vatan ozod qilamiz, millatni erkinlikka erishtiramiz deydigan bo'lsak, bir tashkilot, qanday bir tashkilot bo'lishini qat'iy nazar, vatan millatniki da'vosi haqida bir to'g'ri ishni qildigan bo'lsa, uningga biz yendi bo'lishimiz lozim, yordam qilishimiz lozim. Har qanday o'zi kamchilik yerlarning o'zini to'shqizishga yendi bo'lishimiz lozim. Bizda vatan millat ishida o'zaro shaxsiy adovat yoki bo'lmaydi hasad degan narsa aralashmasligi lozim. Biz hasad qilishga esa vatan uchun qanchalik ish qildik, odam qanchalik ish qilibdi, biz uningdimi jiqaroq ishni qilishimiz lozim degan mandaq o'zi yaxshi tarafga hasad qilishimiz lozim. Ammo bu qatim bu dunyo Uyg'ur qurultayining bu ishiga nihoyatda meniki bahoyim nihoyat yuqori. Zaten o'zim bevosita qatnashyapman bular birga. Shuning uchun meniki dunyoning har qaysi joylaridagi tashkilot va a'zolar deyli, ularni kutadigan umidim biz yaxshi ishni baslashaylik, vatan millatni ozod qilish yo'lida baslashaylik, hamkorlashishni baslashaylik. Zaten xatolik o'tdi, dunyo Uyg'ur qurultayi bittal xatolik o'tkazmadi deb hech kim deyolmaydi, kam qilmadi deb hech kim deyolmaydi, chunki inson. Ammo buni kam qolgan yerlarni to'shqizishga yordamlashish, xatoligini tuzishga yordamlashish bizniki vazifamiz, ularni qo'llash bizniki vazifamiz emas. Bu bir jinoyat. Shunga hammamiz mush bir yoqdan bosh chiqarib, bir yoqdan qo'l chiqarsak, bu vatanni cho'qim ozod qilganlikka ko'zimiz yetadi, u muqarrar.
İnşallah.
Jiqaroq so'zlab ketdim. Hammangni kechirgaysizlar. Hammanglarga Allohga omonat.
Rahmat, hurmatli kiram qarim, bu güzel tilakları üçün, bu güzel sözleri üçün, bu güzel ümitleri üçün rahmat. Sizlerning Angliyadagi bu Uygur cemaatini, Angliya Uygur cemiyetini köp avar qildik. Necha kundan yo'q, bir haftadan yo'q karantin, shuning bilan biz 9 kun bo'ldi hozir turibdilar. Bu shohidlar, guvohchilar karantin qilib, bu jarayonda sizlarni köp avar qildik. Rahmat. Az qarindoshlar bilan butunlay biz shu kelgan guvohchilarni, shohidlarni nihoyat obdan chiroyli uy tomoqlari bilan kutib o'tdi. Biroz nima qilmadi, qilinib qolmadi tomoq nima jihatlardan nihoyat yaxshi kutib oldi. Rahmat, tekrar rahmat aytamiz. Az qarindoshlar shuning bilan bugungi bu Xalqaro Uygur Sot Kollégiyesining tunji sotining 3-kunini haqidagi naqmadan programmasini mishada oxirlashtiraylik. Atlikka sotninki oxirgi kuni ko'rishaylik. Ko'rishkicha omon bo'ling. Xayr xo'sh, aziz qarindoshlar.
Xayr xo'sh.